In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics daily, flame more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bo Jack, Viva Bo Jack, Viva Bo Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello, everybody! Hello! How are we all doing today? Hello, Tatum Riley. Hello, Rhapsody Septagonopus. Hello, Quigley. Hello, First True Virgin. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Orion Send. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. And hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Psycho Salad. Hello, Paladin Lost.
Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Vasya. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, the all-seeing dude. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Two Dads Smoochin'. Hello, Solazar. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Ethrael. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. I already said that, and I knew it as I said it, but you know what? You get two today. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, the Ukrainian. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Neuron. Hello. Howdy ho, folks. Hello, Worshipper of Olympians. Hello, Omega Star. Hello, Quite Kitsune. Heading home, so we'll catch up in about an hour. Hell yeah! Pumped I discovered your content 1 week after finally getting on Twitch. Excellent. I'm surprised you discovered my content on Twitch, too. Twitch does not do me any favors in regards to discoverability. How are you? I'm so goddamn busy. That's how I am. Paladin Lost, thank you for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch, and that brings us to 210 subs towards our goal of 400. And I will remind you all, this is a rolling goal. If we hit 400 subs, I will play Alien Isolation with my partner, because she's delighted by the Alien franchise, and I am delighted by horror games, even though they spook me out a lot. And I haven't played Alien Isolation, so it would be a good opportunity. And the 400 subs is to help me fix my car brakes, so yeah. Also, they're gonna make a sequel to Alien Isolation. I'm very excited. Rolling goal. I thought you were environmentally conscious. I feel like that's a reference to something that I don't know, so I'm confused. Are you replacing the entire brake system, including the calipers? Yeah, that is kind of what seems likely. Yeah, Paladin, they have to replace the whole brake subsystem because the car was owned by my grandma since, you know, like I got it from her, and just the passage of time has worn like the brake system, and it needs some replacing. I wish I had a brake subsystem. I wish I had a brake mental subsystem. Hello, Erica.
Never heard of rolling coal.
Why did I say it wrong? Did I stutter? Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono though. That should be the last thing I need fixed on my car for a while though. Mr. Miyagi, I have a place that I trust for my auto repairs, and they haven't screwed me over before, but also I don't know nothing about cars. So telling me disc brake system versus any other kind of brake system, I don't know. Did you catch the one I gifted? I did. Wait, no I didn't. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub! There we go. Of course you don't know about cars, Femoid. I really, when I actually have time, I would love to take a mechanics course. I would love to know how to fix cars. I just think that would be a really cool skill. But I don't know nothing about them. They're basically like magic to me. Yeah, Mr. Miyagi, last time I was in, they replaced the timing belt. So I'm good. Well, yeah, you can learn on your own, but do I look like someone who's made out of time to do that? No. No, I have like mental breakdowns every other day because I have so much things that I need to do. I have like a 7-hour show today. Rolling coal is when you modify your engine in two ways. You modify the fuel pump to spit out more fuel, and you throttle the air intake to get less air. The combination of the two causes the engine to produce really thick black smoke. However, it's really bad for your truck for obvious reasons. Oh! Thank you. You look like you're made out of cheese. I am what I eat. I wish I was made out of time. Wouldn't it be lovely? Just roll a nat 20 and your car will be fixed, assuming it's really magic. Yeah, right? Okay. Yeah, just take it apart and put it back together. 5 head. God. Well, one thing I can tell you is that we're not going to talk about Anna Kasparian for like 4 hours, which is what last stream kind of turned into. Because, goddamn, the bottom of that well was unfathomable. Unfathomable.
Rolling coal is when some motherfucker wrapped up the engine and spewed black smoke from their asterisk lifted compensating for a small asterisk truck.
You know, I appreciate the I appreciate the the censorship of the text-to-speech. But in the process of censoring that many words, it said ass an awful lot. Oh god. I've been arguing with some neolibs. I have no idea why anyone bothers to defend her anymore. Yeah, it's I don't know. Like I feel like she went on Jillian Michaels and was like basically nodding along and agreeing with like an insane conservative crystal mom, you know, who looked like she was cracked out of her skull. Like I don't know. Like that was weird. It was weird to watch her nod along to like a woman telling her that like, yeah, we don't teach our black kid about systemic discrimination. Why would they need to know about that? That was insane, and I couldn't take any more after
Watching
that.
TYT is like watching the fall of Rome, and it's fucking depressing.
Yeah, meanwhile there's John Adarola desperately holding together the Eastern Empire, forming, you know, his own little his own little enclave of stability. Did Sid have a redesign in Final Fantasy? Sid's been redesigned in like every single Final Fantasy. Also, I saw some people raising eyebrows because in my quartering segment that I did recently about how he founded a white supremacist website, um, I got rated by TYT. Just to be clear, the reason I get rated by TYT is because the mods there fucking love me and like my show. Like it's not because like the hosts of the show endorse me anymore. That was a long time ago. John is doing his damn Disto Megastar. You've only played 15 and 14 so far? Yeah, Sid is one of those characters that just keeps popping up in Final Fantasy, and he always looks different. He is always cool, though. Even the one where he's the bad guy. Oh, is Francesca still with TYT? Well, good for those folks fighting the good fight over there. Feel like the mods are gonna leave TYT though. I mean, maybe. A lot of them have. All right, folks. Also, just as a reminder, my partner and I are getting really close to launching our gender euphoric lingerie line. It's really close. Like we're getting there. Like we're gonna be trying to have our factory ready prototype by the end of the week. We're doing it. Okay, and that does mean that like production probably won't kick in and get us product, like finished factory product, until the end of December or early February, sometime in there. It's a large window because, you know, shipping costs and stuff. But it's a lingerie line for femme folk of all shapes and sizes, and gender euphoric lingerie. But we do have a pre-launch going on, so if you'd like to support the show, or not the show, support the brand, you can check out. We have different shirts, we got stickers, we got magnets, we got a hoodie, and we also have a cool little tote bag over here. And look at that. I like the tote bag myself. And you can also sign up to get updates when we finally do launch. And my partner will we've talked about it. We're probably going to be hand making some of these after we do our initial soft launch, just to get an idea of like sizing and stuff. So if you want to be part of like that initial sizing set of options, head on over there, sign up for emails. It's a good way to get updates on this stuff. So, yeah. We want people to feel. We want people of all persuasions of the feminine variety to feel comfy and sexy in their underwear. And frankly, for a lot of trans people, that's really hard because underwear is not typically made with trans people in mind. And also, when it is, I have to be honest, a lot of unisex undies are as sexy as the word undies. They are not sexy. They just fit, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's great that they fit. Unfortunate that they're not as cute as many people would like. So, our goal is to have cute underwear that actually fits and will make you feel good. So, go check it out. I linked it in chat, in all of the chats. Go sign up. Yeah, Odd Spectre, I tried on some underwear as part of our product testing. I'm not going to say from which brand, but I described them as feeling like purple Homer Simpson panties because they just made me feel like a rotund cartoon character. You know, like I felt like I was doing a bit rather than wearing like actually good panties. Let's see. Orion Send, hey, you should complete your ballot before you crash out today. Go do it now. Do they fit on cis women too? The idea of the brand is that anyone who identifies as kind of like femme or feminine will be able to wear them. So, like, our target demographic is trans folks who are femme, you know, trans femmes. But also, cis femmes should be able to wear them too. Like, where, you know, does that make sense? Like, it's primarily for trans people, but if you're cis, you can also wear them. I'm so excited. I'm excited too. It's so cool. And my partner went to one of the best design schools for intimate apparel in the world. So high quality designs and products are on their way. And I'm really excited to share them all with you. There we go. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Also, you can follow the social medias. Instagram is big right now for us, but we'll be expanding to other social media sites in the near future. Was it FIT? It was FIT, Foxbat. They accept a smaller percentage of their applicants than Ivy League schools do. Let's see, folks. Hope all the Florida peepos are staying safe. Yeah, like it's probably too late at this point, but I hope folks in Florida are keeping safe. They were saying anywhere from 8 to 12 foot storm surges possible, and literally the mayor of Tampa was like, if you stay here, you're going to die. So I think I hope you guys are staying safe if you're Florida peeps. So many tornadoes too. Yeah, it was, the storm is so strong that it was creating tornadoes for miles around. It was a storm of tornadoes, like multiple tornadoes. Didn't the storm get downgraded just before landfall? Yeah, storms often do because they're sucking up less warm water. But also, it's not hitting as a Category 5, which is good, but it's still hitting as a Category 4. And is it now currently a Category 3? It hit as Category 3? Okay, last I heard it was a Category 4. God. Yeah, it's pretty horrific stuff. Okay. Let's get started, folks. Remember, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. We gotta get going. And I'm gonna take this tracker off for some of the segments, but do consider dropping those subs and donos. I know we haven't really gotten very far into the stream yet, but think about it. Oh, Alan Smith, it did hit Category 5 status, but like as hurricanes near land, they typically downgrade. Oof. Storm category isn't everything? Well, yeah, no. Storm category is just like a vague descriptor. What tracker? Did I miss something? Oh, yeah, Lady Raincloud. There's a hurricane hitting Florida right now that is... Well... Here. I feel like this should really tell you something.
Incredible hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds. I mean, the seas are just so incredibly hot, record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this and becoming an increasing threat for the Yucatan, including Mérida and Progreso and other areas there. Let's see if I can show you the latest. There's the Cat 5 information. Winds 160 miles per hour, moving east-southeast at 9 miles per hour. And on that track, you're going to notice that this system is going to come very close to the Yucatan, and the dirty side of this hurricane, folks, is on the right-hand side of its progress. So therefore, they're going to get the dirty side there. These communities, many of them, as you might imagine, many folks, you know, in that area have just the very basics, nothing else but that. So it's going to be very tough. Now let's transition to Florida, because even though it is expected to weaken on approach, it is so incredibly strong right now that you're going to find it very difficult for it to be nothing less than a major hurricane when it makes landfall in Florida.
So I'm seeing some people in chat ask, why was that guy sounding so scared? Why was he choking up? Why was he, you know, falling apart? And that's because meteorologists have been looking at this one, and basically they're talking about how it's at the upper limit of what our planet is physically capable of creating. Like, the physics of our planet and the way air and water move on our planet only allow like a certain speed of wind and like a certain size of storm, and basically this storm has been made so big that people like meteorologists, people who study this for a living, are talking about how this is like basically the upper threshold for what a hurricane can possibly be. And a lot of the discussion around the hurricane is essentially that it might be a bit of a prelude to the need to create an entirely new category of hurricane. Typically, hurricanes of Category 5 are the top. And we might need a new category for storms that are bigger than that, because our planet is warming up and the conditions are expanding what is possible for hurricanes to achieve. Storm category is a social construct. Well, yeah, that's why we can create a new. That's why I just talked about how we can create a new category. Of course, it's a social construct. Oh my god, I turned it so high up for that clip.
I adore Jack and community. Less than 3. Thank you for all the warmness, happiness, and love.
Floof the Floofy, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it immensely. It's based, well, yes, Lady Raincloud, it is based on what we can scientifically measure, but also the categories are, like, we just arbitrarily put the categories at different points, if that makes sense. God. I'm so sorry to our children and our future children. Like, we really dropped the ball.
Oh look, man caused horrors well within my comprehension. Makes me feel bad for climate scientists and meteorologists. They've been sounding the alarm for so long, and now look at where we are.
Yeah. Shadow Angel, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, like, I fundamentally broken, I think that's a good way of putting it. It is a way of turning the science into something that is comprehensible to our monkey brains. You know, like, when we hear, oh, 180 mile an hour winds, that's just a big number. You know, like, well, that number's big. What does that mean? What does it even mean to go 180 miles an hour? You know? And so, like, we're like, instead we're just like, it's category 5, because you have 5 fingers, you could count to 5. One, 2, 3. Whew. I can only count to 4. Yeah, but like Lady Raincloud, in the same way, like, we come up with like the social construct of Celsius versus Fahrenheit. Like, the actual temperature is real, but we have like a socially constructed way of measurement, you know? Like, does that make sense? Like, we have the imperial system and we have the metric system. We, like, those are socially constructed, and what we choose to adhere to is kind of like based on that social construct. But most people recognize the categories of hurricanes. Okay. On top of that, we just have so much disinformation right now. Like, it really is just, I don't know, like, this in particular, pointed out by Parker Malloy over on Twitter, like, when it came to the flooding from Hurricane Helene, conservatives just latched onto this AI-generated image of a crying child and a puppy in a boat, and it's not real. It's not, this picture's been seared into my mind, my heart hurts, it's not real! There are real people suffering! This is a cartoon! Like, what are you... We are in a period where people just don't care about reality anymore, okay? CN says this is AI. In this case, I don't care. We should look out for our own Americans before the rest of the world, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was a girl fitting the description that wasn't lucky enough to make it to a photographer for such an image. Yes, this is AI generated. However, it is still an accurate depiction of what people in the Southeast have endured. All while Kabbalah was in California at a fucking fundraiser. And again, like, it's so dumb, guys, but we're just in a world where people don't care about what the facts are anymore. And those people are overwhelmingly conservative. There are a number of, leftists who fall into that category, but overwhelmingly conservative. And it's just so frustrating because this type of thinking where you just reject the reality and you're like, this facsimile, this AI generated slop. Well, that's the truth now. We live in a world where conservatives just don't care about what the actual reality is. They'll just be like, well, FEMA's just giving out loans, everybody. Yeah, if you take a loan from FEMA, they've got you. They've got you on the hook. You're going to have to pay that back. And it's like, no, actually, no, that's not how that works. But you can tell them that until you're blue in the face. They don't care because they live in a completely different reality where AI images are more real than like actual images of disasters. And when they see the actual images of disasters, when they see the videos of the disasters, instead of going, wow, we should spend more on disaster relief, we should take climate change more seriously, they're like, climate change, that's for liberals. They like look at their Republican leadership who are on the payroll of essentially oil companies, and they're just like, well, I believe Matt Walsh, someone who takes money directly provided by fracking billionaires. I believe these oil industry executives, they're on the up and up. They're just hard-working folks who pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. And instead of looking into anything, instead of actually looking at what is real, they just go, yeah, Kamala Harris really abandoned us in our time of need, when, like, literally days before the last hurricane hit, Republicans stopped funding for FEMA. So FEMA, while it is currently able to provide funding for disaster relief, is basically limping along on a hobbled budget because of Republicans. Republicans are the ones making the disaster damage worse, and they're doing it on purpose. They are making Republican voters suffer and poor Democratic voters suffer because they think it will help them. Because the party that is in power always suffers from hurricane strikes, from natural disasters. When natural disasters happen, the party in power usually gets the blame for it. But we're even beyond that now because we have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone who is one of the largest fundraisers in the Republican Party and thus has some of the most pull in the Republican Party, and she's going on Twitter and social media talking about how the Jews are controlling the weather to make the hurricanes. And now, to be fair to her, she doesn't say the Jews. What did she say? let's just take a quick look here. Let's just jump on in here. Yes, this is apropos of nothing, by the way. Yes, they can control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say it can't be done. The they she's talking about is a dog whistle for Jewish people. But we currently live in topsy-turvy land, where if you say something that is one of the biggest anti-Semitic dog whistles I've seen in my life, from a sitting member of Congress, you can say that, and for some reason, a lot of people just go, but it's plausibly not anti-Semitic. If you do mental contortion, I guess. But people protesting a genocide, that they're the real anti-Semitic ones. Yeah, okay. Make it make sense. They is a pronoun. Floof the floofy, they is a pronoun. However, it is also the pronoun that when white supremacists and neo-Nazis talk about them, they're talking about a very specific group of people, namely the Jews. If you go to any white supremacist or Nazi forum, you will see what is called echo posting. And that's when they say they, and then they follow it up with 3 parentheses or, quotation marks. And the plausible deniability of just using them in, polite society off of those forums means that they can do the dog whistle. Like, that's what the purpose of a dog whistle is. The purpose of a dog whistle is that it's not picked up by everyone. But if you want to know exactly how it's used among these groups of people, just go to where they go online. And you will see exactly how they use it, because amongst themselves, they use visual identifiers for the dog whistle because to them it's a funny joke. The right has broken from reality, and I think we finally need to just acknowledge that, because that's one of the core steps towards a fascistic political movement. Breaking from reality is actually a prerequisite for fascism. So what we've seen is actually one of the largest steps in the body politic by conservatives towards fascism is this acceptance of alternative facts. This acceptance of the idea of the Lügenpresse, the lying press. A term, by the way, used prominently by Hitler and the Nazis. We are just recycling. What was old is now new again. We're just doing it with fascism, guys. Alternative facts. Yeah, did you guys forget that little nugget from the Trump presidency? Because I didn't. God. Hey, Boy Meets Minnie. So we live in this time, and it's just like, and circling a little bit back to like the flooding and like the disaster process. I want to remind all of you that Republicans, by design, don't give a shit about people in disaster areas. They do not care about disaster relief unless it is to give handouts to their rich friends. There's actually a term for this called disaster capitalism, where capitalists will cozy up to the government during natural disasters in order to get handouts from the government, as well as buying up large amounts of real estate for a song, because it's been destroyed by a natural disaster. But they know if they rebuild it, they can essentially own their own towns. So that's what they do. That's what happened after the Hawaiian fires a year or so ago. How is that not labeled profiteering? It should be. But it happens so quietly that often it's just local press that makes note of these things. It's a rarely talked about phenomenon by the national press. And I would argue that is a huge failure of our press corps. But guys, here's an incredible sound clip here. This is from posted by Aaron Rupar on Twitter. And he says, Olivia Troy, a top DHS official in the Trump administration, detailed to Greg T. Sargent on his podcast how Trump played politics by stalling the disaster declaration process when blue states were affected. Because again, Republicans delight in the suffering of people that they consider their enemies, which includes everyone who does not vote for Trump. Anyone who sits out the election, votes third party, or votes for a Democrat, they think deserve to suffer. And they're willing to exact that price when they get power.
As a Homeland Security advisor in the Trump White House, I witnessed firsthand how Donald Trump politicized disaster relief, leaving devastated Americans waiting for help. Leaders across the country and government were calling my office, desperate for action as Trump failed them in moments of crisis. Can you expand on that for us?
Yeah, sure. I think I have a lot of memories of working in the Trump White House where there are numerous situations where the government apparatus that does the whole disaster relief declaration process would come to a halt because the disaster declaration that needed to be signed by the president was sitting on Donald Trump's desk. And it was frustrating, as you can imagine, because we as national security officials serve for the greater good of the country. And our job is to help Americans, especially someone like me who's in the Homeland Security role working and advising the vice president. Our jobs are to work in response to a crisis as fast as possible and manage this. And there were numerous instances where I had the head of government agencies calling me saying, can maybe you get the vice president to weigh in on this because it's still sitting on his desk and he hasn't approved it yet.
You were working for the Biden.
He would literally just let disaster bills and measures sit on his desk in moments of crisis, and he wouldn't sign them. All he had to do was sign them. He didn't, because Republicans want you to suffer. Like, God.
Vice president at the time. Can you characterize your official position?
Sure. I was Mike Pence's Homeland Security and Counterterrorism advisor. So in that role.
Also, she's not a good person. She worked for Mike Pence in the Trump administration. She's just telling you what happened.
I covered any crisis, global breaking news event that was related to whether it was global terrorism. And then on the Homeland space, I covered anything that was, mass shootings, disaster relief.
Well, and also if it happens in a blue state, they can frame it as a liberal failure, as a Democrat failure. It's kind of like how a lot of policies that affect blue cities are exacerbated by red areas in our country on purpose, deliberately.
Like natural disasters like flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, anything that was a crisis domestically here that was related to the security and safety of Americans fell under me.
All right, so just to be clear, what you just told us is that you had leaders who were trying to deal with disasters, whether in federal agencies or at the level of states or whatever, would call you and try to get you to move.
Why do you remember it going on before Trump, like during the Bush Jr. administration? Well, because George W. Bush did boggle an awful lot of disaster relief, especially after Hurricane Katrina. But I wouldn't... I would attribute that less to malice and more to incompetence. With Donald Trump, we have a clear track record of incompetence and malice. And I think in this case, it's both. It is it's retribution. And he does clearly view it that way, because he talks about punishing his political adversaries all the time. To him, it's kind of a, you get this because you deserve it for not supporting me type situation. Yeah, with Bush, I think you have to remember that while Bush was evil, an awful lot of it was also Bush being unimaginably stupid.
Move stuff along that was being held up by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, they would try to get action by coming to you and working through the Vice President. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, there were numerous times when it was Secretary of DHS or the head of FEMA, or even internally in the National Security Council process with the senior director. We worked very closely on this effort, and at times when they felt like it was stalled because Donald Trump was sitting on it, or somebody had gotten to him, someone in OMB or someone who was disagreeing with whatever was happening, depending on what state it was, they would come to me and say, we cannot get this moved forward. The people in this state are hurting right now. What can you do to help us? And I can think of a time.
Well, yeah, fascists love to play dumb. Doesn't make them less fascist. But I don't know that I would describe George W. Bush Jr. as a fascist. I would describe him as a hawkish neocon.
Time when even Mike Pence was flying out. I believe he was flying to California, and he called me. They called me from Air Force Two and said, where is the disaster declaration? We still haven't seen it. And I said, well, sir, it's sitting on the president's desk. I can follow up on it. And he said, please do that. And I remember walking over to the West Wing and sitting out.
The vice president had to call her and be like, hey, why haven't we gotten disaster relief yet? Like, when Mike Pence is the one doing it, like, that really tells you something. Guys, I know a lot of people might not know this, but people in Indiana, which is where Mike Pence is from, hate him. They hated him because he was both, like, evil and not particularly good at his job. And, he was the competent one in the room.
Outside the Oval Office, saying the vice president would like to know what the status is on the disaster declaration. He would really like to get this moved along. We've been sitting on it for 3 days.
Which disaster was this? Can you
I am trying to think. I believe it was wildfire related. It was definitely California was an ongoing contentious issue when it came to the president. But I say this because it matters to be non-political when you're dealing with the safety and security and the well-being of Americans who are in need, right? And
yeah, it'd be crazy to have a political party in charge that just wantonly kills Americans.
This carried on into 2020 when we had the global pandemic, the COVID pandemic that was so devastating. And again, this sort of partisan politics of red states versus blue states and how you're going to do the response to it or send supplies came into play again. And there it was. And so it was, I had seen it from wildfires. I'd seen it from, how we're going to respond to hurricanes, depending on who it was, whether it was Puerto Rico and what happened in the aftermath of that. And now it's
Mike Pence was governor of Indiana.
COVID, and I'm seeing it again. It's looking at, it's New York, it's Cuomo. I mean, we don't really care, let's make it harder for them. And I remember hearing a call with Vice President Pence, who was like, with a governor who was out west. That was one of the first states that was hit with COVID that we knew of. And he was like, we're not going to play partisan politics on this. This is really serious. We're going to work closely together with you. I mean, again, that's Mike Pence's perspective, right? But we're trying to figure out how we navigate the situation in the Oval Office.
Again, fascists want you to suffer and die. Like that's the main takeaway here. In like a extended 5-minute long clip where this lady's like, yeah, this time it happened, and this time it happened, and this time it happened. Like, it's honestly crazy.
What's with all the white names?
Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting a sub to with Outro. We're up to 117. But, like guys, I know a lot of people have seen videos of the flooding, but just keep in mind, after the hurricane makes landfall, it carries an awful lot of water. So we're currently seeing the landfall of the hurricane, which is the most, like, upfront amount of damage we're gonna see. But it's about to get really, really bad for people inland. Okay? Like, this is what we saw in North Carolina after the hurricane we just had. This is how much water got dropped.
All right, we got to think about getting out of here because this is going to be.
There's 15-foot storm surge from
James, you all right, bud?
Yeah, like, it's going to be very, very bad. I'm going to show you guys a video that helped.
But it might actually be worse than
explain to me exactly the problem with what's going on here. And now this is a video.
BWA.
Ashley! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that big BWA energy. Thank you so, so much. And thank you for making this show possible. I couldn't do it without viewers like you, and it means the world to me. But this is a video by a channel called Geography King. And I think it does a really, really good job going over exactly what's about to happen, what just happened, all the flooding that just happened, and what we're probably about to see again is going to happen.
All right, guys, I'm sure you've heard about what's going on in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, just a general southern Appalachian region as a whole. Just tremendous flooding, just unprecedented damage going on in this region. And here I want to talk about the kind of geography of this and why it's so bad and why, I hate to say it, but it might actually be worse than we're thinking. Before I start, if you want to make a donation, I strongly recommend donating food or water. Money is great, but it's just kind of adding a middleman because the money's going to go to buying food or water anyway. I don't have any specific charity to recommend, but food and water is what they need.
This is a good recommendation too, by the way, like especially if you're more local to the area, food and water is going to go a lot farther than money.
So to kind of give a recap of what happened, Hurricane Helene made landfall here in what's called the Big Bend area in Florida, and hurricanes are cyclones, so they rotate counterclockwise. So you think about my thumb and my index finger. If that's the hurricane, what part of it is getting the worst end of it? So my finger, by rotating counterclockwise, that's going to get the worst of the storm. So you talk about they call it the right front quadrant. So it's rotating like that. The part getting it is the worst. So this is coming up like this. But these are the Appalachians, and the southern part are the highest elevations in the Appalachians. So what's going on?
You can kind of think of it like spinning like a saw. It cuts in one main way.
Here's this hurricane. It's now a tropical storm. It was a hurricane all the way up into mid-Georgia, but tropical storm, again, rotating counterclockwise. It's hitting the mountains. So if these mountains weren't there, it could just kind of go and dissipate, and it would be bad. It'd be flooding, but it wouldn't be like what we're getting right now. So
yeah. So, guys, what do you think happens when a huge, colossal storm that has sucked up a bunch of warm water that is suspended in the atmosphere brings it to a mountain? What do you think happens to that warm air when it hits a tall mountain range? What do you think happens? Well, that air goes up because it has to go over the mountain. And as it goes up, it gets colder. And when it gets colder, what does it do? It falls. So basically, what we're seeing from Hurricane Helene and now Hurricane Milton shortly is that basically, instead of spreading out that water over a large flat area, which is what it would do if it hit like a plain, like a just a flat land, instead it gets pushed up and then dumps all of that water down on the other side of the Appalachian Mountains. So that's why that area is very fertile. But it's also why that area is about to get absolutely dunked on with water. It's again, we're seeing like a colossal storm that rapidly reached Category 5, that suspended a lot of water up into the atmosphere, and it's heading towards the Appalachian Mountains again. So we're likely going to see a lot of flooding up in that same area that just got flooded. Milton's not supposed to affect us? Well, look, I hope so. I hope so. We'll see. Some of the projections I was seeing looked really dire for the region.
I mean, the water is just going up there. So the clouds, this whole system is being pushed up against the mountains and being forced to rise. So you're already getting a ton of water because of the storm system in the first place. And now you're just exacerbating it by having it make contact with the mountains. It's just causing unprecedented rain. And one thing about this region, it's already one of the wettest parts of the entire country. Only this part of the coast of Washington has more rainfall than here, and normally it's beautiful. You think about just how gorgeous the scenery is. It's so green, beautiful fall foliage, waterfalls, a lot of beautiful things. You know, what makes it beautiful can also be really bad, as you're seeing with some of the flooding. But that's why you're getting it so badly here, is because the storm rotates here. So I live here in Chattanooga, so you haven't heard Chattanooga at all in the news as to what's being affected. We're really close. We're at the eastern end of what wasn't affected, but we're at the west. We're over the Appalachians. So these storms, they've dumped all that rain here, western North Carolina. And
okay. Just a small update on the path. Okay, nope. Okay, you guys are right. It is looking like it is going to be, oh God. Okay. Thanks for nothing, Google Maps. I just wanted... There we go. So it looks like by hitting Florida, it's going to curve out into the Atlantic. So we should be okay. That's good. That's good. But yeah, you can understand why I was worried like yesterday when I last looked at the projections, because it was curving up towards land. So luckily hitting Florida is going to throw it off from hitting you know, the much farther inland. But yeah, it's mostly just hitting it's mostly just hitting Florida now, which I guess is something to be thankful for at the moment.
Eastern Tennessee in the mountains, there was nothing left. We just got hardly any rain. It really wasn't bad at all here in Chattanooga. I've seen many, many worse storms. So that
is true, Social Psych Explainer. Sometimes when they hit the Atlantic, they can be buffered and like sent back inland, but that is pretty rare to see.
Why it's so bad here is just everything getting pushed up there with that rotation. If that storm would have made landfall here, then yes, we would have been heavily affected. But that mountain range really keeps it from, you know, unfortunately keeps all that rain, all that water into one spot. And I'm going to switch over to a different spot. I'm going to show you the USGS topo quads as to specifically this region, why it's just really, really bad right here.
Now, I'm not going to show you the rest of this video, but if you are wondering why Appalachia gets consistently screwed over by hurricane weather, go check out the rest of this. It's very, very good. I found it very explanatory.
Than I was covering what was going on here. You saw some of those debris piles, you told me, further inland. It felt like people got out of Sarasota. We were seeing businesses boarded up. Is that the sense you got? And were they able to tackle those debris piles? Or was it sort of too much and not enough time like it was in Tampa?
Yeah, I think, Tom, that it was too much. We know from the governor that he said they were working 24/7, but he also says they only got 50% off the barrier islands. Wow, that's a really strong gust. I can hear it through your mic, and we just got the wind shifted directions and got a rush of water to the face. There's definitely still a lot of debris out there. The mayor had told me yesterday that well before landfall, they had stopped collecting debris, and there were still piles as I was walking with her in a ghost town, effectively, street out on the barrier island. I also can tell you, Tom, I know you are no stranger to covering these either. Oh, man, that's really rushing through. When we come to town, right, we stock up like everyone else. Food, gas, non-perishable food, gas, water, gas cans, so we can have extra fuel on hand. And I got to tell you, Tom, it felt like those things were harder to find earlier this time around. And that echoes what I heard from the mayor, what we get the sense from in these communities, is that people are on edge in a way they aren't typically because of what Helene did in this community already. Again, I saw a waist-high watermark in a home, not too far from where I am right now, on a barrier island just up the road. And that was from the last storm. This one is supposed to be more ferocious, and you gotta hope that more people are taking it seriously. And from what we're hearing from officials, that seems to be the case, Tom.
The thing here that really bothers me is that it's not a matter of just people taking it seriously, because some people can't leave. You know, like, there are limited programs to help evacuate people, but, like, some people don't have money to just leave. You know, they don't have money to go and buy gas and stockpile. Some people are just fucked. This is from about 40 minutes ago. This is insane. St. Petersburg has reported 5.09 inches of rain in 1 hour and 9.04 inches in 3 hours. This is more rare than a 1,000-year rain event. Thresholds for 1,000-year rain there, 5.56 inches per hour, 7.16 inches per 2 hours, 8.5 inches per 3 hours. Yeah. Not everyone got out. No. But, like, the thing is, we could live in a society where everyone could get out, you know? But instead, we peddle misinformation, and Republican voters choose to stay put. Or, like, people try in vain to, like, defend their homes from a natural disaster that they can't even comprehend the scale of. They kept prisoners locked up? Like, we're watching Ron DeSantis and the Republican Party, like, perform human sacrifice in real time, you know? Like, I don't know that there's any real way of saying that. They're not doing it for maybe a religious reason. They're doing it to keep their goddamn jobs. Like, I was reading a news story not that long ago about how during the Trump administration, disaster relief advisors had to modify their language to talk about climate exaggerated events because they couldn't talk about global warming or climate change. They had to talk about them like they were freak one-off events when talking with Republican politicians, because otherwise people would, like, they would be called out for talking about woke nonsense. Like, the Republican Party lives in such denialism about climate change that, like, we can't even discuss the problem with them because they think it's too political to talk about climate change. They think it's too woke to talk about the problem that's going to cause trillions of dollars of damage and kill untold numbers of people. Everyone except my mom evacuated. I'm genuinely worried it's the last time I'm going to see her. Dragon Slayer 16, I hope your mom's okay. I'm real sorry to hear that. Feel like these people who support the Republican Party are medieval peasants? I mean, yeah, I mean, even among the peasantry, you'd find people in medieval Europe that thought, like, oh, well, the king might be bad, but, you know, God ordained him, so divine right of kings and all that. Of course you had people who licked the boot back then. We still got people who lick the boot now. It's just that now they lick the boot less because of, like, you know, the fact that they're ignorant peasants that have been chained to the land, and more because there's a deliberate misinformation campaign to lie to them. So, yeah, we're at a pretty dire moment, to say the least. I mean, guys, Rick Scott opposed disaster relief funding just days before Helene hit Florida. Let's take a look at this disaster relief. Yeah. Lawmakers stunned as disaster relief left out of stopgap bill. Congress approved the funding patch Wednesday without supplemental disaster money, even as Hurricane Helene bears down on Florida. That's right, folks. We're currently we're currently dealing with Republicans who do not want to pass funding for the government, even as they stare down the barrel of a gun of, like, untold climate disaster. This isn't like a whoopsie daisy, we never could have seen it coming. We knew exactly what was coming before the first hurricane hit. And we knew that this one was coming, and Congress didn't do anything. And it's not because Democrats didn't want to do anything about it. It's because Republicans wanted to play politics with the lives of their constituents. This should make everyone in America, like, see red with rage. Because they essentially threw the poorest and most vulnerable people in red states under the bus so that they could demonize Democrats. They cared more about what they could say on their campaign trails than what they could actually do to help the people that live and work in their states. And that is true, Dragon Slayer. They ultimately, what it comes down to is they know that they will be insulated from any consequence, and that the real people staring down the barrel of climate change disaster are us. You know, the people. Sadly, it's working. Well, you know what? We need to do something about it. We need to keep talking about it. We need to keep pointing out and calling it what it is. Call a spade, and call murderous Republican climate policy murderous Republican climate policy. And it will get even worse if Donald Trump is elected. Do you think this type of playing politics will cost Trump the election? Floof the Floofy, in a better world it would, but unfortunately, as we talked about earlier in the segment, we're in a post-fact world when it comes to Republicans. They do not care about what is true. The Republican media machine insulates their voters from any outside fact from getting through, any real info from making it to their voters. And so it's not going to really depress the turnout in that way. But what might help is if the Democrats can get their shit together and manage to get out some sort of emergency aid relief to help the people who are actually being affected. I've seen a bunch of threads of people saying their MAGA relatives aren't leaving Florida because they think hurricanes are fake or something, so maybe it will. I mean, that is true. I mean, if enough MAGA voters get killed by a hurricane, I guess that would affect the election, but I really don't wish that upon anybody. I mean, like, Matt Gaetz voted against FEMA funding right before Hurricane Helene struck. And guess what? They haven't voted for funding since then. Like, we're just in absolute clown world. I mean, like, this is how Fox News talked about Hurricane Helene, okay?
Jessica, how do you see it? Dramatically differently from how my colleagues see it. So just a couple notes. Trump closes strong in Georgia. He lost Georgia. So I guess if someone had found him 11,237 votes, it would have gone better, but he's a loser there.
I meant by campaign activity.
Oh, he shows up a lot and people see him and then they vote against him. Starlink, there are 40 satellites that are already going. In Maui, by the way, the $700 was the FEMA limit.
Oh, by the way, you might have seen like stories about Elon Musk deploying free Starlink to areas affected by flooding or from Hurricane Helene. He might try and do it again after Hurricane Milton. But people who actually used it said that they had to pay for the physical units for Starlink, and then they only got a 30-day free trial. So it's not free at all. They like it was just Elon Musk's like shitty salesmanship and desperate people willing to pay the price. What is Starlink? It is a satellite internet service. So if you have a receiver on the ground, you can get internet service anywhere on the world, in theory. But you have to pay for the device that links to the satellites, and then you have to, pay exorbitant fees for the actual internet service.
So Donald Trump and his supporters are running the same old tired playbook that they did with Maui and they did with East Palestine. So not only was Joe Biden on top of this, he signed the disaster declarations even before the storms hit to make sure that there would be no delay in goods and services. Donald Trump's social media posts contain blatant lies, like Governor Kemp can't reach the president. Governor Kemp gave a press conference yesterday where he said, I just spoke to the president. He has promised me every single thing that I need. McMaster from South Carolina, also a conservative, getting everything that he wants, and then Roy Cooper as well. And there's only one president that we are talking about who actually has denied relief for one of these states. In 2017, Roy Cooper asked after Hurricane Matthew for a lot of money, and he got 1% of his ask. They denied 99% of what he was asking for after that hurricane came. There are 3,300 FEMA personnel there, 5,500 National Guardsmen from 11 states, and search and rescue from 19 states. That doesn't reduce the devastation.
Yeah, I forget what her name is. What is her name? Jessica. Yeah. She holds down the fort as the lone liberal voice on the Five. So every single episode she goes out there and like tries to inject some amount of sanity, but it's always a 4v1 situation.
Of this and how horrific it is, but to say that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are out to lunch during this, or they're sitting on a beach reclining there, they are clearly giving them what they need. They will be showing up when it is appropriate. And it's different for Donald Trump, who is not in office. He's just a guy trying to be president again, to show up and throw some bounty at people, versus someone who's actually the commander in chief and doesn't want to distract from
Who's the other liberal? There isn't another liberal on the show, guys.
At people versus
like all of these people are hopelessly conservative. It's Greg Gutfeld, one of the least funny people I've ever seen in my life. I think, is that Kayleigh McEnany? Like, what? I forget. She's another conservative of some repute. You got Jesse Waters, the guy who sliced his future wife's tires in order to coerce her into going on a date with him. And you've got Janine Pirro, which I probably just said her name wrong, but Judge Janine. You've got her. They're all conservative. Dana Perino, gotcha.
Versus someone who's actually the commander in chief and doesn't want to distract from what's going on. And as Dana said, Governor Cooper said, I will let you know when it is appropriate for you to come. And same goes for Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, all of it.
Tennessee also.
So, like, what most people are getting out of Fox News is not that. Jessica has to sit there and listen to, like, 10 minutes of information, and then she gets 2 minutes to try and rebut all of it. But then, like, everyone just laughs and, you know, verbally pats her on the head and moves on and spreads more misinformation. You know, like, that's how that works. And so for most conservatives, if you're watching Fox News, you are that's mostly that's like the entirety of the information that is accurate that you get. Feel like it should be illegal for them to lie? Yeah, one would think. One would think it should be.
Maximum.
Oh, God. So loud.
Sam.
Oh, God. It is. I mean, we can tune back into the live stream of what's happening, but it really is just horrible.
These conditions are going to persist, and with all this debris flying, Tom, and I think for me the biggest thing that keeps catching my attention is the sound of that scraping of that metal off in the distance, Tom, and I know we've both been paying attention to it for our team's safety. Just speaks to the force of these winds, and yeah, you can see the pieces of the top of that little shed on top of this deck. Oh man, look at that one, it just got picked up. Tom, I just lost sight of one of those pieces of debris. I don't know if you saw that too, but it just kicked up off the deck and went off into the distance towards the bay, Tom.
You know, one of the things that's interesting is that our viewers are watching this. They're seeing these trees get shredded. What they may not be able to see, because this is a nighttime hurricane, is that the storm surge level is rising, and the trunks of these trees are almost completely underwater. At least the bottom halves of these trees are almost underwater. I've been monitoring the water, and you can see this over the balcony too, Jesse, where you are, of how high it's rising, because, you know, we're very elevated here, and we're maybe 50 to 100 feet where the driveway starts, and then you and I are 4 and 5 stories up. But I can see that water rise, and you look at the garage just across from us, and that garage, the first floor is almost completely underwater, and it hasn't stopped rising. I want to tell you something else I just learned, Jesse. Our weather unit is...
Before this made landfall, people were suggesting storm surge of anywhere from 8 to 12 feet in height. And to give you guys a point of reference, Hurricane Helene had storm surge that was between 5 and 8 feet. And that was like we're talking like the lowest limit for the storm surge for Hurricane Milton was the highest for Hurricane Helene. And they thought it would only go up to 12 feet. It has gone over 15 feet. Oh my god.
Telling me now that they can't tell us how fast the wind is blowing at this point because the sensors likely here are broken. The last one they clocked were somewhere around 102 miles per hour. And you and I know over the last few minutes, it's been getting stronger and stronger since then. It's one of the reasons why we're reporting from inside this concrete structure, this garage, because it's safer. I also want to tell our viewers that if they see a flash of green or orange, it's not lightning. It's likely a transformer exploding somewhere in the distance. And Jesse, I've been seeing those quite frequently over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good.
we started
just
seeing them
that.
quite a while
just
ago
that
too,
happening.
Tom. I mean, that's been one of the stories unfolding the last couple hours, and I think you hit it on the head. The debris is the big unknown here. I've been asking officials about the impact of it on everything from potentially making a death toll worse to exacerbating the storm surge. And the other thing that they didn't seem to think was a big point of concern, but I'm going to be curious about tomorrow, Tom, is we know how quickly the flooding can recede when you get the debris cleared out from the storm drains, right? The lingering flooding hours after landfall. I want to know how much worse that flooding will be, or how much quicker it has unfolded because of that debris. And it might be hard to gauge just because there's no one that's going to be tracking that in real time.
Florida's going to be the
wanna,
American Atlantis.
If you bear with me for a moment, we're going to show our viewers we've been able to get mobile enough to give people an idea of how much water is around us. So, Tom, this is the side we've been showing people, and you have too, again and again. And it's an incline, so it's hard to know how quickly the water is rising because it keeps getting steeper, right? So it might be more water coming in than we can tell just because of that incline. This is one side, and now come with me. And Tom, you were talking about the fortification. We've got these sturdy walls. This garage is almost entirely insulated, but we do have those pocket windows we can go to step outside and give people an idea of what we're seeing. And on this end, we have a view of the other side street. I know you were down here earlier before it got too risky to be down there. And then we also can see the main street, Tom, and have our photographer, David, come in here and show you the view from over here. We are surrounded by water by at least three sides here. This is the other side street, perpendicular to where we were, and then off in the distance out there is the main road in downtown Sarasota, and I can see the water rippling in the reflections from the lights that are still working out there. So clearly we have water on at least three sides here, Tom, and it's going up the side of that stop sign and that street sign. It's almost entirely submerged what looks to be a railing by a sidewalk over there. It's hard to know how much, but it has to easily be feet of water, Tom. Oh, that's a big gust.
Yeah, so
that's
you guys
a big gust.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's getting worse and worse, and we have another couple of hours. The other thing we have to tell our viewers, because of this storm surge, we're actually camping out here. We're going to overnight inside this garage because it's just too dangerous even to walk over to the hotel
there's nowhere
in conditions
for you to go.
like this. The
All
storm
the
is
roads
now
are
a Category
flooded,
2
man.
hurricane. It's headed towards central Florida. That's where Priscilla Thompson is for us tonight. Priscilla, as we look over my shoulder here, I'm hearing this loud wind. I just got to kind of look over and make sure everything's okay. What are you seeing in Orlando at this hour?
Yeah, Tom. So about 20 minutes ago, we lost power here. So now the location where we are, the hotel, is running on generator power. So they're able to power some things. But already we're without power here. And the worst of this storm has not yet even arrived.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I tweeted this out earlier today. You know, if it was at all possible for folks to get out, you really. I hope as many people as possible got out, because Waffle House closed all of their locations. It was a red alert on the Waffle House index, and that tells you something. Okay, I've never seen that many Waffle Houses closed. All right, guys, like. And you know, again, much like the social construction of disasters, and like how we rate disasters, we also have one called the Waffle House Index, which is, you know, basically this. Green, full menu, business as usual, meaning the disaster's not that bad. Limited menu, things are heating up, i.e. power might be out, they have a limited selection on their menu. And red is that the restaurant is closed, and that is, oh shit, y'all. Okay? And all of them in Tampa are closed. All of them in Fort Myers are closed. A couple are open in Miami, though. And Orlando, all closed. Daytona, pretty much all closed in this area. Some are open in Gainesville. So, like, we're at oh shit, y'all. Going to Miami. Totally safe down there. Ha ha! Oh, God. That many closed Waffle Houses is a nightmare? Yeah. I would describe it as apocalyptic, even. An apocalyptic number of Waffle Houses being closed. It's, yeah, guys... It's real bad. So keep safe out there if you're in Florida, and my heart goes out to you if you are Floridian. You guys are really getting hammered this hurricane season, and sucks. It's actually quite satisfying to see this play out. I very much disagree. I would never describe this amount of destruction as satisfying. Maybe in Minecraft, not in real life. Can always tell something's wrong whenever the rest of the country starts talking about my state. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't even talk about the Florida tornadoes, guys. A bunch of tornadoes preceded the hurricane landfall.
There's debris everywhere.
Like, a single-day record for number of tornado warnings.
And welcome back to Port Charlotte here, guys, as we have seen the storm surge come up considerably here. This is probably at least 4 feet, because you got about 2 feet from the base of the water up to the Sunseeker, then it's coming right in the parking garage. You can see where that open area is also allowing the wind to come in. What we just got on our phones was an alert from Charlotte County, and it is a tropical storm warning alert in terms of the wind. They've got sustained tropical storm winds now as the center looks like it's very, very close to coming ashore somewhere south of Sarasota, maybe Venice.
Oh, boy. Yeah, like, very knifey duck, watching that guy stand next to a rushing amount of water he describes as 4 feet tall, like, makes me very nervous. Ay. Yeah, I don't want to see anyone saying, like, conservatives deserve this. No one deserves to be killed or have their entire life ripped away by a natural disaster. Ay. Okay. Hey, remember the other day when I said what I would do after we finish up segments? I think we could use that right now. What are we watching? It is the original ad for Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past for the Super Famicom that aired in Japan. So, in case you didn't know about the lesbian-coded Legend of Zelda ad from Japan that had an entire rap and dance for it, that's what we just watched. Where do they find these weather people willing to stand outside in storm surges for live broadcasts? Honestly, like, there's like just a certain kind of person who's fascinated by weather and is willing to like put themselves in harm's way. You know, like you have storm chasers who have like those armored vans that like chase after tornadoes. It's the same thing. Will that brighten my day? I do my best. Now, folks, we are almost 2 hours into the show, and you should hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, and consider hitting the like button on the YouTube stream. And folks, just as a reminder, please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is made possible by viewers like you. I could not make this happen without subs, donos, super chats, you know, all that good stuff. Memberships. I couldn't make it happen without you guys. And currently trying to fix the brakes on my car, so consider dropping those subs and donos when we hit 400 subs. If we do it by Saturday, my partner and I will play Alien Isolation together, and it will be very cute. You'll get an extra stream out of me. Oop, forgot to like. Do your duty. You're Ascended Kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. Thank you for heeding the call. Also, folks, just as a fun thing, just a little like channel update, I guess. For the first time ever, we hit over 100,000 views in the past month, where we are growing. We doing it, fam. We getting bigger. Have I ever had kimchi? I have not. I'd love to try it sometime, though. Yeah, we hit over 100,000 views in a month. We doing it. And we are currently at around, we're actually 22 subscribers away from 7,500 subscribers over on YouTube. So please consider going over there and hitting the subscribe button, okay? Yeah, John Bogardus, my video on Matt Walsh raging at VeggieTales got like 25,000 views, and we got a whole lot of new subscribers from that one. And then the video about the quartering founding and failing at running a white supremacist website got really popped off yesterday. So we got a whole bunch of new peeps. Get Trader Joe's kimchi, it slaps. Okay, I'll give it a shot. We coming for you, Hassan. We doing it, fam. Jack's only mistake in the VeggieTales video is calling VeggieTales conservative. I think it's inherently a bit conservative. Like, I don't think it's evil. I just don't think it's like, you know, a leftist show. Like, let me put it this way. I don't necessarily think that like a show pushing like a kind of like a religious agenda would, I don't think I could describe that as not having a conservative bent to it. But that's just me. I don't think it's like, I don't think it's fascist. I just don't think it's like a particularly like left-leaning thing. Somniostatic, hope the vacation was good. It was good. It was. Went up to the North Shore for several days. Got to you know, go around, make some memories. Stopped at a glass store, got some like vintage glass items. And we found like this barn sale in the middle of nowhere that had like magazines and newspapers from like the late 1800s and early 1900s, like, you know, kind of like salacious rags that had like stories from like risque performers of the day, dishing dirt on like their other performers. And like on the backs were like cartoon ads for like, you know, increasing, you know, worker solidarity and consciousness, because, you know, the 1920s did that. It was really interesting. It was great. Want to see Donald Trump lose to not only a woman, a black lady to boot would be priceless for the next decade. Oh man, he would literally shit himself to death in rage. Yeah, I'm hoping to see it happen, Malafors. Also, welcome to the Riverboat site. Love me a barn sale. It was pretty cool. What color were these vintage glass items? One was kind of like a jade green, and the other was like kind of a rose tinted glass. Damn!
I'm not sure where the brakes go or how they work on a riverboat, but we'll take your word for it. Remember to drain and clear the boiler of sediment too, even though it's a pain in the asterisk. Be woo.
Be woo indeed! Thank you for that big BWA energy, Quiet Kitsune. That $50 dono will be extraordinarily helpful. Thank you so goddamn much. Uranium glass? No, not uranium glass. Like jade. Like not it wasn't transparent. Pirates Who Don't Do Anything was a bop. It's true. I do still have that song stuck in my head. As a fellow old car haver, I know the pain sometimes. Well, the thing is, Quiet Kitsune, like, it runs so good. Like, I don't want to buy a new car. I'm too poor to buy a new car. You know, like, I would love to have a new car that I don't have to worry about, but you know, I gotta get some of that Hassan money first. You should get a Cybertruck. Oh my god, I saw one today and I literally like involuntarily cackled and just said, "What a loser." Like, my god. I have a Subaru Greaves Underground. I do. I have a Subaru Forester from 2006. They good cars. Actual important question. Do you know when the timing belt was changed? That's the only thing that will actually kill a Subaru for banger engine from that era. When the timing belt was changed. I do. It was like a year and a half ago. It was one of the times that I brought in my car. I think it was the first time I brought in my car, and they did like a whole host of things. They did replace it with parts you know, made for my specific make and model. So they did a good job. It ran a lot better. Beep boop. It's like a Camino in a flannel shirt. I mean, I do feel very gay driving it. So, you know, it affirms me every time I get in. What debate does the stream title refer to today? Well, excellent question, because we haven't even gotten to any of the things I wanted to talk about outside of the storm. We were going to talk about that, but we talked about it for a lot longer than I intended. So let's dive into more of the meat of the show, shall we? Because we've been going for almost 2 hours, and we need to go. Go. What debate am I talking about?
We'll take you live now to Missoula, Montana.
Well, I have a couple, because we've actually been missing a number of national level debates across the United States that have been happening in the lead up to the election. And I figure we should probably look at them, because one, I want to inform all of you, and two, debates between people who are vying to be members of Congress are under a lot less scrutiny. And as a result, people tend to say the darndest things. So we're going to take a look at some of those. Mainly, I wanted to look at the Montana U.S. Senate debate, the second one, I believe, between John Tester and Tim Sheehy. And I also wanted to take a look at the Virginia Senate debate between Tim Kaine and Hung Kao, I believe, is his challenger. Yeah, it's... I think that there are also a few others. We could also take a look at the New Jersey Senate debate. There's a North Dakota Senate debate, Missouri Senate debate. There are a number we can check out here. There's been a lot of them happening. They just don't tend to get national level attention, and maybe they should. Maybe they should. I'm just spitballing here. Yeah, maybe we'll take a look at the Indiana governor's debate. We're going to start with the Virginia debate, though. Van Redis!
Subaru Solidarity.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. Guys, we are closing in on 150 towards our 400 goal. Let's go! Let's get some of that big BWA energy up in here. Okay. Let's see how the Mountain Mamas debate. Oh, sorry, that's only West Virginia. In Virginia, they don't have Mountain Mamas. They just have mamas.
Control of the U.S. Senate runs through Virginia. Longtime Democratic Senator Tim Kaine wants another term.
I'm proud of what I've done. I got a whole lot more I want to do.
Tim Kaine on the brain.
Republican challenger Hung Cao says he's ready to take a seat in the world's most deliberative body.
Tim Kaine has been in office for 30 years. And he's saying, give me 6 more and I'll get us out.
Okay, wait. I need to know how did he pronounce that?
It's another term.
I'm proud of what I've done. I got a whole lot more I want to do.
Republican challenger Hung Cao says he's...
Okay, I did say it right. You guys were just making fun of me. Okay, I got it right.
Ready to take a seat in the world's most deliberative body.
Tim Kaine has been in office for 30 years. And he's saying, give me 6 more and I'll get us out. I don't think we buy that right now.
Tonight, in their only televised debate, the candidates take on the challenges Virginians face daily.
This country's taking a dark turn.
How are we going to fix the economy?
I think we should really give Jack a break.
Salmon Moose, thank you for that big BWA energy and the 10 gifted subs. My God, we are now 1 sub away from 150. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the show possible. Again, not a big channel. I could not do it without viewers like you. Thank you so much. I couldn't do this full time without you guys.
A competing economy in the world that has done what the U.S. has done, and we've exceeded our own expectations.
Which candidate will you trust?
Okay, the main thing I will say, Hung Cao does have an edge in this debate, mostly because Tim Kaine needs to take a little bit better care of his hair, okay? Like, just commit to being bald, or like actually put some effort in to tame that mane, okay? Like, what's going on here, man? What's, come on, get a hat, get a comb, get some oils.
We've exceeded our own expectations.
Look, the hair game is on point with Hung Cao. I wonder if the hair game is going to come up in the debate.
Candidate will you trust? Which candidate
looks
shares
like a
your
wizard.
views on social issues, your dreams for our economy, and which one will keep your family safe? Good evening from the nation's capital. I'm your host, Leland Bittert from News Nation.
One of my favorite, okay, like seriously guys, I know I'm going to keep pausing this. One of my favorite things about debate season is the music that they use for around the debates, to frame the debates. Because it always, to me, sounds like JRPG battle music. And I'm here for it. I just want to groove a little bit, you know? Let's go through a couple of these battle animation cycles. Let's listen to it a little. Let's enjoy it. You know, like you hear it, right?
It's debate night, and we are focused on 2 men with very different views on border security, women's rights, and the future of an economy so many of us are struggling with. Moderating tonight's...
Subscribe to Riverboat Jack for all your breaking news.
Jesus Christ.
Perfect.
Sam News, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. and for really running with this joke into the ground, much like I run my Subaru into the ground.
Debate, Deanna Albritton, anchor at WRIC in Richmond, and Tom Shad, anchor at Wavy TV and Fox 43 in Norfolk.
Man, I do not envy having that last name. Having the last name Shad seems like an absolute curse for so many reasons. Especially when it's spelled this way. Like, Shad is just an inauspicious last name on its own, but also you spelling it with the Chad in there. Chad. Bad vibes.
You're able to watch the debate across the country on News Nation, as well as on every television market in every county in Virginia, from Roanoke to Norfolk.
Let's go!
Before we get to the questions, here are the rules. Senator Kaine, Mr. Cow, you will have 60 seconds to answer a question. If there is a follow-up question or rebuttal, you'll have 30 seconds to respond. When time is up, you will hear this bell. Each candidate will also have 30 seconds for a closing statement. Now, live from Norfolk State University, it's debate night in Virginia.
You guys hear it, right? You guys hear it. It is JRPG music, right? You hear it. It's not just me, right?
Welcome to NSU and welcome to our live audience that you can see that we have here. They've shown us that they are passionate, they are eager for tonight, but we have asked them to hold all reaction and response to the candidates until the very end. Good.
But the audiences never do that, though. You guys know that they're liars. You guys know that they're gonna react.
Good evening, candidates. I'm Deanna Albritton.
And I'm Tom Shad. We are looking forward to a very informative hour, a discussion
the
of
audience
Virginia's
is going to
most
rush the
important
stage.
issues and a very spirited debate from both candidates. Deanna?
Yes, let's go ahead and get started with some big news here in Hampton Roads involving one of the busiest ports on the East Coast. The workers here are among the 45,000 in America now on strike, which could cripple our economy heading into the election and the holiday season. Mr. Cow, you have...
Oh, by the way, for the record, just to head off what they're about to talk about here, I think this is the right tab. Yeah. The longshoremen are no longer striking. They got a 62% raise. So it didn't cripple the nation's economy. Just in case you were worried about that, that didn't happen. They just like did like a 2-day long strike and the company folded.
Won the coin toss, so we will start with you. If you were in the negotiating room, what would a good deal look like to you? You have 60 seconds.
Well, again, thank you, NSU, for having us here. You know, the economy is hitting us all the same way. That's exactly why the ILA is doing the boycott right now and going on strike, is because ask yourself this question: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
What?
If you're a military person, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? If you're law enforcement, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? If your family struggling to put food on the table, are you better off today?
You know, the union boss is a Trump supporter who's seen at Mar-a-Lago. You know what, though? I don't care. He got he did his job. He got his workers a 62% raise.
Than you were 4 years ago. The answer across the board is no. The only people better off today than they were 4 years ago are illegal aliens, criminals, and senators like Senator Tim Kaine. We spent $1 billion.
What? See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Republicans just live in a completely different reality where, like, undocumented immigrants are like living in palaces, you know, the secret underground cavern palaces that only undocumented immigrants know about, and, you know, elite Democrats. Like, seriously, they talk about undocumented immigrants as if they live in, like, secret invisible sky palaces.
A day to house and feed illegal aliens. I want to make sure students like NSU, when they're graduating, they know that they have a future to walk into. They get to grab onto the American dream the way I did. And that's what I'm going to...
You know, this was a question about a port strike, just in case you guys forgot.
Going to fight for is all Americans that came here legally and all Americans that grew up here.
Thank you, Mr. Cal, for explaining that. We will get to immigration later, but we did ask if you were in the negotiation room over the port strike.
But we did ask a completely different question.
What would a good deal look like to you? You have 30 seconds.
Again, they're hurting because of the inflation, the immense inflation that's going on right now. And look...
Oh, yeah. Did we have a 62% increase in inflation?
Just like with the hurricane that's going on right now that happened through the East Coast, you know, where's the leadership? Joe Biden's on the beach, Kamala Harris is with a bunch of billionaires doing a fundraiser, and Senator Tim Kaine is at a pig roast. And where's the leadership?
Again, the president approved disaster relief funding. The people who denied funding to FEMA were Republicans. He lives in a completely different reality.
Leadership, if it has to do with Ukraine, they're all over it. If it's about illegal aliens, they're all over it. But if you're Americans, you're on your own.
Thank you, Mr. Cal. Mr. Kaine, the same question to you.
He's literally saying, yes, they're striking because of inflation. No, they're striking because they haven't had a raise significant in years. A significant raise in years. And they're striking because they're worried about their jobs being taken away due to automation. Like, that reasonable things to strike about.
Does a good deal look like to you in this port strike? You have 60 seconds.
Absolutely. Let me begin by thanking Norfolk State, Dr. Adams-Gaston, and the Spartans for welcoming me back to this stage. It's great to be back at Norfolk State. I want to thank Wavy and other stations for broadcasting this debate. And then two messages. One, a message of friendship to Virginia's Jewish community beginning Rosh Hashanah observations this evening. And second, a message of solidarity for those in Southwest Virginia who've been hit hard by Hurricane Helene. I was there Monday and yesterday. I'm going to be back on Friday and Saturday fighting with Governor Youngkin and our bipartisan delegation to get a disaster declaration.
Magic Churro, thank you for subscribing.
Your recovery. My opponent didn't answer the question. If you're in the room, what you're doing is you're trying to get the sides to come closer. I was on the phone earlier today with Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. That's what they're doing. We are narrowing the differences, and I think we're going to find a deal.
And they did. So, good job on the strike.
Sherman haven't had a new contract in 6 years, and they're entitled 6 years later to get better treatment. And that's what I would be urging if I was in the room.
Mr. Kaine, to follow up, what does better treatment look like to you exactly?
Well, very knifey duck. I think he didn't answer in a better way, and then he actually did circle back at the end there. So, like, you know, props. And now she's following up. She's doing a good job moderating here by asking a follow-up question. Let's go.
30 seconds.
I'm not with the ILA to know exactly what they're asking for, but look, 6 years ago, the world was a lot different. My colleague said nobody's better off than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were in the middle of COVID.
I do wish he'd been a little bit more prepared for that question. I do think overall he's answering better than Mr. Cow, but I don't think he's doing a great job either.
Hundreds of thousands of people were dying. Businesses were closing. You couldn't find toilet paper on shelves, and we had a president trying to overturn the peaceful transfer of power. A lot has happened in the last 6 years since the ILA had their last contract. You've got to bring the terms, wages, and benefits up to where they should be circa 2024. Paying them like it's 2018 doesn't cut it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaine. And now to Tom, we will turn to the evolving crisis in the Middle East.
Thank you, Deanna. Mr. Kaine, a number...
Oh my God, this guy's going to have a totally unhinged answer on this, isn't he? Oh no.
Of Virginia-based warships have been deployed to the area over the past several months. So far, our posture has been to defend Israel. Mr. Kane, is there a point when U.S. military shifts to an offensive measure against Iran? You have 60 seconds.
Oh, my God.
First, I do not believe it would be a good idea for the U.S. to be in another war in the Middle East. If we've learned one thing from...
I'm always on pins and needles when it comes to this question, even when it's being asked to a Democrat, because I'm like, oh, my God, are they going to say something completely unhinged? But, like, I thank you, Tim Kaine, for not being, like, insanely bloodthirsty and, like, trying to take us into war with Iran. It's the barest minimum you could possibly do, but God, I'm good. I'm really glad he's not like, yeah, we should go to war with Iran.
2001 to 2021, we should be supporting our allies, but we should resist any effort by anyone to get the U.S. in another war in the Middle East.
Good answer.
With respect to supporting Israel's defense, I have been rock solid pro-Israel defense since I came into the Senate in 2013, supporting the annual appropriations where Israel gets more aid than any other nation.
I do have to say, like, this is like the equivalent of I guess, like, the establishment equivalent of, do you support Hamas? Like, every single time they get asked a question like this, they have to be like, yeah, I am a staunch supporter of, like, Israel being able to defend itself, because, like, otherwise people are going to point at him and say, like, oh, yeah, you just want Israel to be bombed, don't you? You just want Israel to be attacked, don't you? You disgusting anti-Semite. It's like, oh, okay, well, you know, he's got it. He's got to say that, guys. He's got to say it, otherwise, like, the knives come out from the establishment.
Supporting the renegotiation of the 10-year memorandum of defense with Israel in the late 2010s, and rounding up support for a supplemental package to do $14 billion for Israel as they're under attack by Hamas and others. When I was rounding up support for that bill, my opponent was asking for a pause on all military aid to Israel in December of 2023. I hope what he has seen...
Why do I act like he's pretending? Well, because I don't know whether or not what he actually believes. But what I do know is that the reality of the situation is that, like, you cannot, as, like, a Democratic senator, go out there or Democratic member of Congress go out there and say, I don't support Israel's right to defend itself. You understand how that's like a political suicide move, right? Like, every liberal is going to have their knives out for you. Like, that's like there is the political reality that we have to deal with where that is the case. So what I'm saying is, it is very similar in that regard to the, do you condemn Hamas? It's just like a thing that you have to say. But it's also, like, a thing he might actually believe. A lot of people in Democratic circles do believe that. But, like, I do think that there is a difference between, you know, sending munitions for, like, the Iron Dome defense system and sending 2,000-pound bombs. I think there's a big difference there. But a lot of people lump them together on the right and the left. So, again, it's a meaningless statement that is meant to mainly virtue signal.
Seen in subsequent months has led him to change his mind. We need to support our allies, and that's what I've done, and that's what I'm going to continue to do.
And Mr. Kaine, a follow-up now. Is there a situation where you would support putting U.S. troops on the ground in the Middle East? You have 30 seconds.
You can't write off what would happen if Iran or others would foolishly rage major attacks against...
This did take place 7 days ago, so the situation has changed a bit since this.
Against U.S. troops. What might you do in that circumstance? That was happening after President Trump tore up the Iran diplomacy deal. Iranian militias started to strike U.S. troops at positions in Iraq and Syria. Any attack on U.S. personnel, you would need to consider
Who are these goobers? This is Tim Kaine, Virginia senator, and this is Hung Kao, his challenger. We're watching their one and only televised debate for the election.
Significant response to punish those who did it. But other than that, the U.S. should not let anyone drag us into a war in the Middle East.
Thank you, Mr. Kaine. Mr. Kao, knowing that our posture has been to defend Israel, is there a point when the U.S. military shifts to an offensive policy against Iran? You have 60 seconds.
Okay. I
I want to ask everybody if you knew what happened on October 7th, 2001. That's the day we invaded Afghanistan because they took down the Twin Towers. Nobody at that time could have told us, hey, take it easy on the Taliban. When they come in the middle of the night...
Wait. People did tell you at the time, hey, we probably shouldn't invade Afghanistan. There were people who said that. And you know what? They were right. They were right. The second we left, they just took back over.
And they killed 1,200 people, and they rape women and young girls, and they throw babies in ovens. There should be no mercy. And when you're talking about either Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis, they're all Iranian proxies. And why is Iran so emboldened now? Because they lifted up...
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The Taliban didn't even do 9/11. They were unrelated. The Saudi government is largely the ones responsible, and we're just good buddies with them.
All the sanctions, and they gave them all the money, so they have all the money in the world right now to wage war against us. Look, as a warrior, I'm the last person that wants to get back into war.
Wait, did he say October 7th? Did he literally get the date of 9/11 wrong? Sorry, I got so distracted by everything else he said that I missed that. It's in the name of the date. The date is the name of the event in America. It's just 9/11. September 11th, dude. How'd you get that wrong?
I've been in war for 20 years. I fought in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. The difference is that we have to stand by Israel. And he has basically held off on some of the weapons that are going to Israel, saying, you know, no offensive weapons. We can't tell them how to do things. I saw that in Vietnam when they said, hey,
we can't tell them how to do things? The fuck we can't? We're the ones sending them weapons. What do you mean? We can add restrictions on those, or just not send them. My guy, what do you... Oh, he said October 7th, 2001 was the date we invaded Afghanistan. Oh, okay, never mind.
It's not, you know, it's like giving guns without ammunition. That's exactly what we're doing over there. And that's the difference. I will stand by our allies all the time.
But Mr. Cowell, would you support any point where putting U.S. troops on the ground in the Middle East is an option? 30 seconds.
What do you mean in the Middle East? If you're talking about Israel, Israel is so proud. They will never ask for American troops on the ground. They've never asked it. They've always fought their own battles, and they just want support from us. But
well, your question is silly because they would never ask that, you see.
When our friends are, you know, when their friends or they think are their friends are giving weapons and say, hey, you can't use it for this, you can't use it for that, that's what happens. Is you have weakness in the White House right now, and you have weakness in the Senate, and that's why they're doing what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Now we're going to shift to cost of living. The economy is the top issue for Virginia voters, and we recently spoke with a woman shopping at the grocery store. Here's what she said.
I have to budget certain things that I'm not used to budgeting in order to get basic necessities like milk, bread, cheese, etc.
Mr. Cowell, Virginians on average are spending $1,100 more per month on the same everyday items they did in January of 2021. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says that amount is slightly higher than the national average. Mr. Cowell, please give us one specific policy you would prioritize to bring down costs. You have 60 seconds.
Okay, who else thought that after he said we spoke with a woman at the supermarket parking lot? I thought he was just gonna stop talking after he said we spoke with a woman. Just a woman. I thought he was done talking.
Right now we need to be energy independent. That is the crux of everything. If it costs more for a farm...
It's not! The reason things are more expensive is not because of gas prices.
Farmer to farm their land, it's going to cost also more for a trucker to bring it there. And what they've done is they've made us dependent on oil from countries that hate us.
We're not! We're the biggest oil producer on the planet!
You know, Iran and Venezuela, these countries hate us in the Middle East. And we need to be energy independent in this country. And that means unleashing all the energy we can get in order to bring forth, American power.
Hey, here's an idea. How about we unleash the practically limitless amount of energy that's generated for free 24/7 by the sun? What if we did that? We have a gigantic fusion reactor that has billions of years of energy left. Why don't we unleash that power? Huh? What about that? I'm just spitballing here, but maybe that would be a good energy source to harvest instead of, a far more finite source of energy that we have to burn and expel gas into the atmosphere in order to harness. Okay, Icarus. Look, all I'm saying is we have the ability right now to make, power satellites. I think we should probably do that. I think we should probably have, the ability to harvest energy, from the sun and prioritize that. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. No wind, no solar, just nuclear. Nuclear is fine. Fusion's great. But also, we already have a gigantic fusion reactor in space. We could do a shitty Dyson sphere today if we wanted to. It'd be a shitty Dyson sphere, but we could do it. We have the technology. It's just the scale of production.
I heard him say at a forum a couple weeks ago that,
we'll call it the muskball at you.
And wind are more efficient than nuclear power. Can you imagine one of our aircraft carriers out there on wind power? I mean, what do you want? Put sails on there? Look,
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, unironically, yes. We could do that.
I'm a warrior by trade, but also I'm an engineer and a physicist. I'm telling you right now, that's wrong. Nuclear power is the most clean and efficient form of energy out there, and we need to explore more of that in Virginia, and we need to be energy independent and stop being dependent on other countries.
So to clarify, that would be your one policy, energy independence?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Yeah, sailboats have always been a thing, but also we have a bunch of wind energy technologies that we can use on commercial-sized shipping container vessels. We've been testing them out. They're a thing that already exists.
Mr. Kyle. Another follow-up now, Mr. Kyle. If elected, former President Donald Trump has promised to tax all imported items. Would you support that policy? You have 30 seconds.
Why are our industries
dude.
being pushed out? Basically, we put so many regulations on industry that we're forced to send it outwards. We have the cleanest.
Dude just talked about how the price of fuel is making everything more expensive, and also inflation makes everything more expensive. But he's now going to try and justify a 20% tariff on I don't know, 80% of the goods that people consume on a daily basis.
Practice in America, including oil production, right? But then we push it out to other countries, and we add on this Inflation Reduction Act, and it's really clean, green energy. And what we need to do is not tax our industry here. What we need to do is tax other countries bringing in goods, because our people are getting taxed here and when they bring it abroad as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Mr. Kane. Mr. Cowell just criticized the economy earlier.
Oh, also, here. World's first wind-powered cargo ship. A lot of people made fun of this story, but like, I don't know, I think this is really neat, actually.
A big red cargo ship fitted with steel and composite glass wings has set sail.
God, I hate this AI bullshit video.
On its maiden voyage from China to Brazil. The Pyxis Ocean, a 750-foot-long bulk carrier, is the first vessel to deploy wind wings, which can stand up to 123 feet tall and are made from the same durable material as wind turbines. The prototype devices could potentially curb the ship's diesel fuel consumption and its resulting greenhouse gas emissions by roughly 1/5. Cargill announced the voyage after the Pyxis Ocean completed its first leg across the South China Sea from Shanghai to Singapore. Cargill is chartering the vessel, which can carry up to 81,000 metric tons of grain, corn and other food products around the world. The large rectangular wings generally work like traditional canvas sails, by harnessing wind to propel the vessel and lessen the workload of the diesel engines. But instead of sailors raising or furling sails, the rigid wind wings mechanically rotate and spin. They also fold down while at port and lift back up while at sea. Wind power is making a comeback within the global shipping industry as companies look to reduce and replace their use of dirty diesel fuel.
Also, I'm just spitballing here, but if you have like a more rigid frame structure like this, it would be ideal for like solar panels. Like you could make this into like a type of like both sail. You could also maybe add like actual wind turbine parts to this. Like the one that I showed earlier, like a minute or so ago. And you could also put like solar panels on this. You could, in fact, do a lot of really cool things with this.
This week's voyage is the latest example of shipowners and multinational customers.
Yeah, that's the cool part, Narodia. This can also be retrofitted onto existing ships, and that's part of what makes it really cool, because you could effectively reduce global emissions from all shipping by about 20%.
Retrofitting vessels with high-tech versions of an ancient clean energy technology, including Airsea's towing kite, Norse Power's spinning rotor sails and Mitsui OSK Line's telescoping hard sail. Bulk carriers, container ships and other ocean-going vessels burn hundreds of millions of tons of fossil fuels every year to carry trillions of dollars worth of goods across the ocean. As a result, international shipping contributes around 3% of the world's annual greenhouse gas emissions, a figure that's expected to climb as more oil-guzzling ships make more voyages in the coming years. Last month, the United Nations agency...
That's neat. And we don't have to watch this entire video.
Did talk about energy independence as well. Earlier, we heard from the Virginia shopper who said that her grocery budget is strained. Please give us at least one policy that you support to help struggling Americans. You have 60 seconds.
First, Virginians do not like being misled. And when my opponent says we need to be energy independent, he forgot to mention
the only oil we need to be producing more of is on the oil fields of riverboat.gg/live. Bingus Baba Booby.
Bingus Baba Booey. Baba Booby. Thank you very much for the $5 dono, Gamer G. I really appreciate it. And true, we need some of that big BWA energy, folks. This hyper techno-futuristic thing seems unnecessary, though. Just get some big canvas. The thing is, we need more than canvas for modern ships. It doesn't just work with the canvas. We need better. We need better, and also we don't have as many sailors as we used to. So we need to like have more independent mechanized options. Plus, this way you can, again, have like the benefits of electricity generation via wind and solar. Like there's a lot of additional benefits to having it mechanized.
America is producing more domestic energy.
I mean, if like make more sailors, well, let's just go back to wooden shipping boats then.
Than at any time in the nation's history. And the good news is the production is, yes, nuclear, which I support, Natural gas,
Based.
which I support, but also wind and
Not based. Nuclear is based. Natural gas, not based.
solar, and that is making a huge difference in the economy right here in Hampton Roads with the Chesapeake announcement of Greenlink building a manufacturing facility here. We are the energy leaders in the world because of these policies. What would I do on inflation? First, COVID-19 was a sledgehammer to the global economy, disrupting all supply chains, and every nation had inflation problems. Our economy has rebounded faster than virtually any, and inflation is coming down. The Fed just dropped interest rates and is signifying that they're going to do it again. What would I do? Let's continue to invest in clean energy that's affordable. Let's continue to bring down costs on prescription drugs for seniors, and let's continue to provide American adults with relief from student loan debts. That's 3 things I have done. I'll do more.
Yeah, but like, I know we can make the natural gas, but burning the natural gas is still bad for the environment. It's cleaner than burning like coal, but we should really just move to not burning natural gas or coal or oil and instead move to better stuff. We have better options.
My opponent has opposed all 3 of those things.
Mr. Kane, thank you. Deanna.
Thanks, Tom. Mr. Kane, Vice President Kamala Harris promised to enact the first ever federal ban on so-called price gouging if elected. Does price gouging exist on groceries and other necessities? You have 30 seconds.
Deanna, I'm glad you asked that because Governor Youngkin just the other day warned against price gouging in Virginia in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Attorney General Myers has warned and said we have tools at our disposal in the state to go against those who would price gouge, especially during a challenging time. So yes, whether it's through the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, by regulation, or whether it's by legislation that Congress should pass, we should look at instances of price gouging. The other thing we should do is not embrace Trump tariffs. The Trump tariffs would be a massive tax that would cause prices on all these items that are imported to go up. On that, I differ strongly from my opponent who seems to think that...
Well, yeah, of course he has, like, again, it's similar. Like, there are certain things when you are running as a politician that you have to say. One of the things is that you support workers in industries in your state, even if they are objectively, like, contributing to, like, the destruction of the environment. You know, like, people want to know that their jobs are secure. You know, again, it's a virtue signal. It's one of those things you have to say as a politician, but like, we should move away from natural gas, though. It's better than coal. It's better than gasoline, but it's still pretty bad.
The Trump tariff plan makes great sense.
Mr. Kane, you just said that you wanted to look into instances of price gouging. Are you able to name a company in Virginia that is price gouging currently? You have 15 seconds.
I cannot name one right now, but I was just in Appalachia, and I was with the law enforcement officials in Pulaski County visiting damage there. And they're talking about the fact that they already see people coming in and trying to take advantage of those who have been suffering when it comes to building materials and other things that they need to get their lives back on track. That's why Governor Youngkin, Attorney General Myers, and Vice President Harris have all said price gouging is real and we need the tools to deal with it.
Also, we should move away from using natural gas stoves. I'm sorry, folks. I've looked into it. One, the gas leaks into the environment, and that's no good. But 2, it fills your house, your apartment, your kitchen with like cancer gas. Essentially, like it's bad. It's really bad for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kane. We have to move on to housing affordability.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cow. Moving now to housing costs, as I mentioned.
Carbon monoxide, but also I think it's benzene. Benzene. Oh. Yeah. We've talked about it. The benzene will get you.
Recent census data shows nearly 1 in 5 homeowners and half of renters in Virginia spent more than the recommended 30% of their incomes on housing. Mr. Kane, in a state like Virginia, where a typical home costs $440,000, do you believe additional federal support is needed to help current renters achieve home ownership? You have 60 seconds.
Deanna, great question. Let me tackle a couple of different ways. I want to bring down the cost of rent, and I also want to bring down the cost of purchasing a home. Here's how you do both. On the rental side, there is a very strong federal program called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. There is a bill currently pending in the Senate that was passed in the House with a bipartisan vote to expand the low-income housing tax credit. I strongly support that, and I'm a co-sponsor of that effort. On this,
I mean, that seems like a pretty common sense solution for people at the bottom of the economic spectrum. But like, man, if you don't qualify for that credit, though, you're still paying out the nose for rent, man.
Senate side, sometimes the right thing to do is create a new program, but when you have one that works, just do more of it. On home ownership, I support what the Vice President has indicated about federal assistance for down payments for those who are buying their first homes. The Fed dropping the interest rate is also going to...
First True Virgin, thank you for the 200 biddies. You can pry my gas stove from my cold, dead hands, which I cannot feel right now. Anyone else smell toast?
Free up some financing for first-time home buyers. A lot of people in their first homes now, they don't want to move to a second home because they're not going to be able to get as good an interest rate on their mortgage. With interest rates coming down, they can move, and that will open up a lot of starter homes for families that are looking to buy the first home. So those would be the 3 things I would do.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Some of those things you named might take a bit of time to shake out, and historically several Virginia cities have ranked in the top 10 for evictions in America. So
I you know, like on the one hand, okay, like that's a kind of okay solution, sort of, maybe, but it's like such a small solution.
Put water turbines on the outside of the ship so it generates power as it moves. Yes, I am high.
Yeah, yes, you are, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it, but something tells me that might not work the way you think it would. But yeah, no. Oh God. The issue here is that maybe we should have a better solution than just hope that better interest rates will increase the turnover of entry-level homes, because as someone who's looked at homes, okay? Not that I can afford them, but you know, like, you know, sometimes when you're in your 30s, you start looking at Zillow because it's kind of fun. Anyway, you will notice that a lot of the entry-level homes get bought up. They get bought up by, like, corporate landlords to rent out as Airbnbs. Or they get bought up, renovated very cheaply, and then put back into the market for $100,000 more than what they were initially bought for. Like, the house flipping industry is absolutely insane right now. Like, the entry-level houses are being made unattainable because everyone's not, like, when these people buy houses to then sell, they're looking to flip them for a huge profit. They're looking to sell them to people who are already looking to buy their second house. So, like, the entry for new people to buy houses has gotten so slim. Like, it's such a narrow opening. A lot of people, even if they're making, like, kind of middle class income, cannot afford to buy a home. It just, like, so I don't think his solution actually provides much relief for a lot of first-time buyers. I think instead it provides a lot of opportunity for people who are in the house flipping business.
How would you help keep renters in their homes now? You have 30 seconds.
Again, I think the low-income housing tax credit is the best program we have, but it is the case. Virginia has some tough landlord-tenant laws that in the past have led to high eviction rates in Virginia. We've got members of the General Assembly here, and I'm very proud of efforts that they have made in the last few years to change the landlord-tenant laws to reduce eviction rates. I think those efforts at the state level are showing success. There's other things we can do. I have a bill that would guarantee to any veteran that they could get a housing voucher so we would have no veterans homelessness in the country. So there are things at the state level that need to be done, but there's also smart federal strategies that work that I support.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Mr. Cowell, on the same subject, America is currently...
Okay, just, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get too sidetracked into it, but I see the discussion about, like, nuclear power in chat. I understand the reticence, but think of it this way, okay? The amount of landmass that has been rendered inhospitable to human life due to, like, nuclear reactor meltdowns, stuff that is almost impossible to recreate today with modern technology, by the way. Situations that have been rendered obsolete. But the amount of landmass that has been rendered inhospitable is, in global terms, very, very, very small. In contrast, if we keep on the path that we are currently on, up to 40% of Earth's landmass might be rendered uninhabitable. So that's kind of what we're up against here. And when people are like, well, nuclear, you know, it has downsides. It certainly has downsides. But one of the upsides is that, hey, maybe 40% of our planet wouldn't be rendered uninhabitable. You know, like, I don't know. If you're curious, here's a paper on it. Projected future climatic forcing of the global distribution of vegetation types.
Currently short 5.5 million homes. What policy would you support to increase the housing supply? You have 60 seconds.
Again, one of the things we have in this, the problem we have right now is that
Kane's crushing it in this debate, by the way. He's actually proposing, like, he actually has policies ready to throw out there. I don't think this guy does.
Paying $1 billion a day to feed and house illegal aliens in this country. We're taking care of them better than we've taken care of Americans. We need to be medevacing a lot of these Americans that they're homeless right now due to Hurricane Helene. And we need to put them into the hotels and getting...
We do. That's actually what we do in disaster scenarios.
Getting room service instead of giving it to illegal aliens. And my fear with what Kamala Harris wants to do with unrealized gains is if my house goes up in Zillow, you know, it's just go up in Zillow, but then I don't have that money in my pocket, and she...
But Kamala Harris's policy on taxation for unrealized gains doesn't apply to you. If your house is like, you know, under $1 million. Hell, it probably doesn't even apply to you if your house is under $2 million. Like, the taxation on unrealized gains is for, like, stock traders and corporations that are playing the stock market, not on mom and pop in their retirement home.
She wants to tax that. And that's exactly what's going on right now is, you know, one of the great things about being American is the freedom, and the second thing is ownership. Okay? A lot of countries don't allow you to own the lands. And what they're doing right now is they want to push you out of ownership of your home, and so only corporations.
A lot of countries don't allow you to own land. What are you talking about, dog?
And very rich people can buy it. And that's what I want to fight against.
You are literally being supported by the very rich people who want to buy out the poors from their homes.
Well, Mr. Cowell, thank you so much for responding. But I'm looking to see what policy you would support that would increase the housing supply. You have 30 seconds.
Again, in Northern Virginia, where I live, there's a lot of, the cost of living is very, very high. But if we can build affordable housing further south and have more VREs and mass transit to bring people up there to work at these, in the Northern Virginia area, then that's how we're going to solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Moving on now to immigration. Tom will have the next set of questions.
Thank you, Deanna. Mr. Cowell, you've supported removing undocumented immigrants who have committed violent crime. Do you support mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants? You have 60 seconds.
Immigration is very near and dear to my heart. When Vietnam fell, we had nowhere to go, and America had brought us in. And my parents waited in line for 7 years. We all did, for 7 years to get our citizenship. The last thing that my dad had hang over his bed when he passed away 2 years ago was his naturalization certificate. I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life to defend it for 25 years in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, and other parts of the world.
Yeah, was Somalia about to invade the United States? What? Was Iraq about to invade the United States? What? Was Afghanistan about to do that? I don't know about that one, guy. Yeah, the imminent Somalian invasion. Unfortunately, I just realized that as I was saying that in jest, unfortunately, there are Republicans that would classify America taking in Somalian refugees as an invasion. So I need to clarify that that's not what I meant, because Republicans are so goddamn racist that they just keep calling any time black and brown people come to the United States an invasion. Because again, they live in a completely different reality from us.
So here's my thing to anybody who wants to come here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to debate American laws and embrace the American culture, because I did. And so that's the number one criteria coming into this country. If you come here illegally, then you need to leave, especially if you're a violent crime person. We just found out.
Especially if you're a violent crime person? Well, yeah, I'm sure they'll get right on that. I'm sure the violent crime people hear your message and will get right on that. Also, violent crime people, famous for not being arrested and sent to prison? Like, what if someone murders someone, are we not sending them to prison? Are we instead just deporting them somewhere else? Like, do they not go to prison? I'm confused. What is your plan here? How are you going to deport millions of people? I want to know your logistical plan. As a trans autistic person, I want to know about what your transit plans are for all of those people. Are you going to put them into trains? Going to put them packed into trains like sardines? Because that kind of seems like what you want to do. Sounds like you're looking for a final solution.
Last week, there are 13,000 convicted murderers and 16,000 convicted rapists that came across under their watch. That's unacceptable. We need to protect Americans every single day.
Convicted by whom? Convicted by whom? Convicted in their home country? Convicted in the United States? Source?
And that's what I did.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. But the question, do you support mass deportation of all documented immigrants?
Thank you, Mr. Cowell, but could you please answer the fucking question?
That was the question asked. You have 30 seconds to respond.
If you came here illegally, you're basically screwing up the whole system. There's people that are waiting in line, like my family, for 7 years for their naturalization papers. And so you can't jump the line.
Okay, but you waited 7 years in the United States, right? Because you talked about being evacuated from Vietnam, right? So your family waited in the US for 7 years before you got your naturalization papers. You didn't get deported back to Vietnam, did you? I'm not familiar with his life story. Someone in stream, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But that doesn't seem to be how his story goes. I feel like if that was his story, he'd talk about how it was completely fair and just for his family to be deported to Vietnam.
I mean, you go to Costco and you jump the line, what do you think is going to happen? You know? And so that's the thing. You can't...
What? Wait, what happens to you at Costco? What is this? What world does he live in? Dog? What do you think's gonna happen if you jump the line at Costco? I don't know. I don't think they deport you for that, though. I don't think they call the cops.
Come here and expect the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture.
You pay the ultimate price. Death! The Costco snipers get you for a very reasonable price.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cowell. The policy of mass deportations, though, that you support, if they result in additional violence and unrest, how should the government respond?
My dude, thank you for the raid.
There's violence and unrest now. Look at Aurora, Colorado. Look at all the other places in the world where MS-13...
Oh, God, the Aurora, Colorado... Guys, this is why I put out that video like a week and a half ago about the awful reporting on the Aurora, Colorado gang story, okay? On how it's so unconscionable to me that TYT has still not retracted that story or corrected it. It is truly disgusting to me how far the Aurora gang, Venezuelan gangs are taking over Aurora apartment complexes. We have no idea how many buildings have been taken, and there's nothing we can do about it because woke liberals say it'd be racist to stop them from taking over buildings. And then you interview the people who live there, and they're like, yeah, the only criminals here are landlords who are criminally not upholding their landlord duties. And that's why several apartments in the area owned by them got shut down. They're just trying to avoid legal liability for how they treat us. But ignore that, it's the gangs taking over the buildings.
Gangs are coming across. Fentanyl, it's already happening. It's already happening in our country. Deport anybody that's committing crimes right now. That's the first thing. We need to secure the border. We need to deport anybody that's already over here or committing crimes, and stop giving $1 billion a day, and that includes gift cards that they're giving them, and plane tickets anywhere, and a cell phone, and then enforce the E-Verify. If they don't get paid to do their jobs, then they will self-deport.
They have to make their court dates, dude. Otherwise, they get deported. What? Yeah, they come here. We provide them marginal amounts of assistance so that they don't die and can get a job someplace. And when they're here via the legal process of seeking my brain's saying amnesty, but that's not right. Asylum. If they're here under that legal process, that's what we do. They're not here illegally. Asylum seekers are legally here. You have to be in the country to seek asylum.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Mr. Kane.
Yeah, 94% make their court dates, and the ones that don't get deported. That's how that works.
Since President Joe Biden took office, at least 10 million undocumented migrants have crossed the border. Would you support granting amnesty to those already in the country today? You have 60 seconds.
My opponent wouldn't answer your question on tariffs, and he wouldn't answer your question on the longshoremen, but he did answer your question on mass deportation. He's in favor of the mass deportation of more than 10 million people, which would devastate the economy. I have support.
I mean, it would devastate the economy and also be literally Hitlerian in its scope. Like, there's no way to deport 10 million people that wouldn't involve concentration camps. And honestly, with people like Donald Trump in charge, high-profile politicians asking for a cheaper solution than just flying them out of the country or driving them out of the country. Like, let's be real here. We get a lot closer to just genocide. We get a lot closer to that. It's already an ethnic cleansing event. Also, hi Paloy, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that, and thank you for supporting the channel. We're still pretty small, so you really make a difference when you support me. I really appreciate it.
Supported strong immigration policy since I came to the Senate in 2013. One of the first bills we had was a bill, comprehensive immigration reform, that included $45 billion of border security investment. The Republican House killed the bill after it was passed in the Senate by a bipartisan supermajority. In 2018, I cobbled together a bill, $25 billion in border security in exchange for protection for Dreamers. President Trump said that he would support it, but when the Senate introduced the bill in a bipartisan fashion, he told those to kill it. We recently negotiated a very tough border deal that would have put a lot of resources on the border to stop illegal immigration. President Trump asked for Republicans to oppose it, even though it was supported by the Border Control Union. And when asked why he was opposing it, President Trump says, "We don't want to fix this problem. We want to complain about the problem." As soon as we get Republicans that are willing to work for common sense immigration reform, we can keep.
You know, I do have to say, I hate the bill that he's stumping for here, but the fact that Republicans did reject it is a major win for Democrats.
Folks from coming here illegally, and we can also have the workforce that America needs, because we won't have it without immigration reform.
Thank you, Mr. Kaine. But the question was, do you support granting amnesty to those already here?
I've never supported amnesty.
Boo! Boo! Give them amnesty and a pathway to citizenship. Boo!
Thank you, Mr. Kaine. Mr. Kaine, one more question. What you have proposed would require significant funding. You talked about the Dreamers, you talked about other programs. How do you propose paying for this? You have 30 seconds.
Tom, I'm glad you asked me that question, because the Congressional Budget Office and others indicate that one of the few things that Congress can do that will increase the GDP of this nation without really costing much money is immigration reform. Why? Because if we do an immigration reform that allows people to come here and work, they will pay taxes, they'll contribute to the Social Security Trust Fund, their productivity. Families like my opponents and families like mine who came here from Ireland in the 1850s, they will help grow the economy. Immigration reform might be the one best thing that could be done by Congress to expand the American economy. We need to protect the border, and we need to have the workforce that America needs going into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Kaine. Now on the topic of reparations, I'm going to start with Mr. Kaine. 405 years ago, the White Lion slave ship docked with dozens of enslaved people just miles from where we sit here at Norfolk State, now starting the slave industry in what is now the United States. Vice President and Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris did support some form of reparations in 2019 as a senator. Mr. Kaine, would you support some form of it for today's descendants of the enslaved? You have 45 seconds.
Senator Cory Booker has a bill that would look at this question of whether those who descended from those who were brought here as slaves should be entitled to some form of assistance because of the generations of denying their families the ability to accumulate wealth. I think the best thing we can do to try to eliminate persistent inequalities is focus on education. I have been a proud backer of funding for HBCUs like Norfolk State, helping this university get funding for STEM careers for students, helping HBCUs be able to...
I mean, getting more funding for historically black colleges is good. I don't know that it really gets to the heart of the question, though.
start medical schools to expand the medical profession, helping HBCUs train the next generation of classroom teachers. So I actually think the best strategy to deal with persistent inequities is educational support, and have always supported those efforts and will continue to.
I mean, this isn't a terrible answer, but it's also not nearly enough. Like, if that was the only thing you're doing to try and like level the playing field a bit, like it's not nearly enough. Like, we need to address a lot of other inequities in our society.
Mr. Kane, thank you. Mr. Cowell, same question to you. Would you support some form of reparations for today's descendants of the enslaved? You have 45 seconds.
Our country needs to heal, and we can't keep healing if we keep picking at the scabs. When I came to this country, my mom said, they can take away your money, they can take away your position in life, but they can never take away the knowledge in your head. That's why.
You know, I feel like comparing reparations to picking at a scab is in really poor taste in a way that's difficult for me to articulate. But I would say that ain't it.
Why we push education so hard. And education is the only equalizer out here. And that's why I want to make sure that all Americans have that ability to go to school. I mean, there's a lot of...
Well, here's the thing. Notice his weasel words here. He wants to ensure that all Americans have the ability to go to school. And it's like, yeah, all Americans have the ability to go to school. Can you actually go to school, though? That's the question. Like, you might have the ability. Do you have the means? Those are two different things. New from Tommy's raid, that cow, oof. Oh yeah, he's got his MAGA marching orders all right, and it just shows how out of touch the entire MAGA movement is. Because like I think he's perfectly in tune with the average MAGA voter, and they just live in a completely different reality than we do. You know, one that is not at all like tethered to reality.
Issues right
tethered to the real world, to measurable empirical data.
Now with schools, I mean, the tuition keeps going up. Look at NSU. Since he came in office, the tuition at NSU has tripled. What I want to do is bring it down to 0% interest and, you know, just allow for students to go to school and get an education to get themselves out. And there's other larger schools, not NSU, but larger schools that have huge endowments. They should be the ones that co-sign for these loans. But again, it shouldn't be the American people, and I want to make...
Why? Why, like, genuine question, why shouldn't it be the American people? Right? Like, why, like, the American people at large, you know, white people, benefited from slavery. Like, we profited off of like hundreds of years of unpaid labor done by millions of people. The least we can do is start trying to pay that back in some form or fashion. You know, it doesn't have to be the form of direct payments. It can be in the form of like community assistance programs. It can be in the form of investing in Black communities. It can be in the form of a lot of like collective action on the part of the government. But like, to say the American people don't have a responsibility for that, like, I don't know. I think we kind of do.
Make sure this country moves forward and heals.
My opponent also forgot to mention that he wants to abolish the Department of Education.
Okay, Tim got him. Tim got him good there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Talking about the importance of education and big educational institutions, and then being hit with that. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Just absolutely destroyed, dog. Just.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
That is on his website. That's a plan he supports. That would hurt
Mr.
students
Kane,
at Norfolk State and all over this country.
We will get to education a little bit later on, but thank you, Mr. Cowell.
We do have so much more to discuss with the candidates. So for those of you watching at home or here with us live, stick around. We'll be back after this quick break.
Oh man, we've got like the pre-mission, like a Fire Emblem pre-mission interlude here. I like it. Mission start. Oh man, I was really hoping we'd get more.
And welcome back to our debate. I am Tom Shad.
I'm Deanna Albritton from WRIC in Richmond, Virginia.
We wanted to clarify one thing. Mr. Kane did speak about education in that last segment. We made a mistake by not giving Mr. Cowell a chance to respond to what Mr. Kane had said. Mr. Cowell, please.
Again, with Department of Education, that's what belongs to the states.
Sean Smith, no Silent Hill 2 stream happening this October, but we will play other spooky games.
Okay, not to the federal government. The federal government, look, they screw up everything they touch. Let's be honest with you. You know,
you're going to work for the federal government. What do you mean? They screw up everything they touch, except for all of my work benefits, my health benefits, my office, my health care. They don't screw up all of that, but they screw it up for all of you. Don't believe any of the benefits I receive. They don't screw up my paycheck. Entrama, thank you for the 47 months of being subscribed. One more month and it's gonna be 4 goddamn years. Guys, did you know it's been 4 years since I launched the YouTube? The YouTube channel for Riverboat Jack? It's been 4 years. I got that alert earlier today. Isn't that crazy? Entrama, you've been subscribed on Twitch for almost as long as my YouTube channel has existed. It's crazy. Thank you so much for joining me on the journey. Hope you're doing okay, by the way. I know you're super, super busy.
the federal government, I mean, a lot of the Board of Education, or I'm sorry, the Secretary of Education, the Department of Education, they only pay for things like the teachers' unions. They're not really pushing out what they need to be pushing for the states. Each state knows what they need to take care of for their own personal states.
Leaving education to the state was what led to school segregation. The Supreme Court in Brown versus Board of Education had to say that from a federal law perspective, states could not discriminate against students. You can't leave education just to the states, because if you do, we've seen it and we don't want to go back.
Mr. Kane, thank you. We will get to education later. Now we'll go to military recruiting with Deanna.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Cowell, we're going to start with you on this one. The Department of Defense says during the last...
Remember when 20 viewers was huge? Yeah, and right now we're sitting at like... $240 plus... We're sitting at like... We're sitting at like 350 viewers right now. So you all better hit the follow button and the subscribe button and like the stream.
Fiscal year.
Oh boy, it's this part. Wait, you guys know this? You guys know this debate? No spoilerinos.
The military services collectively missed recruiting goals by about 41,000 recruits. Mr. Cowell, you have stated, quote, this administration has a growing obsession with DEI. It's no wonder we have a military recruiting problem.
Oh,
Can
boy.
you please explain how you believe diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts have impacted military recruiting efforts? You have 30 seconds.
Dude. I already sensed the tremors in the force on this one, dog.
9/11 changed my life like it did a lot of military people. You know, I deployed to invade Iraq when my wife was 8 months pregnant with our first child. I didn't know if I'd ever meet him. And we did that because we love this country so much. And watching Afghanistan fall broke my heart. They turned their backs on our military people. They turned their backs on all of our allies out there. And what they did in COVID-19 was irrepressible. I mean, what they did is they kicked out tens of thousands of military people that refused to take a COVID vaccine. So if you're a military person or a young person wanting to go in the military, would you trust a military or a government that would turn your back on them just for an experimental vaccine?
Thank you.
What did Ed... I really want a moderator to just be like, what the fuck did that have to do with the question, though?
Mr. Cal, but could you please explain how you believe diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts specifically are hampering military recruiting? You have 15 seconds.
Again, when you're using a drag queen to recruit for the Navy, that's not the people we want.
Dude, that's like what we've done for the Navy since like World War II? Are you familiar with people in the Navy? Like one of the most famous photos from World War II that's made the rounds recently is literally this photo, which is of British soldiers on a naval vessel that were caught in the middle of a drag show and had to go and man the guns during an attack. Like they did it in drag. So literally, what's your point?
Look, what we need is alpha males and alpha females who are going to rip out their own guts, eat them, and ask for seconds.
What does that? We need alpha males and alpha females. I really want a follow-up question about what does that mean?
Those are males and alpha females who are going to rip out their own guts, eat them, and ask for seconds.
Why would you want soldiers that do that? What? Okay, just pause here, okay? Because it sounds real tough at first blush. Oh yeah, someone who's so tough that they'll rip out their own guts and eat them and then ask for more. That sounds really tough. But like, wait a minute, if you have soldiers that are ripping out their guts, they're going to die. Why would you want soldiers that are that stupid?
Those are young men and women that are going to win wars.
We want an army that will all commit seppuku, okay? We want soldiers that are doing ritual suicide. What are you talking about?
Please.
How did you get applause for that? What's wrong with these people? How?
Please, audience, please quiet down.
Dog, America's so cooked. The fascist movement. The fascist movement is gaining strength, and we really need to put an end to it with this election cycle before we empower fascists even more. Okay, dog? Like, right now, like, Tim Kaine is not an ideal candidate. He's not saying the things I, a socialist, want to hear a politician say. But you know what? He's not a fascist who's saying insane gibberish like that. You know? My God.
Audience, please. Remember, we did ask for limited...
Yeah, the entire audience is coming down with a case of ligma.
For no reaction to the candidates so that we can get through as many topics tonight as possible. Thank you, Mr. Cal. Mr. Kaine, your opponent is saying DEI is to blame for low recruitment. Why do you think the military doesn't have enough recruits? You have 30 seconds.
Well, I didn't understand my opponent's argument. I mean, he went all around the block, and I'm not really sure what his point was about DEI. I respect his military service. I'm the father of a United States Marine Infantry Commander veteran. I respect all who serve. I serve on the Armed Services Committee, chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee. I think what we're finding is it's hard to get people to serve. In the all-volunteer military, only 1% serve. Many people don't even know anyone in the military. We have to reach out to new constituencies and new groups. We also have to convince people the benefits of military service are enormous. People feel like if they serve in the military, they'll fall behind. No, you'll zoom ahead because of benefits like the GI Bill and others. And finally, we need to work on innovative programs, such as the Army is working on right now, to help young people kind of pre-qualify to pass the physical exams and then have a long and productive career serving our country.
So, Mr. Kane, just to clarify, you are saying that you believe not enough Americans understand the benefits of the military, and that is what is hampering recruitment.
DEI is a red herring.
I mean, DEI is a red herring, but like that's about as close as he can get to saying the actual truth, which is that our volunteer military largely relies on economically desperate people looking for a way out of their desperate circumstances. Like, and if you make those desperate people more aware of the benefits they receive from joining the military, more of them would join. That's what he's saying.
We do surveys of families to see about people's willingness to serve. And it turns out they're not serving because they're afraid, and they're not serving because they're not patriotic. They're not serving because they don't believe military service will advance the rest of their life. They feel like they'll get off track and their colleagues will zoom ahead of them. So we need to do a better job of talking about GI Bill and other benefits, as well as the tremendous leadership training that you get in the military. My son received superb leadership training that is going to benefit him for the rest of his life. But if you don't know someone in the military, you might not understand that. And that's what we need to do to communicate better. And when we do, we'll have more people signing up to serve their country.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Please hold your applause, everyone. Please hold your applause. Mr. Kane, looking at guns in America, in the past, you have supported buyback programs for firearm accessories, but are there any circumstances under which you would support mandatory buybacks for firearms specifically? You have 45 seconds.
I have not supported mandatory buybacks, and I can't see a circumstance where I would. If we can offer incentives, that's a good thing, not a mandate. The Second Amendment gives people right to have arms. The Second Amendment also, and the Supreme Court has said, reasonable limitations are accepted. And that's why I have supported reasonable limitations, such as one handgun a month or a ban on high-capacity magazines.
I mean, I feel like that's fair. I feel like you don't need to buy multiple handguns a month.
Or comprehensive background checks. The worst day of my life was the day when I was governor and there was the tragic shooting at Virginia Tech. 32 people, innocent people, faculty members killed. And they were killed because we didn't have a comprehensive background check system that would have stopped that mentally disturbed young man from buying a weapon that he was not authorized to have. That is the most important thing we can do to bring down gun violence in the country. There's been good work done at the state level. We need to do comprehensive background checks at the federal level, and if we do, we will see gun violence reduce.
Thank you, Mr. Kane.
I mean, again, like this type of reform to gun ownership, gun purchasing, it is quite literally supported by like 70 or 80% of the American public. Like this is not a controversial thing and should be implemented. It should have been implemented like 15 years ago.
Mr. Cowell, continuing to look at gun laws, your opponent, Mr. Kane, co-authored a federal bill that could charge parents or guardians with a violent felony when their children use their guns to commit crimes, especially those that harm others. Here's our question to you. Do you support sending parents to prison when a child uses their parent's gun to commit a crime? You have 45 seconds.
I do. But here's the issue we have in this country right now. You can't legislate morality. And no new law is going to stop a person hell-bent on trying to assassinate a former president or shooting up a school. What we need more is SROs in all the public schools in Virginia, as well as mental health and crisis counselors. not in just the schools, but also the police departments and sheriff's offices. What Senator Kaine wants to do is introduce more laws that will restrict Americans from buying guns. Instead of doing background checks on illegal aliens that are coming across this country, 13,000 convicted murders, 16,000 convicted rapists that have come across under his watch. Let's do background checks on them.
Just to clarify, just in case folks didn't hear you, you did say yes, you do support that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And now we're going to move on to education costs. Tom.
Okay, thank you. Senator Kaine, you have supported the Biden administration's attempts at student loan forgiveness. So why do you believe that people who made the choice...
Yeah, exactly, Josh. Like common sense gun control has been supported by the majority of Americans, and honestly, the majority of gun owners for a long time. This is not new, and it should all be stuff that we passed like 15 to 20 years ago.
To take out student loans should receive taxpayer support to relieve their debt. You have 60 seconds.
So first, let's talk about public service loan forgiveness. There have been public service loan forgiveness programs in place since the first Bush administration, but they weren't.
Honestly, the one thing that I would like to see mainstreamed about when it comes to gun control issues, I would love to see like a nationalized gun buyback program. I think that would be really good. You know, give it plenty of funding, allow us to buy back guns, and take them out of circulation. I think that would be a really, really good thing to do when it comes to the sheer number of guns circulating in American culture. I think a lot of people would take advantage of that. I think a lot of people would actually engage with such a program in a way that's probably constructive and good for various communities.
Being used. And in fact, the past administration wasn't approving public service loan forgiveness. The Biden administration has taken those programs and has forgiven the loans of more than 1 million public servants in thanks for the public service they provide, whether it's in the military, whether it's teaching, whether it's working as a frontline health professional or working for a local or state government. I think that is a powerful, powerful strategy to lift costs off everyday people's shoulders and to provide an incentive for people to go into public service professions. That has been the heart of the Biden-Harris administration's loan forgiveness program, and I strongly, strongly support it. Because if you go to school and then you commit your life to public service, I think that is a very worthy cause, and I think loan forgiveness under those circumstances makes perfect sense. It's also good for the economy, because when you lift the burden off people's shoulders to pay back loans, they're able to buy a house or buy a car or spend more money in their communities.
Mr. Kaine, thank you. Mr. Cowell.
Honestly, spot on, Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine nailed that question hardcore. Also, can I just say something really quick? One of the biggest slam dunks I think that a modern politician could get is buying all medical debt and forgiving medical debt. This idea about student loan forgiveness is one thing. I think that similarly to student loan forgiveness, we should also have medical debt forgiveness. Because we should have Medicare for all, and it should be free, but we're not there yet. But I think a stepping stone to that would be medical debt forgiveness. Half of all bankruptcies are related to medical debt. And guys, do you know how much it would cost to buy all of America's medical debt and then just rip it up and totally forgive it? Here, let me pull it up. Okay? Okay? America currently owes $220 billion in medical debt. Okay? How much would it cost to buy it? God, Google search results has gotten so bad. The entirety of America's standing medical debt could be bought for less than $900 million. For less than $1 billion, we could forgive all American medical debt. For $900 million, we could forgive all American medical debt. Dead Domain, thank you so much for the raid. And I'm going to reiterate this because it's really awe-inspiring. You know, we have the student loan forgiveness, which should absolutely pass, right? That should absolutely be a thing. But then we also have medical debt, and medical debt should also have a forgiveness plan. That should be a mainstream Democratic talking point. 6% of U.S. adults hold over $1,000 in medical debt. Okay? That is a huge number of people. That's millions upon millions upon millions of people, and the easiest dunk in the world would be to buy that $220 billion of medical debt and then forgive it. Because it would only cost us $900 million. It's less than $1 billion. We could do it. It's one of the biggest, easiest wins of all time. Easiest win of all time. And maybe Democrats just haven't really had that idea put before them before. But I think we should maybe bug our senators about that. Maybe call your senator, call your congressman. Float that idea, because honestly, states have been doing it. Like different, not states, but like different counties, different cities have done it. And if a city can do it, the federal government certainly can. Seems like a couple $100 billion W? Absolutely. If you want to generate, basically infinite goodwill, champion that cause while pushing for Medicare for all. Also, welcome, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a trans lady. I use she, her pronouns. And I don't know, I used to be a game journalist, and I think I'm pretty cool. Hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Let's keep going. We got 17 minutes of this left.
As of last October, the U.S. Department of Education says more than 1 million Virginians owe a collective $43 billion in federal student debt, impacting their ability to contribute to our economy. So, Mr. Cow, how would you help these Virginians ease that burden? You have 60 seconds.
Is he gonna champion a policy that would hand them out bootstraps?
Again, bring down the interest rates to zero, and also
okay, yep, bring down the interest rate to zero. Okay.
We need to withhold federal funding for any colleges that...
You know what? I was half expecting him to say we should increase the amount of debt they have because we want to foster U.S. citizens that are truly alpha males and alpha females who are willing to rip out their own guts and ask for seconds. You know, I was expecting another answer of that.
That keep pumping up the tuition costs. Why does college cost so much? When he went to University of Missouri, it's $500 a year. Now it's 36 times more expensive. And so why is that? How come these large colleges have such large endowments and they're not co-signing for these loans? That's the people we need to go after. And look, we have the GI Bill. That is a great program for you. If you're struggling to pay for your school, then get a GI Bill. That means go out and serve the military. You'll get stipend as well as tuition. We need to fix education, and we need to do it now. But here's the thing with people like Senator Kaine. You've been in office, sir, for 30 years in various offices, in the U.S. Senate for 12. Why have you not fixed it yet?
What, Virginia?
Sir, you've been in office for a long time. Why have you not fixed all of our problems? Checkmate, liberal.
Virginia was the best.
How are you kidding? How? You've been... Okay, guys, if you just came in, if you guys just came in, okay, the guy on the left is Senator Tim Kaine, okay, from Virginia. And you might be familiar with him because he was Hillary Clinton's VP pick, all right? You might still have some Tim Kaine on the brain. The guy on the right is named Hung Kao, and he is insane. And earlier he gave a response to a question about how he's talked about DEI destroying the military, and he was asked how DEI destroys the military, and he proceeded to give one of the most nonsensical answers that just rambled from 9/11 to COVID conspiracism, and that's just where it ended, and it didn't address the question at all. Okay? And he got applause for that. And he's now getting applause for this, and I just want to tell you guys, if that doesn't make you feel like we're kind of cooked right now, and like you need to go out and like volunteer to knock on doors and like phone bank,
I was in Army
need to
and
do
had
that.
the GI Bill. Still left with $20,000 debt. Plus the GI Bill only covers public colleges.
Oof, Simric, sorry to hear about the $20,000 in debt. Ay, ay, ay. Hung Cow sounds kind of trans. Like the name does? I don't see it. Sorry. Thank you for the $5 dono, Simric. Appreciate it. We're not big enough to support ourselves, support the channel any other way. So thank you very much for your direct support.
Audience.
When I was governor, Virginia was named the best state for a child to be raised in the United States, the best managed state, and the best state to do business, and that continues because of our education system.
Mr. Kaine, Mr. Cowell.
Also, I need to remind you all that the audience promised not to react at the beginning of this. I think they all crossed their fingers.
You can respond, Mr. Cowell.
Oh, again, he says what he's going to do. It's going to be like, hey, why haven't you done it yet? Honestly, of the 227 bills that Senator Kaine has proposed, only...
Oh yeah, you want to do this long-term... You want to have a long-term goal? Well, why haven't you done it yesterday, huh? Huh? Why didn't you do your long-term goal yesterday, huh? That's right, lazy ass.
3 of them made it through.
That's completely wrong.
That's a 99% failure rate. My profession is disarming
bombs. Check the tape
bombs.
on that. That's completely wrong.
Okay, sir. There's 2 truths in the world. Okay, never walk in a Target store wearing a red shirt, and never.
That's one of the truths of the world. That's a core. This guy keeps dropping. Like, is he sponsored by Target and Costco? Because he's been making references to them the entire time. Earlier, he talked about like Law and Order, and he talked about what would happen if you jumped in line at a Costco. Like what is this?
Go against an Asian when it comes to math. Trust me.
What does that mean?
Gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Look, he's got a 99% failure rate. If I diffuse...
Wait. Whoa, did I miss something?
What? In a Target store wearing a red shirt, and never go against an Asian when it comes to math. Trust me.
What?
I mean... okay, a lot of you guys are going, whoa, but I think he's allowed to say that because he's Asian. I think he's allowed. I think he has the pass. But also, I mean, he is just lying, so, you know, I don't know. I don't know about this one.
What does that mean?
Gentlemen, we're going to move on.
I mean, you can be racist towards people like yourself, so true. Also, fuck white people. No, I'm kidding.
Look, he's got a 99% failure rate. If I just used bombs and I had 99% failure rate, I wouldn't be here.
Best managed state in America, best state for business, best state for
Mr.
education.
Kane, Mr. Cowell, we're moving on to the next topic. Deanna.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Cowell, we're going to start with you in the last.
I do literally have an emote called the Kraka emote. Oh no, sorry, it's not the Kraka emote. It's the honka emote. Okay, you have to drop the hard Y.
Last few weeks, the Biden administration announced $1.3 billion for historically black colleges and universities to ensure funding.
Oh my God, you guys, you got a 7 emote combo in chat. I'm impressed, guys.
Mr. Cowell, would you support continued investment for HBCUs from Congress? You have 45 seconds.
Oh, no. Absolutely, and I don't know why they have to come hat in hand every single year. Let's make this a permanent thing and just move forward so that we can, again, like I said, education is the only equalizer out there. Let's allow for people to pull themselves up and start giving back to this country.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. And Mr. Kane, given the record high deficit, how can future HBCU students trust that there will be continued investment? You have 45 seconds.
First, go by my track record. I have battled for HBCU funding for Norfolk State and other universities during my entire career. We could go for a walk right after this event, and I could show you buildings on this campus that were built because of bond packages I supported.
That's a pretty strong argument from Tim Kaine here. You know, that's a pretty strong argument. Like, when your response to that is literally like, oh yeah, you want to take a walk and look at all the buildings I helped get built here at this location? All right. Okay. Let's take a walk, motherfucker.
As a lieutenant governor and governor, and I could also show you programs on this campus that I have supported as a United States Senator. My commitment to HBCUs is intact for my entire 30 years, and I'm running against someone who says he would abolish the Department of Education. That is an extreme position that would hurt HBCUs, but would also hurt all of our colleges and all of our K-12 schools.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Mr. Cowell, before those students or children make it to college, they often need childcare, and the high cost of childcare is forcing many families to make difficult decisions about whether to pay to help get care for their children or potentially quit jobs that don't cover those expenses. Would you support providing incentives to businesses to create on-site childcare options? Absolutely. You have 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, my wife and I had to make a decision a long time ago when we have 5 kids. And, you know, we made the hard decision that I would work and she would stay at home to take care of the kids because it costs too much to send them to daycare. And so, yes, I would absolutely incentivize and help companies, you know, get companies to help out with childcare for.
Wait, this is Tim Kaine? That Tim Kaine? Yeah, the Tim Kaine that's still on your brain, Media Breakdown. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
For their families.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. And to follow up, how would America pay for that, those incentives? You have 15 seconds.
Again, there's a lot of things we can pay for if we stop paying $1 billion a day to illegal aliens. That's $500 billion a year that we keep paying for illegal aliens to house and feed them.
You know it's wild though? The Congressional Budget Office, and again, like, obviously America needs to do better by, immigrants of all kinds, whether documented or undocumented, asylum seekers, refugees, etc. We need to do a lot better at welcoming people into our country. But like, if you look at the numbers crunched by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan organization that usually has a conservative slant to it, they found that over the next 10 years, undocumented immigrants are going to add over almost $1 trillion in value to our economy. So like, he's like, oh, but it's $1 billion a day, $1 billion a day. But like, okay. But even if I grant that is true, which I'm not at all convinced is true, but even if I grant that to be the case, with the current way we support them, they're going to give back to our economy by almost $1 trillion. Like, you're actively giving away a incredibly precious resource instead of like fostering it, helping people to learn, to grow, to flourish, and find happiness and home in America. Like, actively turning them away. I think it's actually un-American to embrace his position. Matt Binder, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome, folks. We are just finishing up the Virginia Senate debate. It's been pretty fascinating. This guy is atrocious.
Into this country. Let's take care of Americans first.
Thank you, Mr. Cao. And Mr. Kane, you have already indicated your support for giving businesses incentives to create those on-site childcare options. Would Americans face increased taxes to pay for that? You have 30 seconds.
I have a proposal with Senator Katie Britt, a Republican of Alabama, to take 3 provisions currently in the tax code to help parents and employers afford child care that are not very robust, and so they're not really working. And so Senator Britt and I have a bipartisan proposal that will be discussed when we do tax reform next year that would put money back in parents' pockets. I also successfully supported in the American Rescue Plan, which my opponent opposed, a provision to dramatically expand the child tax credit that reduced poverty and put money back in the pockets of parents that they could use for child care expenses, that they could use for health care. That provision has expired because Republicans won't support its extension. But if I'm a senator in a 3rd term, we're going to restore the child tax credit, which will be the biggest tax cut for working people in the history of this country.
Honestly, more Democrats need to hit on this particular point. I think Kamala Harris needs to hit on this particular point as well. Like, and frankly, I don't think her plan with the child tax credit goes far enough. But, you know, setting that aside, the fact that Republicans oppose the child tax credit, something that lifted like 50% of children out of poverty for just a pittance of like the U.S. federal budget. We lifted half of children out of poverty. And like, guys, if we boosted that child tax credit to even a slightly larger pittance, we could eliminate child poverty in America. It could basically be almost impossible for children to live in poverty. If we wanted to do that. If we bent the political will toward that end. Just letting you guys know. And like Kamala Harris is coming out with has a policy for $6,000, I think, for like the first year or maybe 2 years of like an infant's life, before it like goes down to like where the normal tax credit is, and I think that's at like $3,000 per year. But like, we could just make it a $6,000 tax credit. We could just do that, and that would be one of the single greatest things for like working families in America in like U.S. history. We could eliminate child poverty. We could absolutely we could absolutely do that.
Thank you, Mr. Kane, for outlining your legislative.
3-year-olds famously cost no money. Yeah, they just stop being expensive. Yeah, you never have to buy more clothes for a growing child.
Priorities and what you're working on. But the question was, would Americans face increased taxes to pay for these kinds of incentives or tax cuts?
My belief is...
Oh, that is true. That is true, Benjamin Kessler. It would be a lot harder to send children to work in the dangerous meat packing plants or working the fryers at McDonald's at 3 a.m. if they had more financial security. It's true. It would be harder for child labor to make great strides in coming back.
There are savings that we can find that will help do this. I'll give you an example. We are now finally negotiating for prescription drug prices with the big pharma companies under Medicare. In the first year...
Hey, Foxbat.
This dude has the most severe case of vet bro brain I've ever seen this side of black racist coffee company. Ooh,
it's the Dono Ghost!
P.
P. Foxbat, thank you for that BWA energy. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. Let's roll right along. We're almost done here.
Alone, that is going to save taxpayers and seniors $7.5 billion. And that's just negotiating on 10 drugs prices. If we negotiate all drugs under Medicare, we will save tremendous amounts of money that we can use for other priorities like child care. My opponent opposed that bill and says he would repeal it if he is elected. That will cause prescription drug prices to skyrocket.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. We now will move on to reproductive rights. Tom.
And
going
to
I'm
IVF.
so sorry. We are going to IVF.
Correct.
Mr. Cowell, the average in vitro fertilization treatment costs $50,000 per pregnancy. Do you believe the federal government and private insurance should cover that cost? You have 60 seconds.
The federal government, no, and the private insurance, yes. Look, my family benefited from fertility treatments, so I don't know where all his commercials saying I'm against IVF, I don't know where that comes from. Look, I'm about families, and I want to grow families. And my second of 5 children was adopted, and I want to make sure that we're pro-family. It costs a lot of money, and it was a lot of time and paperwork. The paperwork that's necessary to protect the child, but it was so hard, and I want to allow for families to welcome a child into their lives like we did. Our second child, who is now a young mother, and now I'm a grandfather of a baby girl because of her coming into our home. So I'm very grateful for that, and I want to be very family friendly in the United States. That includes allowing for fertility treatments like my family got, or adoption like my family did.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. You did mention private insurers. How would you incentivize them to do so, to cover those costs in a way that wouldn't leave Americans absorbing higher premiums?
That's a great question because, again, with his plan, the Medicare X, that's just a Trojan horse for a single-payer, government-run program. It's a
Whoa. You don't need to sell me anymore on this, my friend. Say no more. I'm voting for Tim Kaine. Oh, my God. You just made Tim Kaine sound way more cool than I thought he was. Whoa. You're saying Tim Kaine wants to get Virginians guaranteed health care that will cover everything and not lead them into medical debt that leaves them in poverty forever and has them losing their homes? Why? That's sensational.
It's the entry program for Kamala Harris's favorite thing, which is single-payer and government-run health.
Flash Mommy, I see your comment about can we have Kyle Clark from Colorado News 9 do every single debate ever, please? We'll circle back around to that shortly. Don't worry.
Insurance. When you have no choices, you will have no choices.
I got
Medicare
you.
for all, for all is Medicare for none. And so this is why we need competition within.
The Dono Ghost strikes again.
Oh, it's the Dono Ghost!
It's
It's peeing everywhere. Thank you for gifting a sub, little Morphine Annie. I really appreciate it. I am keeping track of the donos off screen, so don't worry.
In the insurances, and that's how we're going to allow for them to pay for IVF and other fertility treatments.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Mr. Kaine, the same question to you. At that average cost of $50,000 per pregnancy, do you believe the federal government and private insurance should cover the cost of IVF? 60 seconds.
Let me tell you why Virginians are very skeptical about my opponent's support for IVF. He said he would support a national bill that would establish that life begins at conception, no exceptions. Everyone looking at that bill has said that it would dramatically restrict women's ability to access abortion and even contraception and IVF. He's never taken back his support for that bill. That kind of a national bill would do grave harm to reproductive rights for all Americans. Here's what I believe, that insurance policies often mandate coverage for certain things, mental health treatments and others. And yes, insurance policies, including policies that are offered on the exchanges under the Affordable Care Act should mandate a coverage for IVF services, subject to the same copays and deductibles that others. I don't think IVF services should be carved out in a way that heart surgery or other really important procedures are not. But yes, a mandated coverage subject to the same rules for other coverages. But we should not pass a national bill that would restrict people's access to abortion, contraception, and IVF, and we also shouldn't demonize women and doctors.
You know, it is really insane that we are currently in an election in 2024. You know, a year... For people who are young, you might not realize this, but there was a time not that long ago when 2020 was envisioned as, like, unfathomably in the future, you know? Do you guys remember the movie Pacific Rim? Do you guys remember that movie, that Guillermo del Toro movie? That he made about the giant robots fighting kaiju all around the world? That movie was set 4 years ago, and in it, we had gigantic skyscraper-sized robots. And, in 2024, in the real world, we still have modern politicians going, yeah, we probably shouldn't demonize women and doctors. Like, it's the fucking 1400s and the Inquisition is in full swing. He cured a wart. He's a witch. She has a cat. She's a witch. We're literally, like, at that level still. We are not as advanced as we think we are compared to people who lived long ago.
My opponent has compared women and doctors who make the difficult choice to terminate a pregnancy to Nazis and bomb makers. That is outrageous insult to women who are making tough personal reproductive decisions that they are entitled to make.
Mr. King, thank you. Mr. Kyle, I want to give you an opportunity. If our audience would quiet down, I want to...
Hold on, I want to be very clear tonight. I will not sign any bill at the federal level to ban abortion. I don't know where he gets...
Hey Jack, the goddess is very pissed off. She is going to shake this monkey off her back. She is strong. The maggots are waking up a woman that they have no idea of her strength. They are scared.
Mr. Bojangles, thank you for the $10 dono over on YouTube.
Chattery knows where is the BWA energy? Oh.
Sorry, we got to have a little bit of fun. Thank you so much to Mr. Bojangles and Bisadu. Thank you so much.
Gets this from? The Supreme Court made the right decision to push this down to the states.
Horrible decision.
What Senator Kaine wants to do is take it out of the hands of voters in Virginia and give it to a senator in California and a congressman in Idaho. He's got the most extreme views, which is unlimited abortion up to including home birth. And you've seen it.
Is not
yes,
my
sir,
position.
it is because you voted against. Hold on, because you voted against the Born Alive Infant Protection Act. That is the most extreme thing there is.
Okay, I'm just gonna float this out there though. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. But I am going to throw out this idea here, and that is that fundamentally, women in California and women in Virginia should both have the right to bodily integrity and autonomy.
Woo-woo.
I don't think it meaningfully changes between California and Virginia whether or not women are entitled to having control over their own bodies. I think, in fact, both deserve the same amount, which is all of it. Death Metal Ghost! Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, Brutus Magnuson. And, Cannabo Brex, thank you for the boo-woo. I appreciate it. You guys are very generous, and I appreciate it so goddamn much. Especially because I'm trying to get my brakes repaired, so consider helping a girl out. Also, thank you for the raid. What can you do? I appreciate it. Welcome, folks.
You voted against it. For child born alive, you voted against that.
Let me explain.
So what he wants to do is take it out of the hands of voters. I want to keep it back in the hands of voters because I don't want a senator from California.
Well, you want to take so you're saying he wants to take it out of the hands of voters, and you want to put it back in the hands of voters. But the thing you want to put in the hands of voters is like the right for women to control their bodies. So you're taking that right away from women in your state and putting that in the hands of your voters. They already had that right. It got taken away from them, and you're okay with that.
California or Congressman from Idaho making decisions.
Murder is, in fact, already illegal, Saris. Last I checked, not a lawyer, not legal advice. Murder, probably illegal.
For Virginians.
Let me explain.
Mr. Kane,
Yeah.
when our audience quiets down, I do want to give you 15 seconds
Yeah.
to respond there.
There was a bill called the Born Alive Protection Act that I did vote against because it was already federal law.
That's the thing, right? Like when it comes to abortion issues, it's so ridiculous. Because Republicans will try and pass a bill like the Not Killing Babies Act. And like, this bill makes it illegal to kill babies. And it's like, but it's already illegal to kill babies. You don't need to pass that. And they're like, my opponent doesn't support the Don't Kill Babies Act. Clearly he wants to kill babies. It's like, no, that's not how that works, actually. Also, sometimes I leave the screen on my face for like a few seconds longer. Look, I do like 7-hour-long shows, guys. You cut me a little bit of slack. I'm trying my best. But we're going on hour 4 of the show.
It had become federal law 10 years before, and every state prohibits abortions in those circumstances.
The Don't Stare at the Sun Act. Uh-oh. But that would mean we have to arrest Donald Trump.
This was an effort to smear women, like calling them Nazis or bomb makers. I voted against smears. And I have the only bipartisan proposal in Congress right now that would codify Roe versus Wade, which should never have been overturned. Women should be protected to make their own reproductive decisions before the point of fetal viability, and state legislatures should be able to impose reasonable restrictions after. That's Virginia.
As far as like liberals go, Tim Kaine is a very like, he's decent. Like obviously, as a socialist, I don't agree with him. But, like, as far as liberal politicians go, he's pretty inoffensive, and he's correct on, like, I don't know, 70% of things, maybe.
Virginia law right now, I support it, and I think it's the right law for the United States.
Well, also, like, Olive Ryder, the thing is, and I know, like, I hate it when politicians go on and on about bipartisanship, because we're not in that era of politics anymore. But it does play well to the median voter, and when you're in election mode, you gotta cater to the median voter, and that it sucks, but we are the people out there who need to work on like educating median voters and getting information out there, and radicalizing, you know, people in our workplaces and stuff, because that's where we're gonna have more success shifting the electorate than relying on politicians to message like well during an election, because their goal isn't to message correctly on points. Their job is to get elected. Like they have a different goal than what we want them to have.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Thank you, Mr. Kane. But now that you've brought that up, what abortion restrictions would you support?
Those that are in place in Virginia right now, for example.
Can you?
I gotta be honest, Flash Mommy. I don't think Hillary picked him to be on her left. I think Hillary picked him because he's a pretty approachable white man. You know? And he's not really interested in like shining as like a figure. So, like, he wouldn't, like, overshadow her. So I think that's mainly why she picked him, not because he's, like, to the left of her or anything.
The requirement of parental consent or notification and consent for minors with a judicial bypass. The narrowing of circumstances after the point of viability in which an abortion can be performed. And a requirement that those circumstances have to be validated by physicians.
Yeah, he was basically a Joe Biden pick. Not gonna lie, that like how Obama picked Joe Biden, Hillary picked Tim Kaine.
Those are Virginia laws right now that I do support, but we should restore the basic protections of Roe versus Wade and not celebrate its demise as my opponent does.
For his federal bill, where's his limits?
We do have to move on. We are almost out of time here, so we do have to move on. Mr. Cowell, you will get this question first, actually. So are there any circumstances under which you would not certify the results if Vice President Kamala Harris won the election? You have 60 seconds.
I don't know where you're asking this from. I mean, I would.
I have no idea why you're asking me this question. Why I am offended you would even ask me such a question. How dare you?
If she won, then she won. That's the thing. It's like, you know, they keep calling me a threat to democracy. Do you understand that I know what a threat to democracy is? My father was put on a kill list by the communists. We had to run away in the middle of the night to get out of Vietnam. I've spent my entire life fighting to defend democracy, and people who've never worn the cloth.
Yeah. Did you guys ever hear about the Somali pirate invasion of America? No, that's thanks to him, Hung Cow.
Of this nation called me a threat to democracy. After just 3 years ago, they were thanking me for my service. I know what a threat to democracy is. And you know what a threat to democracy is? What's happening on our border, our southern border, when 13,000 convicted murderers and 16,000 convicted rapists are coming through. What's happening on our campuses when they shout death.
Just out of curiosity, how do you know that there are 16,000 rapists coming through the southern border? That's a very oddly specific number, and I'm wondering where you got it from.
America, that's a threat to our democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Mr. Kaine, we have the same question for you. Mr. Kaine, same question to you. Are there any circumstances under which you would not certify the results if former President Donald Trump were elected? You have 60 seconds.
I'm going to certify the result. I did it in 2016 when I was on the ballot. Wasn't happy about the result, conceded immediately, and certified it. I didn't try to inspire an attack on the Capitol. I don't think I've ever called my opponent a name like he's suggesting, but I do point out something about my opponent's extreme position. He has taken the position that those who attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, leading to death, including of law enforcement officers and others.
Hold on. That's false. That's been debunked so many times.
Let me finish.
Yeah, this is Hung Cow. Wait, okay, so he's going to take the position that, no, cops were fine on January 6th. Excellent.
Has said that those individuals should not be prosecuted. They should be compensated. Those who attack the Capitol.
We are just about out of time, so we're going to have to end that.
We're going to have to go to closing statements, gentlemen. First, we will allow the candidates 30 seconds for closing statements. Mr. Cowell, you will go first, which was determined by recent polling.
When Vietnam fell, we had nowhere to run to. But this great country called the United States took us in and gave us an opportunity and gave us life.
Damn, if only you supported that for people from other countries in other times and other circumstances. But fuck all those people from South and Latin America, huh?
Life. I grabbed onto the American dream. I went to the top schools in the country, including the United States Naval Academy. But I spent 25 years defending that right to come here. This country has taken a dark turn, and the Democrats are turning this country into what I ran away from. And 30 year.
Mr. Cowell, I need time for Mr. Kaine's closing statement. We're running out of time. Mr. Kaine, 30 seconds.
The choice is pretty clear for Virginians. You want results or do you want extremism? I led my city to a renaissance as mayor that's still continuing. When I was governor, we were best state for business, best educated, best managed state. In the Senate, I've worked on powerful legislation so that we are building again with infrastructure, we're making again with manufacturing, and we're innovating again, and Virginia is leading the way.
We're out of time. Thank you for joining us.
Early voting is underway right now. Have a great night, everyone.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't want Elden Ring lore. No, you can't take me back there.
Line through the middle of the...
Okay, we're good. Sorry. Tim Kaine did really well, and I think Hung Kao came across like an absolute lunatic. Again, though, maybe that's kind of where the Republican electorate is. Like, the fact that he got cheers for just saying patently untrue things, ridiculous. You didn't hear Vati Vidya, you heard Hawkshaw, you uncultured swine. Time-limited debate stinks. I think that was great. Took us a while to get through it, honestly. But overall, Tim Kaine looking good. I want to see how's Tim Kaine polling. Tim Kaine polls. Let's take a look at 538 real quick. Oh, okay. Wow. All right. So Tim Kaine was within striking distance like a month ago. Like, or Cal was in striking distance, maybe hypothetically, of Tim Kaine about a month ago, but Tim Kaine's kind of running away with it. He's up 20 points. Let's go! Okay, so at least Hung Kao won't be in Congress. Fingers crossed. Ay, ay, ay. Thank God. El Cow. Yeah, exactly. Ay. Anyway. That was fascinating. That was a fascinating debate. I can't wait to dig into more of these, which we are absolutely going to do. Stay tuned. Gotta press that end of segment button. All right, folks. We've got another debate lined up. But before we get to that, hey, hi, what's up? We've been streaming for 4 hours. How are you doing, guys? Hope you're all feeling good, feeling happy, feeling healthy. Hi, Winby. And I know we have a bunch of new people, so if you guys got questions for me, feel free to ask. I love talking with new people. Very tired, actually. How's the new break sub count? Ooh, good question. We are currently at 173 out of 400. We've still got a ways to go here, but we've made a lot of progress so far. Thank you to everyone who's been dropping those subs and donos, because my braking system needs to be replaced. I am the 100th like. Well, you know. Okay, we have there's 163 likes on the stream. I appreciate that. I think we can hit 200 though tonight. I think we can get 40 some more likes. Let's go. Let's go. 37 likes. I believe in you, chat. My girlfriend likes your outfit. Thank you. Doing my best with what I got. It's my first election not voting in Virginia. Feels weird. I don't have a question, just hello. Hello, Girl J. I'm Girl Jack, so I feel you. I feel you. Having a rad time on this first stream. What was that ballad you played before popping in visually? The Palestine one? Or the Riverboat one? That was kind of like a little rap. You're asking about the Palestine one. That was... Yeah, that was this particular song, Oh Palestine by Seth Staten Watkins. There you go. Dropped you a link. Is Jack short for Jacqueline? No, it is not. It's just Jack. Hey, Jazz Dog. Thanks for being the jazziest dog I know. Whew. Hung Cow. You know, like, I'm not mispronouncing it. His name is literally Hung Cow. It's just the cow part is spelled C-A-O. Happy to be here. Happy to have you, Jazz Dog. It's short for Riverboat Jack. True. The riverboat can sometimes be silent. Tell the Riverboat Jack gambler story. Well, my username comes from an actual nickname I had when I worked at a Bible camp. I was a Bible camp counselor for a couple years. Believe it or not. And I introduced myself to the council of church leaders that ran the camp during a dinner one night, and I was like, "Hello, my name's Jack." They were like, "Oh, we're gonna name our son Jack," but then my old aunt, she told me, "Oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler." And all of the other counselors were side-eyeing each other and what does that mean? And so obviously right afterwards we Googled Riverboat Jack, and there are no results. There's no Riverboat Jack folklore. And so we just made up our own folklore, and they called me Riverboat Jack for the summer, and they made little campfire songs about how I was a womanizer who was going to steal all the money and a wanton gambler. And so then I started calling myself Riverboat Jack online. I am become Riverboat Jack, gambler of boats. But yeah, used to be a Bible camp counselor. Weird time in my life. It's true, and then Forlorn79 made an AI song that I sometimes play on the show. Did you say you're working for the man every day or night, or every night and day? No, I would say I'm working for I work for me, and I guess I also work for my partner I'm gonna tell you, you know what? I deserve to plug this because my partner and I have been working hard on it. We're shortly going to be launching Imogene Olivia. It's a gender euphoric lingerie brand. So it's designed with trans femmes in mind, to be more inclusive of sizing and to make people in the trans community who feel feminine feel accepted and comfortable in their underwear. We don't have the finished product yet. We are finishing up our prototype this week before we ship it off to the factory, but we do have a pre-launch sale going on, so you can head on over to imogeneolivia.com and order some shirts or totes. We have a tote bag that I really, really like, but we also have stickers, we got a hoodie, we got magnet, and you can also sign up to be on our email list, so you will know as soon as we start selling underwear. And also we're going to be even though it's going to take a while for the factory product to get in, we're going to be making hand making some in the lead up to getting our first shipment from the factory. So get on that list, and you will know as soon as we start accepting orders for our kind of soft launch. So definitely get on that list and check out our merch if you want to support that brand mission, I guess. Bottoms only or tops too? Yeah, it's going to be matching lingerie sets. So bra and panty set. And we might I think we're also going with a bralette as well. And also, like, yeah, it's gonna be good. We want matching sets. We want people to feel like they don't have to mix and match their stuff with like other things to kind of cobble together a lingerie look. We want it to be comfy and such. Jack, worlds are colliding. I love fashion and leftist content. With your blessing, I'm a plug IO on my show. What you can do, absolutely. We also call we call it IO as well. We want to shorten it to IO. So yeah, absolutely. If anyone wants to share about Imogene Olivia and IO, feel free. Please do. Can I wear them if I'm a cis guy but want to feel pretty? Absolutely, Ortimer. Absolutely, you can do that. We are designing them to be inclusive in fit for anyone who wants to feel or look femme. But the main demographic is like trans femmes. But if you're a cis guy or a cis girl and you want to wear it too, more power to you. We should have stuff that will fit you. IO like the moon? Yeah. And also just not, I'm gonna rep my partner a little bit. She went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world, so like she knows what she's doing. She's made lingerie for large companies that you have heard of. She has designed and stitched and done all of the things. She's extraordinarily good at it. And so like it's going to be a solid product. And I'm really excited when I can finally show you what we have cooking up. And you can follow on all of the social media. Again, it's just Imogene Olivia. Right now we're mainly active on Instagram, so you can head on over there for a sneak peek. And again, we have the pre-launch merch, and we have the sign-up sheet. Be sure that the sign-up sheet is maybe the most important one. So sign up. Imogene Olivia, folks. It's coming. What country are they being made in? I do not know the location of the factory yet. We might be going with an American manufacturer initially, but I'll have to talk with my partner. She knows more about that aspect of things than I do. I'm excited. Me too. That was weird. Chat didn't want to load for a few minutes. I know. I apologize, folks, but it's back now. Make sure they're union made. We'll do our best. Unfortunately, when it comes to bra manufacturing, there's not a wide pool of options in that regard. Did I see the new Kane Pixels video? I did not, but I want to. Let's see. Cool stuff. We're doing the thing. We're trying our best. How many subs till Kane Pixels? If we make it to 250 subs, we'll do Kane Pixels. Oh man, the riverboat site is being a little wonky tonight. The stuff with Lebanon was so heavy. Yeah. 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 Okay. However, I have another piece of content that
Of all the super...
Oh, God. Matt Walsh jump scare while I'm opening up tabs. Let me open up a new tab. Unpolluted by Matt Walsh. Excellent. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready for the best in the biz? It froze for you guys? I'm sorry. Are you going to show us the Zelda commercial again? No. Oof. So folks, I have content for you. There is a guy named Kyle Clark, one of the best moderators in the business over in Colorado. And, well, we're going to go watch a debate that he moderated because I hear a lot of you guys want to see more debates moderated by Kyle Clark, the best in the moderation game, and the rest of the team at Next. So let's check it out. Let's check it out, shall we? We're jumping in to the 8th congressional debate in Colorado between Representative Yadira Caraveo and Gabe Evans. Representative Yadira Caraveo is the Democrat. Gabe Evans is the Republican. Let's jump in, shall we? Starts right here.
Yadira Caraveo, the pediatrician turned state legislator, narrowly elected to this newly created seat 2 years ago. She has both endorsed and condemned Kamala Harris. Republican challenger Gabe Evans, a military vet, former police officer, and one-term state legislator who rode Donald Trump's endorsement to a resounding primary win.
Oh boy.
This is their only live debate. This is Next Presents the Race for Congress.
Celestial Heart, thank you for the Tier 1 sub.
Good
Appreciate
evening.
it.
I'm Kyle Clark. And I'm Marshall Zellinger. Please welcome Democratic Congresswoman Dr. Yadira Caraveo and Republican State Representative Gabe Evans.
I'm so excited for this. They did such a good job moderating Lauren Boebert. I'm really excited to see them moderate again.
That will be the last time you hear applause and any titles, educational or otherwise, used in this debate, as you, the voters, will determine who will hold the title representative.
The candidates have agreed to a couple of simple ground rules in advance. We will have 1-minute answers, rebuttals, and continued discussion at our discretion. 1-minute closing statements. We only have 30 minutes, so let's get started on the issue of immigration. Donald Trump will campaign Friday in Aurora, which he has falsely claimed has been taken over by a Venezuelan gang. Trump said that getting the gang out of Aurora will be a bloody story. He calls the city a war zone. Aurora police...
Okay, again, I know I keep saying it a lot lately, but the fact that TYT has not retracted or corrected their story as of this recording about the Aurora, Colorado gangs, that they're saying the Venezuelan gangs are taking over the apartment complexes when there's so much local reporting to the contrary at this point. It's an overwhelming amount of local reporting that indicates this is not happening. It boggles my mind. Cenk double down. It's not happening. They based their initial report off of like one local news clip with with the person who, one of the I think the wife of the person who initially circulated the clip of armed people knocking on an apartment door, and then like Anna Kasparian took at face value a councilwoman who's trying to angle for Donald Trump's endorsement, and then like the other piece of information that they used was a statement put out by the lawyers of the landlord's company, like the landlord company, like in order to try and avoid legal liability for their disrepair, their level of negligence and disrepair of the buildings they owned and operated. So like, it really is shocking to me. And like, this story has continued to escalate, and we have now found out and confirmed that none of the people in that initial video of armed folks knocking on doors were members of the gang that had allegedly taken over the buildings, according to Republicans. Wild stuff. Anyway, if you're interested about that, I put out a video like a week and a half ago going over all that over on my YouTube.
Say that the gang's presence is small and isolated. 10 members identified, 9 arrested. Trump says he will begin the largest deportation in American history in Aurora, Colorado, removing more than what he says is 20 million people from the United States. Mr. Evans, you have said Aurora has fallen. Do you support Trump's mass deportation plan to remove every person here illegally? And given
You have said Aurora has fallen. Aurora, Colorado's fine. We have people in chat right now that I'm pretty sure live in Aurora, Colorado. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I've covered this story multiple times, and we've had community members talk about, like, oh yeah, I know those apartment buildings. Yeah, they aren't taken over by gangs. Like, there are Venezuelan immigrants in Colorado, like, in Aurora, Colorado, too. But, like, they're not all violent gang members. Most of them, in fact, are not.
That you have served in local law enforcement, the military, and the National Guard, what do you think about Trump's plan to use all 3 of those forces to do it?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you all for everyone coming here tonight. As you stated, I've served in the military, and I've...
Okay, I don't want to be too mean here, but this guy looks like he was grown in, like, a vat of clones to be, like, a Republican politician. But also, he looks like he was one of the rejected clones that clung on to life and managed to make it through childhood. All I'm saying is this guy has a certain type of cop phrenology at play here, and I'm just kind of shocked that he has hair.
Served in law enforcement, and so I know there's a couple of things that we have to do. I've been very clear with my 3-part plan. We must secure the border. Right now, Immigration and Customs says that we have over 13,000 convicted murderers who are free in our communities. We have over 99 individuals on the terrorist watch list who have been released into our communities. We have to...
Okay. Are you saying that they were convicted of murder, served their time, and then came here? Or are you saying that we convicted them of murder and then let them out? Are you, because you're also saying that there are people on terrorist watch lists that we released? So that means we caught them. So clearly we didn't have a reason to keep them because Guantanamo Bay is still open, okay? Like, it's not like America's like, oh, you're a terrorist. We're okay with you going free. Kind of sounds like bullshit, frankly.
to secure our border. We have to create a path for folks who legally want to immigrate to the United States that doesn't trap them for decades in bureaucracy. And then we have to aggressively target those individuals who are illegally in our communities committing crimes, and those are the folks that we have to deport. I've never wavered from that, and I know that this is something that we have to do because we're currently the third most dangerous state in the country. That's a direct result of the policies that my opponent has voted for.
By what metric? Like, by what metric here? I just... I want to know. Like, most dangerous state by what metric? Because I looked up this list and it's talking about murders, and Texas was number 3. So I don't know what you're talking about. When it comes to murder, Colorado wasn't even in the top 10. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Open border policies, defund the police policies, policies that make it illegal for police in Colorado to even call Immigration and Customs, and I can fix it.
Want to make sure that we've got a clear answer to whether or not you support Donald Trump's plan to deport every person in this country illegally. He describes that as 21 million people or more. I heard you say deport people committing crimes. Do you support Trump's plan to deport each person?
God, I love Kyle Clark and his follow-ups.
We need to empower our law enforcement to be able to deport those folks that are committing crimes in our community. Once we start to enforce the laws, then I think what you'll see happen is those folks who have cut in the line will step back into the place in line that they should have been in.
But there's no plan. Like if you're here illegally and you haven't committed any other crimes, there's no method for you to step back into your place in line. That's not a thing you can do, because there's no pathway to citizenship. So you're just lying. You're just saying, oh, we're going to start with the criminals and then we'll see what happens.
All along. My grandfather earned his citizenship to this country with 2 Purple Hearts in World War II as an immigrant from Mexico.
Yeah, but you know that's kind of fucked up, right? Like, you know it's kind of fucked up that you're saying your grandfather had to earn his right to be an American citizen by almost dying twice.
And so we have to make sure that we are respecting the folks who did it the right way and not allow folks to cut in line.
It sounds like he supports deportation of everyone. Yes, he's trying to make that stance palatable to people who might be on the fence.
I'm not certain that I heard an answer to the question.
Isn't the Purple Heart being injured? Yes. And if you're being injured in combat in World War II, you're very likely almost dying.
Question about whether you support the Trump plan to deport every person here illegally. But you did mention your Mexican-born grandfather, who you often cite in his heroism in World War II fighting the Nazis. Of course, Donald Trump echoes the dehumanizing rhetoric of the fascists that your grandfather fought on behalf of this country.
Damn, someone's gonna have to give that guy a Purple Heart for the damage he just took right there. Oh my god. Damn, dude. Damn. Kyle Clark. I fucking love this guy. Get his ass, Kyle.
Trump says that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. He says that they are animals, not people. He invokes genetics, saying recently that immigrants who kill have bad genes, while telling a largely white crowd in Minnesota that they have good genes because of...
Yeah, I was going to talk a bit about this, in case you guys didn't hear this. Where is it here? Is it election 2024? No. Nope. Oh, wait. Nope. It's in the MAGA section. Silly me.
Just have to. She wants to go into government housing. She wants to go into government feeding. She wants to feed people. She wants to feed people governmentally. She wants to go into a Communist Party type system. When you look at the things that she proposes, They're so far off. She has no clue. How about allowing people to come through an open border, 13,000 of which were murderers? Many of them murdered far more than one person, and they're now happily living in the United States. You know, now a murderer, I believe this, it's in their genes, and we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now. They had 400.
Yeah. He's he's just outright embracing the eugenics position, which is not surprising. He is dim enough that he thinks that people have finite amounts of energy. He's compared the human body to a battery that has a limited charge. And once you use up all of your charge, you die. So that's why he says he doesn't exercise. So I'm not surprised that he embraced eugenics. I'm not surprised he's attracted to that idea. You mean he was just racist after all? Yeah, surprisingly, the guy who wouldn't rent out apartments to black people and also didn't think that having black people working at his casinos looked professional enough is racist. I know, we're a real curveball here to deal with. But I wonder if Kyle's going to go in the direction of, you know, he said that people who kill, it's in their genes. Do you think that he means your grandfather? Your grandfather killed a lot of Nazis, right? Does he have bad genes?
Racehorse theory, which involves selective breeding. When you hear Donald Trump, whose endorsement you accepted and celebrate, say those things, what do you think?
So, as a state legislator, I was able to get almost 60% of my bills passed down at the state capitol, and that's with me being in a Republican super minority. 19 Republicans.
Okay, what does that have to do with eugenics, bro?
To 46 Democrats. And the reason that I was still able to get almost 60% of my bills passed is because I can work with everyone on these issues. And I do that because I focus on policies, not personalities.
With respect, would you please answer the question, when Donald Trump uses dehumanizing rhetoric about minorities and migrants specifically, what do you think of that?
So in the endorsement that Donald Trump gave me, he talked about securing the border. He talked about making our communities safe. He talked about lowering the cost of living. Those are the things that I'm focused on. Of course, I condemn any sort of racist sort of speech. And I would, really appreciate if my opponent could join me in.
I love that he's like, of course I condemn any racist kind of speech. But do you condemn this one? That's what you're specifically being asked about.
Condemning some of that racist speech. Yesterday was the anniversary of one of the most egregious attacks on the Jewish community, and I didn't see anything on my opponent's social media talking about that. In fact,
both of you actually acknowledged it yesterday on social media, but just to clarify, when you say that you condemn racist statements,
Kyle is so on top of it, it's unreal. The level of moderation is sublime. This should be every debate. Nice try, liberal.
Are you talking about those statements, those dehumanizing statements by Donald Trump?
I've always condemned any sort of racist statements.
Are you willing to say that Donald Trump's statements are racist?
I've always condemned racist statements.
Thank you.
Along those lines, Mr. Evans, a yes or no question here. Will you appear alongside Donald Trump at his rally in Aurora if you are invited?
I found out about that rally last night via the news media. I have as much information as anyone else in this room.
But if you were invited, would you say yes?
I have as much information as anybody else in this room. I have not been invited at this point.
Let's say you say yes. Would you correct any false statements in front of Donald Trump that he were to make about Colorado?
I always stand for the truth. Again, this is why I've got 60%.
Notice how he's never willing to say, yes, I would correct any wrong statements made. Notice how he's not saying yes or no. Like, he's just giving these circuitous NPC answers. It's honestly, it feels like we're at the end of a dialogue tree, and he's just repeating the last phrase the NPC is programmed to say. My God.
Percent of my bills passed, being in a super minority. This is why I've got 2/3 of the mayor.
Oh my God! He's repeating another one of the talking points. He said like 3 things. This is like playing with a Tickle Me Elmo. Oh my God!
in my district that have thrown their support behind me.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Caravello. Mr. Evans is running an ad that says the unsecured border is allowing drugs and crime to flow into Colorado, and you're responsible for all of it. What responsibility do you and Democrats have for the damage done by the surge in illegal immigration during the Biden administration? And how should the federal government help Colorado deal with the impacts on everything from health care to education?
Well, first of all, thank you, Marshall, to you and to Kyle for having this debate tonight, and thank you for the audience for being here. It has been my honor to serve as the member of Congress for the new 8th Congressional District for the last 2 years, and I do that as the culmination of the American dream that I have been able to live here, with 2 parents who are immigrants, a dad who worked in construction for 51 years to put 4 kids through college. I was able to go through medical school and then see the issues that my community was really struggling with. Immigration is one of the issues that more needs to be done on by both parties. It's been 40 years since there has been any comprehensive immigration reform, and both Democrats and Republicans have been in charge since then. I've spoken truth to Kamala Harris on that in a resolution. I have introduced a package of bills that is bipartisan to look at the issue, and I'm not standing with a racist like Donald Trump and touting their endorsement and the really damaging language that they use against immigrants.
I mean, I just want to give you the opportunity. He says you're responsible for all of it. What responsibility do you have?
My responsibility was introducing legislation, which I did, that looks at securing the border, making sure that we're stopping the flow of fentanyl, that we are funding interior cities like.
See, now this is what I will say, right? Like, she's very nervous, but also, like, when it comes to border issues, there's a reason why we generally only talk about the border during election years, and that's because, frankly, it isn't this life or death issue, you know, for the most part. You know, like, fentanyl comes in via, like, 98%, 95% of fentanyl comes in thanks to legal citizens of the United States bringing it in, you know? And also, it's used at hospitals. It is a thing already used. And on top of that, one of the reasons she's talking about border issues is because, again, people respond to the media environment that they exist in, right? And unfortunately, we live in a society where it is extraordinarily easy to drum up fear, and conservative media just ratchets that up to like a 20 out of 10 during an election year. And so, and all of that tends to be focused on immigration. And so even if you're just through osmosis, learning about politics from like pop culture or whatever, you get the impression that there is something wrong with the border. And so then even the Democratic candidate is being asked to respond to border issues when they live, this is Colorado, guys. Like, it's Colorado. They have immigrants in there, but every state has immigrants. Like, my family, several generations ago, immigrants. Every state has immigrants. Immigrants are the bedrock of America. And so, like, unfortunately, though, she has to respond to this because her constituents are scared about it. It's one of the ways in which conservatives try and control the narrative.
Denver, and that we are treating people humanely when they do come to this country. That package has not been moved by the Speaker of the House, who has endorsed my opponent. There was a bill from the Senate that was supposed to be coming over to the House. Donald Trump decided that he would rather run on the issue of immigration than give me the opportunity to vote on it. I would have voted for that package, but he decided, and Mr. Evans probably agrees with, that immigration is best left to be a campaign issue and not something to be solved.
Thank you, Ms. Caravello.
Ms. Caravello, it would appear that your views on immigration and border security have changed significantly in the last couple of years. 3 years ago, you called for the defunding.
Yeah, like exactly forlorn, 79. Like, it is rare for Democrats to actually talk about the positive aspects of immigrants and immigration because so many people in their constituency are wired to view immigrants bad by conservative media broadly. Like, the actual facts overwhelmingly show that immigration, both documented and undocumented, help America. They make America wealthier. They help all of us. They raise wages in communities where they work. Like, it's literally like a net positive on almost every single level. And unfortunately, most Democrats don't have the spine or don't believe that their constituents are willing to accept the reality of the situation.
Of Border Patrol and ICE. And then this summer, you joined Republicans in strongly condemning Kamala Harris specifically and the Biden administration more generally for failing to secure the border. What caused you to so drastically change your views on immigration in just a few years?
I mean, part of it probably has to do with her being Latina and needing to, you know, get a bunch of white people in Colorado to vote for her, honestly.
I think the country has changed, and we've seen a crisis that both parties have set up and not offered solutions for. And so as a member of Congress from a district that is very evenly divided, it is my responsibility to portray the opinions of my constituents. And I've done that by being the 8th most bipartisan freshman member of Congress. I've done that by passing.
You know, I would have maybe workshopped that a little bit more. Like, the 8th most bipartisan doesn't sound good. Like, that doesn't sound like something you'd want to brag about.
Passing the first law that a freshman member of this Congress passed last year. And I've done that by introducing a bipartisan package around immigration reform and many other issues. And so really that is the way that I am approaching this issue and many other issues, making sure that I'm truly representing the people of the 8th District.
So it sounds like you're drawing a distinction between what you believe about immigration and border security and what you believe your constituents want on the issue. Because of the changes in your position, I'm going to ask you about a number of things that you've supported in the past, and if you would please just tell me briefly whether you still hold those positions. If you want to differentiate and say, I still hold the position, but I'm going to vote against it anyway because I think that's what my constituents want, feel free to say that. But let's try to get folks some clarity because of the changes that have happened. In 2021, you called on the Biden administration to divest from immigration enforcement agencies like ICE and CBP. Is that still your position?
My constituents do not believe that, and so I would vote against that.
Is it still your position? Do you still believe that that's the right thing to do?
My job is to represent the 8th Congressional District, and that is what I'm doing every time that I vote.
In 2019, you sponsored a bill prohibiting local law enforcement from cooperating with federal immigration holds in Colorado. Do you?
I do really like that Kyle Clark and the moderation team ask both sides tough questions. I think everyone in a position of power should be asked questions that are hard. And I think that if you are seeking that power, you should also be asked hard questions. I like this. I like this so much.
Still believe that Colorado law enforcement should be barred from working with immigration agents?
It shouldn't be up to local law enforcement to do what the federal government has failed to do.
That sounds like a yes. You still hold that position.
The local police officers should not be enforcing laws that the federal government has not reformed.
In 2021, you sponsored a bill that allowed the state to award contracts to companies that knowingly employ people who are not in this country legally. Is that still your view?
I will vote in keeping with what the constituents of the 8th District want me to, and I think that is taking a balanced approach to people that immigrate here legally and illegally.
That did not answer the question at all. In 2021, you sponsored a bill that allowed the state to give contracts to companies that knowingly employ people who do not have legal authorization to work. Do you still believe that's the right thing to do?
I have not had a bill presented to me since then.
In 2021, you sponsored a bill that opened up taxpayer-paid public housing to people here illegally. Is that still your position?
I have, around the issue of housing, made sure that I'm introducing a bill to have the federal government pay for migrant housing so that local taxpayers do not.
Well, local taxpayers pay federal taxes, so it's still their money.
Yeah, but a disproportionate.
Kyle is so on the ball. He's so quick. I love it. I love it so much. hard men should be asked hard questions about hard things like muscles. True.
Proportionate amount, it should not come onto the taxpayers only of Denver.
Okay, thank you.
A yes or no here before we move on to other topics. Republicans and Democrats put together a bipartisan border security bill in Congress. Some key points to that bill included emergency closures to the border if there are too many crossings, and speeding up a...
Yeah, no, well, Kyle Clark, Catalina Gearbox, Kyle Clark does have a show. It's called Next, and we've watched clips of it. It's actually the one we're watching right now. This show is called Next with Kyle Clark. But I do think that Kyle Clark should be bumped up to the big leagues. I want to see this interview style and this like moderation style be the mainstream. This should be the bar of American journalism. Kyle, and I forgive me, I don't know this guy's name, but I do like that every time we've seen him, he has like a little tie clip that is a pair of glasses. I do like that. I appreciate the consistency, but I think that both these guys should just moderate every debate. I think they do a wonderful job.
Asylum approvals and denials. That bill failed after Donald Trump told the Republicans to oppose it. I believe, Ms. Caravello, I already heard you say you would vote for that same bill if it came up again.
I would.
Okay. Mr. Evans, would you vote for that same bill if it was presented if you were a member of Congress?
So what that bill did was require or allowed up to 5,000.
Let's start with yes or no.
Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 super chat. I love these questions and follow-ups. Where has this been all my life as a former journalist? This makes me happy. Isn't it such a breath of fresh air to actually see politicians in a debate be held accountable for the things they're saying when they're not true or when they're being like shifty about it? It's so good. It's so good.
I think there should be state-mandated Kyle Clark debate for every election.
Agreed.
Every election.
It should be the law of the land. I agree, 100%. Also, thank you to Media Breakdown and Olympians for the 2 $5 donos, because, again, my channel is still pretty small. We're almost hitting 7,500 subscribers on YouTube, but with your support, I'm able to continue making this show and making it bigger and better. We're working our way up towards getting an editor for the channel full-time, paid. I'd really love to make it. So thank you for helping me to continue doing what I do, especially during a very tumultuous election season. Thank you. Got that BWA energy, folks.
Would you vote for that same bill?
No, that bill had bipartisan opposition.
Okay, why? What is it about that bill that had some...
Have I considered or tried to get Kyle Clark as a guest on stream? I've considered it. I think he's, like, again, when we're talking about, like, media figures, he's probably still too big to bother with someone my size. Maybe if I had, like, 25,000 subscribers, maybe it'd be, like, more in his ballpark, but I think I'm still too small. But I could ask. The main thing is I just don't know what I'd want to like discuss with him. You know, maybe talk about his show and like how he moderates. Maybe I'd just do like an interview along those lines. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe after the election cycle, we can have him on to talk about like his brand of journalism that he's kind of pushing, and I really like. How can we clone him and have 1,000 more across the country? Let 1,000 Kyle Clarks bloom.
Support from many Republicans that you oppose.
That bill had bipartisan opposition as well because what it required was up to 5,000 folks per day to be allowed into the United States under an asylum claim. What that does is that allows 1.8 million newcomers into our country every year through the asylum program. It does not actually work to solve the issues, and what it does is it takes the Border Patrol off of the border and moves them into an administrative role where they're not actually securing the border.
Wait, but the administration role is like the important part. They need to be able to track who's coming in. That's literally their job. Their job is not to like physically restrain every person who sets foot on American soil who might not be a citizen. Like if they're coming through and seeking the asylum process, that is a legal process. that they have to respect. That's actually good.
Filling out paperwork instead of protecting our country. We need more Border Patrol agents, but we need more Border Patrol agents actually on the border securing the physical.
Well, again, what is the problem? Like, if this guy oh man, what a freeze frame here. If this guy's problem is immigrants being undocumented, then he should be in favor of Border Patrol documenting the immigrants. That document is literally part of that. The bureaucracy is built into documenting the immigrants. But something tells me his main problem is the immigrants.
I think you should discuss debates and journalism in the modern era of social media. Now streamers, YouTuber, and legacy media can help each other with providing information to the public.
Yeah, maybe. I would love to just pick his brain, I guess. I'm just worried I would I'd beef it a little bit, you know? Uber.
Physical boundaries of the United States.
There was math that would have allowed the border to be closed for emergency reasons that wouldn't have gotten anywhere near 1.8 million. But thank you for your point there. Let's move to the economy and housing affordability. Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have proposed tax cuts, but have different approaches on affordable housing. Neither has fully explained how to pay for their proposals, so let's go with what we do know. The centerpiece of Trump's economic plan is across-the-board tariffs, 60% on goods from China.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like when people say it doesn't solve the issue, when someone says we should document immigrants, I'm pretty sure they mean they just don't want immigrants at all, and that's the nice way. Yeah, exactly.
20% on other imports.
I'm incredibly confident in your abilities to a good host.
Well, thank you, Olympians. I think I'm relatively okay at talking with people. I'm not hopeless. The main thing is usually if I want to talk to someone, I want to have a clear topic in mind. And so it's not just like 5 minutes of chat and then like awkwardly sitting around for another 10. I think it'd be fine. But like, you know what I mean? There's that fear there that there's not going to be the back and forth you want. And also, not going to lie, a little bit intimidating. He's a little bit intimidating. He's so quick.
Last month, Trump threatened to impose 200% tariffs on John Deere should that company move production from the U.S. to Mexico. Mr. Evans, tariffs are passed on to consumers through higher costs for those products. Farmers and ranchers in Congressional District 8 could face significantly higher costs for the same product if Trump followed through on the John Deere threat. Is that, and Trump's broader tariff plan, smart policy?
Oh, man, please give any kind of coherent answer to the tariff policy. Not a single Republican has been able to do it so far.
When it comes to protecting the American economy, what we have to do is we have to cut red tape. We have to reward folks who are taking the risk and doing the work here in the United States. When we're talking about China, China's in a class all of its own because China uses slave labor and they have their communist government that's actually...
You know, I've got really bad news if this guy objects to slave labor. Got really bad news. Got really bad news about it. Got really bad news. Our nation incarcerates more than 1.2 million people in state and federal prisons, and 2 out of 3 of these incarcerated people are also workers. In most instances, the jobs these nearly 800,000 incarcerated workers have look similar to those of millions of people working on the outside. But there are 2 crucial differences. Incarcerated workers are under the complete control of their employers, and they've been stripped of even the most minimal protections against labor exploitation and abuse. You know, like slaves.
Supporting their industries. And
that, by the way, in case any of you are curious about that, that comes from an ACLU report that was released in 2022 that you can check out in the link I just posted in chat.
So we need to make sure that we are holding China accountable for their dealings in the international community, and we're not allowing them to take over certain sectors of our economy because they're not on the same playing field. They're literally getting support from their government. So when it comes to China, I strongly I want to make sure that we are holding China accountable for how they do their dealings. That protects the American workers. For protecting American workers, we need to cut the red tape. We need to ensure that they are able to do their job here without the punitive regulations, many of which my opponent has sponsored. She brought the most damaging bill in a decade for farmers and ranchers in the 8th Congressional District.
That addressed the broader plan, and just a very quick answer about the John Deere threat. Is that fair to the people of Congressional District 8 if they had to pay more for the same product under that threat?
So we need to make sure that we're creating a positive environment here in the United States so that we don't have to have threats like that, so that we can have American industry and American economy empowered here
Just turn that frown upside down, fellow worker.
In the United States. When we actually cut that red tape, you don't have to have that threat to
But in the
John Deere.
meantime, that threat is there. Thank you for the answer there. Ms. Caraveo, Kamala Harris is calling for increased taxes on large corporations and on Americans making more than $400,000 per year. Is that also where you would draw the line? And please be specific. Who should pay more in taxes and who should pay less?
You know, I think for a very long time, especially under the Trump tax credits and Trump tax law, we have been giving breaks to people who make over $400,000 a year and to corporations. It's more than high time for them to pay their share. And so I would approve of a plan that increases taxes on those individuals. I think that the next congressperson to serve the 8th Congressional District is going to be deciding what taxes are going to be cut and what taxes are going to be increased. And I think that if my opponent were to have his chance in office, he would be continuing a lot of the tax credits that benefit the wealthiest Americans amongst us. I, on the other hand, as a representative, have voted on decreasing the middle class tax amounts. I have voted to extend the child tax credit that gives $1,800 a month to working families, and so I'm going to take a very different approach.
So on the less, is it $400,000 and less will be paying fewer taxes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. To housing affordability now. Both of you have served in the state legislature where a lot can be done to impact housing affordability. I'd like to ask each of you to discuss something you achieved at the state level to improve housing affordability, and then something you'd look to do in Congress to help Coloradans afford homes. I'll start with Ms. Caraveo.
Housing was one of the...
she is way too nervous, but also... To be fair, if I was going in front of these two guys to moderate, I'd be a little nervous too.
Prime issues that I looked at during the COVID pandemic. I had heard stories from many constituents talking about late fees that were exorbitant, fees around trash and many other things that hadn't been delineated in people's leases when they decided to rent a place, and then later were suddenly added to their bills, sometimes totaling more than the rent itself, especially once corporations were calculating late fees the second that the rent was late, and then daily after that.
It's a little bit weirder given that she's actively a lawmaker right now and supposedly does public speaking. But, I assume if she gets another term, she'll get better at it.
Able to pass a bill that lowered those fees, that made sure that landlords are being responsible when they are charging fees to renters, to make sure that we are making housing more affordable for them. In Congress, I am introducing a bill that is going to look at innovation around affordable housing to make sure that at the federal government, what we mainly can do is fund affordability and make sure that we're looking at the way that different developments are classified and credits that landlords can use to build.
Thank you, Ms. Caraveo. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, so one of the biggest barriers to affordable housing in Colorado is red tape. And that goes back to energy. When energy is expensive, then it's more expensive to get a load of 2x4s. It's more expensive to drive that load of 2x4s to the market. It's more expensive to put the house together. When there's red tape around housing construction, as we saw in the aftermath of the Marshall Fire, where the rebuild costs were significantly higher than anticipated because of all of that red tape, all of these things contribute to a higher cost in housing. And the fact fact is, one party, my opponent's party, has controlled Colorado with majorities in the House, the Senate, and the governorship for the last 6 years, and houses are not more affordable. Things that I've accomplished in the legislature are fighting that red tape. I'm proud to be endorsed by the National Federation.
I mean, part of that problem is that it's not just a state level issue, it's a national level issue. But like I do understand, like this here is a savvy move if you're in his shoes. Pointing out that like they had a supermajority and the problem isn't fixed, like that is an effective way of pointing out that your opponent has, you know, there's some sort of failure on the part of your adversary political party.
Of independent businesses. So that's the voice of small businesses in the United States, because I fight for jobs. I fight for our small businesses, unlike my opponent who has voted against those businesses 75% of the time. That's how we make housing affordable.
In what way? Like, oh yeah, she wants to kill small businesses.
In Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Let's discuss access to abortion. Mr. Evans, in 2022, 2 years ago, you told a conservative group that you support banning abortion except to save the life of the mother, no exceptions for rape or incest. Is that still your view today? And if not, can you explain how your view has changed in the last 2 years?
Yeah, so I know the survey that you're talking about. That was a check block survey that had two options, one pro-life, one pro-choice option. I'm pro-life, so I selected the pro-life option.
To clarify, that same survey allowed you to clarify and add comments to your remarks, and in fact you did on a question that was on the same page. If you felt like an exception for rape and incest was appropriate, why not add that in a comment, as you did to clarify and answer a short time later?
So here's my position, and I've said it.
My God, Kyle Clark is thorough. Like, that is a level of detail awareness that is very impressive to me.
Since day one.
Yeah, exactly. Like Somnia Static, it's not just that he even, like, it's the fact that he even knew that was impressive, but the fact that he knew it well enough to immediately follow up is like kind of breathtaking to me.
Since I got into the state legislature, my voting record in the state legislature reflects this. I support exceptions for rape, for incest, for life of the mother, and I don't support a national abortion ban. I received pressure as a state representative to sign on to bills from my own party that would have taken away those exceptions. And I was one of 5 Republicans that didn't sign on to those. My voting record on this is clear from day one, and so is my opponent's voting record. She voted for abortion up to the moment of birth, no questions asked, and she voted against funding our military because she wanted to use military funds to pay for those abortions.
Ms. Caraveo, you've co-sponsored a bill to protect abortion access in federal law and even supported spending tax dollars for contraception for people in this country illegally. So the question is, do you support any restrictions on abortion access? Why or why not?
I support codifying Roe v. Wade. It was the law of the land for 50 years and then was taken down by a Supreme Court that Donald Trump, who has endorsed my opponent, has said he is very proud to have set up. My opponent celebrated the fall of Roe v. Wade. Now that he's running for Congress, he suddenly does not want a national abortion ban, even though he filled out a questionnaire in just the way that Kyle described 2 years ago. And he has described himself as pro-life as they come. That decision of whether to have a child or not, it needs to be between a doctor and a woman. As a doctor, as somebody who has been in clinics talking to women about this incredibly tough choice, that is the end-all and be-all of what I think abortion law should be. It's between a woman and her doctor, not between Gabe Evans being in your exam room and telling your doctor what to do.
Thank you, Ms. Caraveo.
Mr. Evans, you're on the record supporting school.
Okay, she's getting her sea legs in the debate. That was an incredibly strong response.
Vouchers for private schools, using taxpayer money to support private or religious schools. And Donald Trump's plan calls for universal school choice. How would you like to see that accomplished at the federal level?
Right now in Colorado, we have an education crisis. I've got 2 boys. They're in.
This guy has the most shit-eating grin I've ever seen in my life. Look at his facial expression go from, like, normal person to, like, trying to sell you an automobile that he knows doesn't work.
Right now in Colorado, we have an education crisis. I've got 2 boys. They're in, school-age kids. Right now in Colorado, 60% of our 3rd graders aren't reading at the 3rd grade level when they're in 3rd grade.
And you know what will help them read better sending them to private schools where, you know, they don't teach you if you have, like, learning disabilities. They just kick you out. That'll help them. Or you know what will help them? Sending them to a religious institution that will teach them that the earth is only 5,000 years old. Or you know what will help them? Sending them to one of the poor schools. And by the poor schools, I mean public schools that are now woefully underfunded because this is just a way of slashing the education budget and giving handouts to religious institutions, as well as for-profit schools. Crazy! That's what this is. That is what it has always been about. Guys, I don't know if you know much about, like, the voucher program, but there's a reason Betsy DeVos under Donald Trump wanted the voucher program to be implemented in every state in the United States. And that's because it would mean a whole lot of money for a whole lot of private institutions, both religious and for-profit. It's just a way of siphoning money out of the education system and putting it into organizations that can skim it off the top or push an agenda. Full stop. That's all it is. And these private institutions that are, you know, either for-profit or religious in nature, what they do often, and this is mostly true, by the way, of for-profit institutions, for-profit schools, they will pad their numbers. They will accept a whole bunch of students, and then as soon as it becomes apparent that your student might need additional help, they will kick that student out of the school because that student, if they continue, will lower the average scores of the students in the school, and they want to look as good as possible, you know, for other people who want to send their kids there for money that they profit from. Like, it really is that simple. And on the flip side of that, you have religious institutions, and they have more money than God because they get it from their congregants. And if you then add more money on top of that, well, it allows them to put a lot more resources into the school in order to push their ideology. Like, and that can have obviously deleterious effects. You know, if you're going to a religious institution and your kid learns that the world is only 6,000 years old, that has some pretty terrible implications. You could be sent to a world where, like, geocentrism is being taught. The Earth is the center of the universe. Like, that might sound crazy, but, like, that's, like, literally you have creationist museums and schools where they teach, like, wacky alternate conceptions of the universe, where evolution isn't real, where like dinosaurs and humans lived alongside each other. There's all kinds of really weird stuff out there that your kid can be taught if we open up this Pandora's box. Oh, shit. Harold in chat writes, that literally happened with us, more or less. In Arizona, in smaller school districts, charter school funding redirection has just killed public schools. The public school district we are in is shit because of that, so we put our kids in a charter school here because we felt we had no other choice. 2 months in, and the administration basically became antagonistic to one of our
That
kids
is like
when
a
they needed
Christian
additional
fire department
support.
not putting out the fire because the person owning it was gay, trans, queers.
I mean, yeah, kind of Olympians, exactly. Like, it really does kind of boil down to that sometimes. And I'm so sorry to hear about your struggle, Harold, but, like, that is literally how these schools operate. Where if your kid is not performing up to the median standard set by the school, they will just cut you loose or try and force you out of the school in some way. And the issue here is that if that policy is allowed to exist, right? Miss Delibird, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that as well. But if your kid is kicked out of the school and they have to go back to the public school is woefully underfunded. Because here's the thing. Schools have maintenance costs, and those maintenance costs are largely related to how many students are there, and their funding is related to how many students are there. So if suddenly more like fewer students are going to that school, it becomes harder and harder to maintain that school and to maintain the services at that school. And so then you have to start cutting and cutting and cutting. And then, weirdly enough, there's not that many resources to go along to maintain the building, to maintain the grounds, to maintain the services, to maintain the programs. And it destroys the educational system in your local area in order to funnel money into the pockets of religious institutions that slowly wind up being the default options, or the for-profit institutions that wind up being the default options. Like, it is a scam, and I wish more people would be aware of it. The solution to making your school better is getting more involved with the school and working together with teachers to secure more funding for different programs and, like, you know, better the curriculum and stuff like that. That is the secret of bettering schools, not making everything for profit or religious in nature.
70% of them can't do math at the 8th grade level when they're in 8th grade. And so what we need to do in this space is we need to put parents, students, and teachers back in charge of education. And so what I've always supported is an environment that allows parents and families that choice to be able to select the education that works best.
Oh, wait. The thing is, our kid is actually advanced for their age. We got an evaluation of the state for development, and they are several years ahead of most things. But more or less mild neurodivergence makes them a threat to the other kids. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, charter schools in particular do not accept levels of neurodivergence. You might be able to find like one or two that specialize and have like special programs for kids with neurodivergence. But for the most part, the places that have those services are the public schools.
Best for them. To me, that means two things. That means parents can see what their kids are being taught, and they can actually select a school that works for them. They're not locked into something that's underperforming just because they happen to live in the wrong zip code. And so I think that we've seen this succeed in other places, and so I will always be a very firm believer that allowing parents, families more choice, putting them along with teachers back in control of education rather than bureaucrats is the way that we move our education system forward.
You're a vocal supporter of the Christian homeschooling movement, and you're a member of a Christian group called Heritage Defense, which defends parents accused of beating their children, or as the group describes corporal punishment, quote, following...
Fuck, Kyle. Get his ass. Let's go!
Biblical protocol in the training and discipline of their children. As a state legislator, last year you voted...
What a gotcha on this one. My God, Kyle.
...against a ban on corporal punishment in Colorado's public schools. A brief answer, please. When do you believe that it is acceptable to hit a child at home and at school?
This is why we watch Kyle Clark debates, guys. This is why we do it. He's the best. He's the best around. He just put, you know, like, forget putting someone's feet to the fire. He just threw this Republican candidate hopeful full on into the fire.
That answer is already in the law right now. It's in Title 18-1703, so you can go refer to the law where it talks about the special exception that parents and guardians have when they're tasked with the upbringing for a minor. But I want to address something you mentioned.
How about public school? When is it appropriate for a child to be hit in public school?
When we need to ensure that we are providing
when is it appropriate for a stranger to hit your kid?
A safe place for our kids to be able to learn in our public.
We need a safe place for our kids to be able to learn. You know, ideally a place where strangers aren't going to hit them, right? Right?
schools. I was a part-time school resource.
There was a security exception. This went beyond the security exception when people needed to control children for safety reasons. When should children be hit in school?
I was a part-time school resource officer.
Is he about to start talking about how he hit children when he was a school resource officer?
For about 2 years at my law enforcement agency.
Yeah, like that's the thing, thoughtful toffee. Exactly. There's a very easy answer here, and that answer is never. It's never okay to hit a child. They're children. The fact that he's hemming and hawing and like, well, I'll refer you to the law on the issue. Like, not. There's a very simple answer, and the answer is never.
And so one of the biggest things that I hear from teachers is...
I apologize, sir, if you're not going to answer the question.
One of the biggest things I hear from teachers is that they wish they could hit kids.
We're going to use the time.
Ms. Caraveo, I just want, as a truth tester, I just need
Only someone who wants to ban abortion could come over an abortion of an idea like that.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it.
a quick answer on this. You're running an ad about fentanyl that says you broke with your party to back tougher penalties, and that's just not true. In 2019, you voted with the majority of Colorado House Democrats to defelonize small amounts of possession of fentanyl, and then you joined the majority of House Democrats to reverse that in 2022. Why deceive voters on such an obviously false claim, saying that you broke with your party on that?
That's not true, Marshall. I broke with my party in Congress on various votes, including one to increase the number of Border Patrol agents by 22,000.
So you're referencing nothing of your actions at the state legislature in that ad?
In that specific ad, I am referencing votes in Congress.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Caraveo.
That good clarification to me.
Who won the 2020 presidential election, Ms.
Dog, they're cooking them alive.
If you hear any grammatical error or spelling mistakes in the chats, I'm using speech to text. That's why you are seeing grammatical errors and spelling mistakes.
No worries, Olympians. I'm not judging. It's okay. This is I may have an English degree, but I'm not grading you guys on your performance. It's okay. This is like, oh my God, guys. He's killing Gabe. Gabe is going to be dead by the end of this.
Caraveo.
Joe Biden.
Mr. Evans.
Joe Biden.
Oh! He did it! Guys! Gabe Evans cleared the lowest possible bar for a Republican. Oh my God, he dodged. Oh my God! I didn't know it was even possible. Holy moly.
Mr. Evans, if Kamala Harris wins the 2024 election, will you accept the results?
We have to make sure that every legal vote is counted, but yeah, I always accept the result of elections.
Thank you very much. It's time for your closing statements. You'll each have 1 minute, as determined earlier by a coin toss. Ms. Caraveo, you'll go first.
Thank you, Kyle and Marshall, again, and thank you to the audience and to my opponent for being here tonight. Listen, the choice in November in 4 weeks is stark. I have made sure that I am representing the 8th Congressional District in a way that my constituents would be proud of, and in a way that is in keeping with having been raised as the child of a construction worker, a child of immigrants, and somebody who's been able to live out my dream, my American dream. That is what I have been working for every single day in Congress, by making sure that I'm looking at affordability, that we're looking at healthcare and making sure that it's accessible, that we're giving the choice of healthcare back to women, and that we are keeping our air and water clean, all while ensuring that we continue to have an oil and gas industry here in the 8th District. It has been the honor of my life to serve as the representative for the 8th Congressional District, and I hope to earn your trust for 2 more years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Evans.
Thank you so much for hosting the debate tonight, for my opponent, for having this conversation with me, and to our studio audience.
Let's not get too happy he's endorsed by child beating organizations. Yeah, but you know, like, It's somewhat telling that someone endorsed by the pro-child beating lobby is able to meet that bar that is so goddamn low, and Donald Trump can't even make it. You know, like none of the people in Donald Trump's social circle can like meet that same bar. Hey, Ms. Milena. But yeah, this guy does deserve the biggest wedgie ever conceived by man.
And Colorado, the choice couldn't be more clear. We have a choice between policies that allow fentanyl to flow into our communities or that hold drug dealers accountable.
The pro-child beating lobby is such a cursed thing to think
I
about.
guess children is not the only thing he's beating.
I mean, yeah, if you're in favor of beating children, you're probably beating other people too. That you know, probably, yeah.
We have a choice between leaving the border open or securing the border. We have a choice between policies that defund law enforcement or that actually support our police officers to keep our communities safe. We can reward work or we can punish work. My opponent's voting record is clear. She's voted for defunding the police. She's voted to lower the penalties for violent criminals who commit crimes with firearms. She's voted for open border policies. She's voted for policies that make it illegal for local and state law enforcement to even pick up the phone and call immigration and customs when folks are committing crimes in our community. I'm a cop, I'm a soldier, a husband, a father, a grandson of immigrants. I served overseas in a combat zone. I know how to fix these things. I've done it down at the state legislature, and I look forward to doing it in Congress. I would love to earn your vote.
Mr. Evans, thank you very much. 30 minutes flies by, and thus concludes the only live debate in...
Time flies when you're having fun, am I right, folks? Both of these candidates are going to go cry after this.
Colorado's 8th Congressional District this year. Thank you to both the candidates for continuing the Colorado tradition where candidates show up, do not duck debates, take on challenging issues and questions, and engage respectfully about your differences, as you did here tonight. Thank you as well to our studio audience. You have been respectful. I encourage you to now join us in showing appreciation for the candidates for coming to debate here tonight. A reminder to voters. Mail ballots go out in 3 days. You can register to vote and vote in person all the way through Election Day in Colorado. If you missed any of this debate, you can see it in its entirety on 9news.com, streaming on 9 News Plus, and on the 9 News YouTube channel.
Let's go! Subscribe to all of those, by the way. 9 News does such good work in Colorado, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, I don't even live in Colorado, and the amount of love and admiration I have for the entire 9 News team and the folks behind Next with Kyle Clark is honestly unparalleled. The best in the biz. Also, look at their set.
When I say, I've been cold worse by better I mean Kyle Clark.
9news.com is also where you will find our continuing series, Decision 2024, The Stakes for Colorado. Information
Their coverage
to allow
is just
you
really good.
to make better informed choices. For Marshall Zellinger and for all of us at 9 News, I'm Kyle Clark. This has been Next Presents The Race for Congress.
You got the handshake. You got the handshake. I think she feels really good about how she performed there. I think she did a really good job, actually. You know? Good golly. We cooking tonight, folks. We cooking. Excellent debate. 10 out of 10. Kyle Clark has never disappointed me when it comes to any type of segment, any type of news, any type of debate. Awesome, awesome, awesome local newsman. Okay. Some of my hair keeps getting caught under my jacket. With that, folks, we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos because that is what allows me to keep doing this show. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to pay rent, eat food, or get my car brakes fixed. So thank you all so goddamn much. Every single episode and segment that we do. We're moving onward and upward, okay? Like we're making progress here, folks. Let's see here. Get better makeup. You're barely passing as a female. Well, you're not good at grammar, and also I still pass. Thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement and the affirmation. You're welcome, LC. I think this will stick with folks. Maybe. C's get degrees. Do they, though? I don't know if that applies to Eric. Let's see here. Thank you for providing such a worthwhile show. Look, I'm doing my best, okay? I got limited resources, but, you know, we've got all kinds of content to cover today.
While you're passing as a woman, he is not passing his English class.
And True Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. And Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 dono as well over on YouTube. In order to stick it to the hater in chat, here's $5. Can you please do the alien abduction thing? It is cute and wholesome. The alien abduction thing? Are you talking about Oh, are you talking about the palate cleanser? Yeah, we can do the palate cleanser. The alien abduction thing. The dono ghost. The dono ghost, everyone. He lives right back there. He lives right back there in my little closet. He seeps out in the gas with the gases. A fesh? Aware. Hey, gay fesh. Where you spit in a circle? Oh no, it's the dono ghost! Ah! Thank you. Thank you for summoning the dono ghost. He feeds off your donos and my fear. But I'm not very afraid right now, and he's very hungry. It loves shimp too? Yeah, look. Shimping ain't easy, okay, folks? Shimping ain't easy. I love the dono ghost. I love the dono ghost too. What happens when you open the closet? We don't talk about that. Shimping ain't easy. It ain't easy getting shimp. But one thing I always be knowing is that I got a friend. I got a friend in my closet. His name's the Dono Ghost. And maybe together, shimping will get close. Nailed it. That's my what's the name of that? What's the name of that song? Randy Newman song. There we go. You got a friend in me. Takes on a new meaning with a ghost. Callie Brading, thank you for the 50 sec. I don't know what that is, but thank you. Do people in the U.S. pay as much in taxes for private school pupils as for the ones in public schools? In my kingdom, we do. TBT. I think that is the idea, but I'm unsure in practice. There's no cohesive practice in America for it. It's kind of on a state-by-state basis. We shimpin', yeah, we shimpin'. I live up in a blimpin'. Me and my dono ghost, we shimpin' all the time. There we go. Nailed it. I think the SEK is Swedish Krona, right? Thank you very much, Calibrating. I appreciate it. Getting another dono up on the board. And Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono as well. Folks, we are up to 184. When I hit 400 subs, I will be able to replace my brakes on my car. And thank you for helping me get close to the goal, folks. I just realized you have a little amigurumi figure on. No, I didn't make this, Miss T. I talked about how I found out that gender clinics for children got sent a special blahage that you cannot buy, but IKEA sent it out to a bunch of gender clinics, but it's in trans colors. So they made a special blahage for trans kids, and I talked about wanting one really badly, and Paladin Lost, one of the OG viewers and also mods, sent me this, and it's so cute. It's so cute. Your hair is beautiful, so there. Thank you, John Smith. I got it done a day or two ago. Not was it yesterday? I've been working so nonstop that like I'm kind of losing track of time, so I'm kind of like I think it was yesterday.
All our public schools still have to keep and pay for room, books, etc. enough to accommodate for when the private ones go poof. The word for the private options is free schools, lol.
Oh my god!
Bill's face.
Oh my god! That's so dystopian. They call the private schools free schools, but they're not. Okay, that would drive me insane. Thank you for the 100 Swedish krona. I appreciate that. I think that translates roughly to 2 subs? Question mark. Also, Real Radhom! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Radders. We're gonna call you Radders. I like that. How did Blahage originally become a trans icon? Honestly, it's just because it's cute and silly, and trans people love, like, plushes. It's just a thing. Rated into an ad break? Oh no, you are in an ad break. I'm sorry. We'll be with you soon. Hell yeah, let's go. Also, if we manage to hit 400 subs, my partner and I will play Alien Isolation on stream together. She loves Alien. I've never played Alien Isolation, and I really like horror games, but I also get spooked out easily, so you guys can enjoy that. Hello, Ratters! Welcome! Welcome. Hello, Sarah Scorpion. Hello, Bleak WMD. Hello, Jabs019. Hello, Kippy. Alien Isolation is so good. I know, I've been hearing good things about it forever, and it was one of those things I just never had, like, the time to, like, get into. Also, I'm really excited because today, Metaphor ReFantasio launches, and I really want to play that video game. I really want to play it, guys. Ugh. Pixel Smixel tries playing Alien Isolation, but quit because it was too much. But I will also be very scared, but I will try to act tough because I'm next to my partner, and I want to be a tough lady. That would be so fun to watch. It would be so fun to watch, and you can help us actually do that. Let's go! Snuggle Kitten, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I'm getting closer to fixing the brakes with every single sub and dono you guys make. Thank you so goddamn much. But we're not going to do that tonight. Like, my partner isn't here. If we do hit 400, it will be Saturday. I'll do an extra stream on Saturday with you guys. And it'll be great. The urge to be a tough lady next to one's partner is strong. It really is. It's up there with Amnesia and Resident Evil 7 on my list of too stressful, scary to be fun games. I fucking love Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but I do have to be honest. I have never made it to the end of that game because I get too freaked out. It's very scary. I've made it almost to the end of the game, but then it got too scary, and I wound up almost reaching the end, but then I died, and I didn't want to go through the scary section again, so I stopped. I don't like the trend Amnesia started. Well, yeah, I don't like the games that did Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but poorly. I'm with you there. Feel like Clarice would be scary as shit if you got on her wrong side. I mean, yeah, but I'm never going to be, because she's my love guy, and so we're gonna be together forever. Because we're love guys. Were you in the big open area near the end of the game? Yeah. The worst thing about Swedish private schools is they're funded 100% by public funds, but they're run for profit. That sounds like a terrible system. Who got duped into that? A few weeks ago, you brought up the game Superluminal. I had never heard of it, but it was on Game Pass, so I gave it a shot, and it's literally one of the best games ever made. Literal art, fucking masterpiece. It's so good, but it's really scary. Well, Orion Send, I'll probably play the Silent Hill 2 relaunch at some point. But it was probably like 5 years ago that I played Silent Hill 2 for the first time. And it was really good, but my interest isn't there yet, but I'll probably go back and play it at some point on stream. Jack should play a horror game with Granny sometimes because no, it's giving you that. I don't know what that means. You can be a tough lady? I can be a tough lady. Transphobes come at me all day, every day on Twitter or on YouTube. And you know what? I'm very tough. I am tough. Oh, Dead Space is real fun, Snuggle Kitten. I like it a lot. It is more action than horror, but I do like it a lot. Also, while I was on vacation, I started playing Dave the Diver a little bit. I know a lot of people were really big on it last year, or maybe the year before even. But genuinely a great game. It's a cute indie game. Though I would say, is it an indie game? Like it seems like it's a really big budget like pixel art game. Like I don't know, it's really cute. I like catching the fish. It has some problematic messaging about like the stigmatizing of sharks in the ecosystem, but like I don't know, it's good. I like it. You're making an action horror game. That's so cool, Brutus Magnuson. I'd love to hear more about it. Especially if you're getting closer to launch, or if you want to keep it a secret whenever you're ready to talk more about it. Mid-budget is probably a better way of describing it. I really enjoy the pixel animation sequences that they make in the game. I was actually shocked the first time I saw one play. came from a large game dev studio. It does seem to have like that big studio scope, I guess, feel. It's very neat. I like it a lot. Triple I indie. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Trying to think here. Well, I think let's do a little palate cleanse here, okay? Back when they didn't know how to advertise video. Or did they know how to advertise? It's so good. The neoliberals went big in the 90s. Yeah. Back when theater kids were allowed to cook. Yeah, exactly. I have some content for you guys. I have content. But remember, folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the stream. We are literally 1 like away from 200 likes on the stream. I think you guys can do it. I believe in you. I know somebody on the stream has not liked it yet. Also, we are 7 subscribers short of 7,500 over on YouTube. I believe in you guys. I think you can do it. But get ready for some content. There we go. Thank you, Lady Raincloud. Thank you, John Thomas. Let's go. We are over 200 likes. We are moisturized. We are thriving. Also, to that transphobe earlier who was saying my makeup looks bad. Literally, the only makeup I'm wearing right now is eye makeup. The rest, I just moisturize. And honestly, my eye makeup skills are bad, so fair play on that one, I guess. But, fuck you, and you're bad at identifying makeup. Go back to girl school. All right. Moisturizes makeup. Someone in the comments section of my quartering video talked about how, like, telling someone to moisturize was like...
It's mid, to be honest.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. What did they say about moisturizing? It was something silly to me. Oh, it was something like, moisturizing isn't important. I need to look it up now. It's going to bother me if I don't. Portland, Oregon. Where was it? There was someone who was really, really weird about being told to moisturize their skin. Was it you? Was it you? I need to know. I need to know. Okay. I'm sorry. I know that this is an unacceptable break in my stream of consciousness that you all enjoy. But I need it. I need it. Well, number one, thank you to the person who said, as a cis dude, they co-sign my moisturizer comments because you should be you should moisturize. It just it's healthy for your skin to be moisturized. Okay, here we go. Found it. Get some moisturizer? Really? Perhaps everyone needs to stop caring so much about looks so much. I don't care if you moisturize or have different skin color. Just who you are as a person. Seriously, obsession over appearance is bad in all its forms. And it's like, one, I think it's fair game to criticize someone if they look like they have the pallor of death upon them. Okay? Like, I'm just trying to tell, like, this, to me, this is like, oh, you want people to brush their teeth? Oh, I remember when people were concerned about their looks, and it's like, no, I just think it'd be good if you brushed your teeth so that you don't have stinky breath, and your teeth aren't, like, yellowing, and also you're not getting, like, tooth decay. It's just a good, like, hygiene tip. You know, like, kind of like, I guess I can't force you to brush your teeth. I can't, the same way I can't force you to wash your hands, but it would be really nice if you did. But check the fluoride.
Coming from the dude who criticized women gain for looking ugly. Man can asterisk motherfucker needs to shut his the asterisk up.
God. Also, to the person who said I spent the first 6 minutes of the video talking about him moisturizing and didn't focus on the more important part of the story, that's fair. But also, if you wanted, look, I do a live show. What do you want? Okay? I do a live show and I'm autistic as fuck. I'm sorry, I'm reacting to the video put in front of me, and if my reaction is that I need to talk for 6 minutes about how shitty his skin looks and how if you don't want shitty looking skin, you can just use basic ass moisturizer. I think that's important to you guys. I think you guys want to know how to not have shitty skin. I don't know. Seems like Twitch is kind of quiet tonight. I don't know, you know. Twitch, also over on Twitch, we're one follow away from 10,900 followers, which is pretty cool.
This asterisk 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 bitches about bitches being ugly in game and while being ugly himself.
I mean, it's true, but also like they don't care. They don't care about that particular conflict. I'm not using ass moisturizer on my face. But maybe you should use face moisturizer. I don't know if anyone can see me. You're real. I can see you over there, Foxbat, though I'm confused as to why you're over on Twitch. I can see what you typed, Orion sent. Using face moisturizer on my ass. I got refused dental work because I was terrified. Well, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Josh. It is really scary when you're freaked out at the dentist. I totally sympathize. People, I think you can go to like specialty dentists that like will put you unconscious, but also like you have to pay through the nose because there's an anesthesiologist involved. But Jack, I want to be bad looking, just like my hero, Donald Trump. Well, yeah, like honestly, Maniacal the Shamanite, the reason I started moisturizing was not because it was good for my skin, but because it felt nice to like do like a gentle face massage. And then it smelled nice too. So like I did it because it felt good to do. Anesthesia does come with its own risks of like death and health complications, yes. Okay, folks. We are 10 subs away, by the way, from being halfway to our goal. And if we do that, then I can badly sing a line from a song. Now, that being said, folks, of course we got more content. We've only been going for 6 hours. It's only been 6 hours, chat. Did you think the mega show was going to be done at the 6-hour mark? You fools, you simpletons, you buffoons. Of course not. The show must go on. And I, of course, have I have a special bit of content for you guys. Because I remembered, I have a special bit of content today. Because I remembered that someone existed that I haven't seen in a very long time. And I just wanted to know, what are they up to? And of course I'm referring to Caitlin Poo Poo Bennett. Now, if many of you may have forgotten that she exists. That's fair. She got some traction a few years ago for working with like Turning Point USA, and she did like some college campus stuff, like man on the street or a woman on the street stuff. And then she spun off to start a website called libertyhangout.tv. But then she got married and like dropped off the face of the earth. And she also probably dropped off the face of the earth because a story came out about how she had pooped her pants at a college party, which is extraordinarily funny. But this is a serious program for serious news. And so we need to look at the serious content that she's putting out. And she put out a video a couple weeks ago called Kamala Harris Fanboys Get Triggered. So let's see what Boo Boo Bennett is up to these days. What's shaking? What a throwback this is. You know, we gotta engage in some nostalgia from time to time. Take a walk down memory lane. Remember when she interviewed a guy about tampons in the men's restroom? And he just, in a very Chad way, said, I don't care if there are tampons in there.
We talk about the woman who shat herself.
Yes, we are talking about the woman who shat herself. It's true. It's true. We are doing that. And I, for one, am excited to see how she's matured and improved as a content creator since we last checked in. Let's see.
Kamala won the debate.
Won the debate?
Who do you think won the debate?
Oh, obviously. This is kind of silly, isn't it?
I don't know. Look at all those people voting for Trump. What do you think about that?
I think they're brain damaged.
They're brain damaged.
Seriously.
Anybody that marked on the left-hand side of the board's got to be brain dead.
Okay. All right. Why do you think that? Well, here, Mark, who you think?
Bold move to open up your video with people just if you think Donald Trump's doing a good job, you literally are damaged in the head. One of my favorite parts about the videos she puts out are that they tend to almost universally dunk on her, but she seems incapable of recognizing this fact.
There you go. How about it?
From the Washington Post.
He said that you guys were brain damaged.
I think you are brain damaged. Yeah, I think you don't realize how much it's hurting yourself.
Chad, what a Chad, dude.
He doesn't help anybody but himself. When has he ever done anything for anyone but himself? When has he done anything for anybody but himself? I come from New York. I've gone to parties with him. He's a
Wait, he's been to parties with him. Might have to revisit those comments about him being a Chad. But also, everyone in New York hates Donald Trump, so.
Loser.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh, you don't? Okay, so because I'm Caitlin Bennett, you're going to take away your vote for Kamala and make Trump more in charge?
I just don't want to be a part of your stuff. You're whack.
Why would you keep that in? Why would you keep that in? That guy's like, I don't want anything to do with you. You fucking crazy. Please leave me alone. Oh my God. God. The libertarian symbol, incredible stuff. Is she an ANCAP? Yeah.
We're here in St. Augustine, Florida, which is a very high traffic area for tourists. We're going to ask people from all over the country who they think won the debate. And we'll see what the results are. Let's go ask them. Okay, so whoever you think won, tally it up for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. Do you have a different opinion?
No, that's why we're married.
That's why you're married.
No.
Okay, great. All right, so why do you think Kamala won the debate?
She didn't say anything absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's start with that.
Okay, all right. Give me more on that. What do you think Trump said that you would...
I think the eating dogs and cats was probably a little bit out there. Yeah.
Very much, sir. I appreciate that.
By their performance alone,
Okay.
Kamala won.
Go ahead. Who do you think won?
Kamala.
Okay. So someone wrote a 1. This is supposed to be a tally. Okay, that's what we're up to right now. Okay. Why do you think she won the debate?
Because she was prepared. She knows what's right for America.
Yeah. So what was the, is there something defining in there that
By the way, just as an FYI, this particular area, as far as I can tell, went overwhelmingly to Marco Rubio. Like overwhelmingly is like 60% of it is Republican, so
you were like, wow, she's winning, she knows what she wants for America, I'm in line with this?
When she came out with the handshake. Yeah. She made him shake her hand. She had full control after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good point. That's a good point. So what about any like policy positions?
Well, just knowing what's right for that. She doesn't have. She doesn't have a concept of a plan. She actually has a plan.
Okay.
Right.
All right. There you go.
Come on.
Your daughter.
Competition. Yeah.
It's always another one.
But yeah, I don't want to do.
Who do you think won?
I'm going to answer that the same way the first candidate answered her first question. Do you think you're better off today than you were 4 years ago? That question was never answered. I'll answer it. No, absolutely not. That blew the whole thing to me.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. You're vacationing in Florida right now. It seems like it's going okay.
I don't like Trump's personality. I wouldn't want him for a neighbor, but I pray to God he gets back in charge of this country.
All right.
Because she has done what we have now.
I am a registered Republican.
Okay. And why are you voting for? For Kamala.
I don't want my dad to hear that.
This was a poorly conceived segment.
He'll love you at the end of the day, no matter what.
We can't have Trump running this country again. He's unhinged.
Okay.
There's nothing factual behind what he says.
Kamala won if you believe all the fake news. There you go.
All the fake news. Okay, I need another hand. Thank you. Do you want to put your tally?
Okay. You don't have David Muir there. Didn't he win?
You want to put?
I'm sorry. You found a bunch of pirates, and they voted. Okay, they voted for Trump. All right.
Put your tally down. Who won? So go ahead. Who do you think won? You told me you're for Trump, but you weren't happy with his debate performance.
Because he didn't answer any of the questions or what he wanted to do for.
Wait, so he didn't answer any of the questions or what he wanted to do, but you think he won the debate because
everybody, and I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Typically, I like his mindset. I like what he has planned, but I don't like his answers because he didn't explain anything, and I think that was his moment.
Yeah.
And he just didn't. We were just
almost like he didn't know anything. Like he's a bad candidate and bad at the debate and didn't do well at the debate.
High schoolers. Just he said, she said, typical situation, but didn't answer anything at all.
Will you still vote for him?
Yeah.
Me and my husband.
Okay, great. Trump's winning now. I'll take that back here. All right. Oh, there's someone else coming around here. Why do you think Trump won?
Because he sticks to politics. He is ready to fight for our country. He's not a sellout. And he's going to make America great again.
How many marks can I put?
He's not a sellout? Dude, his son got given $2 billion by the Saudi government. What are you talking about, dog? Also, did Caitlyn Bennett like lose all of her funding? Like where is her camera equipment? Why is she using an iPhone to record audio?
One. So what's he think?
Oh, Trump.
Oh yeah, okay, no. He needs a vote too.
Okay,
so go ahead. Yeah, you need a vote too, little guy.
You know, it's really telling that Caitlyn Bennett is rigging her own poll system. Stop the steal! This is actually like this has exceeded my expectations for how like deeply embarrassing this is for Caitlin Bennett.
Let's go that
All right, great. Yeah, this isn't cheating. We don't rig elections over here or anything. All right, great.
Why are you saying that when you're a Republican? Are you just being cute about the fact that you think you should steal elections?
Kamala have any good points at all?
No, I don't like this.
That was a trick question.
Anybody that marked on the left-hand side of the board's got to be brain dead.
Okay, all right. Why do you think that? Well, here, mark who you think. There you go. Have it.
Well, I mean, he's stuck in this booth all day. He's got to read books. I mean, he's got to be up on his current events.
How about it? All right, so you said anybody who marked over there. So you think 11 people are brain dead walking up and down this
and
street?
There's a whole bunch more of them out there.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why do you think that?
Oh my God! If you haven't been watching him for the last 6 months,
I have been. I have my opinion, but I want to know yours. Why do you think that?
He's a lunatic.
Can we put an extra mark for Trump for substance, please?
Yes. Okay, I guess we've got another mark. Is he brain dead? He's brain dead. All right. Well,
He drank the Kool-Aid and he's gone brain dead.
well, you got to think about. You got to think about what her greatest accomplishment
I
is.
don't care what she's done. When she becomes president, she'll do a hell of a lot more for a lot more people than
Why
this
didn't
guy.
she help do it the past 3.5 years?
Because that's not how the vice president works. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need the clip.
It's about this constant criticism about the vice president not being able about the vice president being in office for these last he's already upset about it. The vice president being in office for all these years and not being able to make the change was the allegation from J.D. Vance. You said to me, I've been to high school civics class. Why did you say that?
Because if anybody took high school civics class, they'd know what the vice president can do and what the vice president can do. I want to make a quick point. Neither candidate on that stage talked about what executive action they're going to take on day one to do what they want, nor were they asked because they know that they can't. That's not how the vice presidency works. You don't get to do what you want. You do what the president delegates you to do.
We were talking.
I love how over it he is. Anyway. Oh, wrong torture. Here we go.
Because she's vice president and she's not running the
She's
show.
second in
Hey, look, he got it right.
second in charge. She's the border czar.
She's the second in charge. You work in politics as a commentator. How do you not know how the vice president works?
She's not the border czar.
No.
No.
Do you think that
It's not even a real thing. The border czar isn't a real thing.
she should have been fact checked a little bit more?
They might have missed a couple with her.
Okay. What's something they should have fact checked?
All right, enough. Enough.
All right. I'm just making sure your brain's not dead.
No, but I got a lot of other things going on up in there.
Great.
Absolutely. Big. Oh, I should have
about
marked
you?
it over here.
Great. All right. We started out with Kamala, and we're catching up. Great. Oh, you're smart. Maybe I am brain dead this whole time I've been holding it.
Absolutely not. You're not brain dead at all.
Are you guys brain dead?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, go ahead. Let's.
So uncomfortable. She has negative. It is incredible how like what a charisma like black hole she is. Like the Riz in itself is the Rizlessness is fascinating.
Let's clutch her up.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, no, we're good. No, what'd you say?
Yeah.
She said that's Caitlin Bennett and then literally ran. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh, you don't? Okay, so because I'm Caitlin Bennett, you're going to take away your vote for Kamala and make Trump more in charge?
I just don't want to be a part of your
I mean,
stuff.
this
You're
isn't
whack.
technically
Yeah,
part
you
of the
can
vote,
leave.
so we're good.
Okay, maybe they're Caitlin Bennett phobic, you know? They literally took.
Dude, if you can be phobic of a person, I am also Caitlin Bennett phobic, okay? Like, she's a bad person and she should feel bad. And honestly, those people probably should have made fun of her for shitting herself while they had the opportunity, okay? If you know enough about politics to know who Caitlyn Bennett is, you absolutely know that she shit herself, and you should bring that up and see if she leaves it in her video. Because there's a solid 80% chance that she's desperate enough for footage that she'll just leave it in.
Away a vote from a black woman, and I don't support that type of rhetoric at all. I denounce that. Okay, all right. Do you have a different opinion?
No.
Nope. You want to put your tally down there?
I really like that there are just people in Florida that dress up as pirates for some reason. I think that's fun.
Why do you guys think she won?
Because he just talks nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah, he just wasn't giving any real points or...
Also, if you include the number of votes that would have come with that group of 3 people, Kamala Harris is now winning.
You know, ideas.
He can't put a whole sentence together.
Yeah.
Okay. So based on performance, like, no, he definitely didn't win based on performance.
He wasn't there.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about based on policy positions?
He didn't have any policy positions. No.
Okay. What was your favorite policy position from Kamala?
Our group is walking away. Sorry, they know where we're going. I would have had this whole conversation, but I gotta follow that.
Child tax credit. Boom. Easy.
Yeah. Okay. The people who are known for like looting and destroying things, and they're like, gimme, I'm a pirate. Of course they support Kamala. All right.
You literally got 3 votes from pirates for Trump. What? Where's your consistency?
Great. Does she have a different opinion?
Nope, same.
Okay, you put her down too if you want. Great. All right. Why did Trump win?
Oh, that's right. Also, one of the votes for Trump is a literal baby.
I just believe he's best for the economy.
Yeah.
So she's obviously has done nothing in the last 3.5 years.
Also, I like that no one's been able to add more tallies to this one to finish the 5. It's really bothering me.
I don't know why people would believe that she'd do any different.
I've been asking. I haven't gotten an answer yet.
Trump.
All right. Great. Do you have a different opinion?
Absolutely.
Oh my! Did you know this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. You can. It's magnetic. You can just put that right back on there. Why do you think Kamala won?
I found Trump to be very outrageous and lie and mostly just very inaccurate with a lot of what he said.
Okay. Do you think Kamala said anything inaccurate, or maybe should have been fact-checked a little bit more?
I'm fascinated by this dynamic, though. I am fascinated by these two.
How do you make Caitlyn Bennett happy? Depends.
Hey! Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, the unfinished 5 is killing me. Yeah, you know, for a long time I didn't know if I was autistic or not, but there were signs.
No, I didn't think she said nothing particularly outrageous. I think if people did their own research at home, the fact checks could be done at home properly.
Okay. Because a lot of conservatives would say that Trump got unfairly fact-checked. Would you say that?
I would say that.
Yeah. Is there anything that you think Kamala should have been fact-checked on?
Almost everything that came out of her mouth.
Okay. And you don't think so at all?
I wouldn't say at all, but not particularly strongly, but yeah.
Do you have an opinion on who won?
Definitely.
All right, there we go. You have a different opinion?
I'm gonna go with Trump.
Trump? All right, there we go. He's winning so far. You guys want to put your tally down? Thank you, guys.
Yes, I follow you. How are you?
Great. I'm doing great. How are you? Great. All right.
Awesome.
All right, Trump's winning. There we go. You guys have an opinion on who won the presidential debate? You know, they put it down because Kamala's losing. Why do you think that?
She's honestly just better overall.
Yeah, so better.
Okay.
There we go. All
See you
right.
on YouTube or
Yes.
one of those.
Nice, definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're that lady who shit herself.
Great. Mark it
For
across.
sure. Bam.
Great. There we go. Thank you, guys.
Man, what in-depth conversations she's having.
All
Julie.
Julie. You might as well jump in here.
For the bubbles.
Yes. Mark it. Yeah, thanks for doing what you do.
Oh, thank you guys for subscribing and everything.
we have my husband's
Appreciate it.
son,
You can.
too.
It's magnetic. You can just put it down on there. Oh, you're rigging me.
How many subscribers does she have? She has 750,000 subscribers for this shit. This video has 350,000 views. My God, not subscribers.
Election. Are you all okay? We're gonna keep it on. Okay, all of you.
If they
Okay,
can do it.
If they can do
If they can do it, we can, right?
They can do it. Why we
We just
cannot?
gotta be smarter.
Come on. We have to be smarter this time, guys. Donald Trump.
Okay, there were 4 of them. I'm just gonna take away this one, just to keep it actually fair. All right, update. We've been filming for like what, 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes? I don't know. Trump is clearly winning, although CNN and everybody will tell you that he just for sure, you know, lost. Do you have an opinion?
Oh. We went to the 60% Republican area, and weirdly enough, we got you know, a 60% result from the people we polled informally on the street.
Trump? Okay, I thought maybe we would get another one for her, but no, if that guy with the makeup...
What does she do? She does this. This is what she does.
...didn't take away his Kamala vote, maybe he should be a little further along, but I guess not. Put it on there?
Oh, you can do it,
Yeah, okay, I'll do it for you. All right.
What do you think?
I think Trump won. Well, he could have done a little better, but, you know.
Yeah, when it's 3.
This was clearly bothering her the entire time, too, because she's fixing it.
Go on, it's hard.
I know, right? Okay. All right, the parrots. Okay, 3 for Trump. We'll just, okay, and the parrots, too. Okay, they said 3 for Trump. So I did that one there. Okay. Does anybody think Kamala won the debate?
Won the debate?
Who do you think won the debate?
Oh, obviously. This is kind of silly, isn't it?
I don't know. Look at all those people voting for Trump. What do you think about that?
I think they're brain damaged.
They're brain damaged.
Seriously.
Yeah?
Seriously.
Yeah.
You get a convicted criminal who is self-admitted.
What's the deal with her shitting her pants? Oh, just that there are people who went to her college that wrote about her shitting her pants at a party. She went to a party, drank so much she passed out, and then shit herself while at the party.
Sexual predator who has bankrupted many times, who lost over $400 million of inheritance. You could ask the other relatives how that happened. A guy that has over 30,000 documented lies, from the Washington Post.
He said that you guys were brain damaged.
I think you are brain damaged. Yeah, I think you don't realize how much it's hurting yourself. He doesn't help anybody but himself. When has he ever done anything for anyone but himself? When has he done anything for anybody but himself? I come from the...
Just, you know, for additional context here, okay?
Hi everyone, I'm here with Caitlin Bennett, aka Gun Girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it true that you shit yourself at a Kent State party?
It's not. Is it true that you just lied to me in order to...
Oh, she worked for InfoWars. Okay.
Hi everyone.
Oh, God. Oh, wow. Beast.
New York. I've gone to parties with him. He's a f***ing loser. It's all about him.
Well, Trump is winning.
Okay, well, let's fix it. We got 3 coming your way.
All right,
we got 1.
Great.
We got 2.
Great. Why do you think she won?
It had to do with intelligence and decorum. A return to respect.
Well, what about policy?
I have no problem. I'm a liberal. I think there might be some flaws in some aspects, but in general, I think her policy reflects an understanding of international needs
Thank you.
and personal issues. It was fantastic.
Okay, great. Why do you think Trump won?
He's better.
He's better.
He's better. We need an economy.
I just talked to a guy. I just talked to a guy that said if you say Trump did better and if you vote for him, you're brain damaged. 2 people have said that to me today. Are you guys brain damaged?
No.
Yeah, you know what brain damage?
Brain damage.
How about those people? Yeah. All right. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Who do you think won?
Kamala won, but Trump will win.
Okay.
Because Trump is off his marker because he was being influenced by that Laura Loomer lady, and he's just getting things, but it's because he's getting older, like Biden, and now the only reason he'll lose is because Biden, he's acting like Biden. So I'm scared he's going to lose because Kamala looks so much younger. And I think the abortion thing's going to hurt him because I think more women are going to secretly vote for Kamala. But I still think Trump will end up winning because I think the economy's going to tank even more and it's going to cause Trump to win.
All right. So based on performance,
Kamala won.
Yeah, she won the debate. Okay.
But Trump will win.
That's okay. You just want to put your tally?
I'm going to mark it.
Yeah, Kamala won. It was pretty obvious. The fact that Trump's
Virillion, thank you for the $5 Australian. I appreciate that. Caitlin votes for Diaper Donnie because he gets her. Yeah.
supporters said that she cheated during the debate, which is something that, how can you cheat? It's like cheating an interview. It's called being prepared. That's very different.
Sure. Based on policy positions.
Because we don't have a straight policy position on anything. I'm sorry about the baby.
Do you have an opinion on who won the debate? Trump, you want to mark it down? Just take the cap off. Mark them down. Great. And then it's magnet, so put it back on. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have an opinion?
All the time.
Well, thank you.
Why don't you ask me a question about being woke or something like that?
Oh, well, you're not woke.
Hell no.
So. All right, we need what?
And my hair's not purple?
Keep it that way. Who do you think won?
The absolute Rizlessness is honestly insane, dog. Like, haha, yeah, don't turn your hair purple. You don't get to have purple hair.
All right. Oh!
For everybody in the house.
Everybody in the house. All right, great. Trump is winning. I mean, it's a landslide. Perfect. Thank you. And then it's magnetic. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Hi, guys. We're trying to catch Kamala up. Think she won the debate? Trump? Okay, I'm gonna Trump people. Hi, guys.
This feels like a fever dream. Like, it feels unhinged, while also being just like vaguely sinister. Like the forced laughter, like the lack of any actual rapport with anybody. Like, genuinely, I think she used to be better at this. She's slipping. She's really creepy. Yeah, I think she had a lot more success with this when she was more of like a college student. But now she's kind of aged out of that demographic, so it's giving more like desperate late middle-age wine mom accosting people on the street energy rather than reporter and / you know, cute social media woman on the street video, you know?
Guys, Kamala's lacking in the votes. Did anybody mail in their ballot? I gotta go home and check my mailbox. I can't get many people to say that she won. Why do you think she won?
She's a lot better than the other candidate, that's for sure.
Yeah, why do you think that?
It's just, Trump is just not good for our country at all.
Yeah? Okay. Straight to the point. Hi guys, we're trying to catch Kamala up. Did she win the debate? She did. Why do you think she won?
Every reason.
Every reason? Give me one.
She's a clear human being.
Uh-huh.
An American and patriot.
Okay. Okay.
Same. Kamala.
Same? Okay.
All the way.
What was your favorite accomplishment of hers in the last 3.5 years as vice president?
Everything she's done for
Give
women.
me one. Oh, for women. Okay,
Yeah.
what has she done for women?
Oh, we have a list, right?
Yeah.
I just need one off the list.
Yeah, the fella who has a long
Right,
line of
exactly.
things. He has a lot of time on his hands.
Yes. Did you want to answer?
Kamala.
Kamala? Okay.
Pro-choice.
Pro-choice. Is
Yes.
that why you support her?
Oh, and other things, and
Okay.
why
Yeah,
I don't
why is
support
being
the other.
pro-choice so important to you?
It's my body. I can
your
do
body?
Yes.
No, I'm noticing she's not adding tallies when these people walk up and they ask, they're like, Kamala.
Do you have two
no,
heads?
Government shouldn't do anything, have anything to do with my body.
I agree with that. Do you have two heads?
Do I have to?
Yeah, do you have two heads?
No, I don't.
Do you have 4 arms?
No, I don't.
Do you have 20 fingers?
No.
So maybe it's not your body.
Well, it is. It's inside my body.
That logic is really bad.
So it's part of my body.
Are we gonna fix this?
We have to fix it.
We have
Honestly, pretty good response from that lady.
to fix it. You like Kamala?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What did you like about her debate performance?
Truth.
Oh, she's an idiot? Oh, yeah. No, 100%. She is not good at this or intelligent at this.
Mostly.
She what?
She was telling the truth mostly.
Yeah, because she didn't get fact checked at all, did she?
She did.
What
And
did
she
they? What did
get-
they fact
and
check
she
her
did
on?
get caught on a few lies
Okay.
that were actually the president's quotes that she quoted as herself, but not as the other guy. Not as bad as the other guy.
Not as bad as that.
Yep.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. I figured. I figured. You want to do it? Yeah. All right. This is just not even fair at this point. We gotta let her off. Or we gotta quit the video. This is really embarrassing for her. All right. Thank you guys.
I think Trump's going to win.
Why are you saying that and then immediately continuing to do the video? Like, oh, it's so embarrassing. We gotta keep doing the video. Just have like actual charisma, for fuck's sake.
He doesn't. We're in big trouble.
Yeah. The past 3.5 years haven't been too kind to us, have it?
I mean, they're neither one of them are great anymore because he's acting like a child. But she knows nothing about our country. And at least he can pull us back there.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah, obviously she has an agenda.
go buy food.
Yes, exactly. Butter won't cost $10. Put it down.
Where are you going that butter costs $10? What super fancy butter are you buying?
And we can get him to 50.
Love your Instagram.
Thank you.
Wait, was 50, was it supposed to be the first to 50? We didn't get that memo. Why didn't you say which candidate will be the first to 50? Like what?
The election results are in, and Trump has 50 votes, and Kamala has 22. Trump received 69% of the votes, and we are still waiting on mail-in ballots. So we will update you. Subscribe to Liberty Hangout. Hit that subscribe button.
Honestly, this is exactly in line. Remember when I said like voters in this county voted 60% for Marco Rubio in 2022? Like the numbers like check out almost exactly. Like I don't know why you'd be surprised about this.
And in about 6 months, we'll have all of the votes in from everybody's mailboxes and wherever else. And so we'll update you then, but hit that subscribe button, and I don't know, wouldn't it be really funny if he actually got like 69% of the votes in the country and then won? We'll see if the people of St. Johns County has it right.
Well, I don't really know what to say about that. Like that was just genuinely kind of awful, right? Like I think that she has lost a step since her hiatus. Like, there wasn't really this back and forth. She was in an area where people are there to enjoy themselves, not get into a prolonged debate with a stranger, right? Like, that's why going to a college campus for the man on the street interviews is always kind of a better idea, because people on a college campus have a bit more time. They're academically minded, they know more stuff, they're able to converse with you, etc., etc., etc. But going to a vacation town doesn't really have the same vibe, because the people who are there want to go and get drunk at the next location. You know, they're on their way to go do stuff. They're with their kids. They're getting pizza. They're hungry. They're upset. You know, they want to sleep more. Like they got things to do, you know? And the issue is that she doesn't want to go to a college campus because a college campus is going to be overwhelmingly for Kamala. So, like, we're really in a situation where I think she's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where, like, this is the best she can get in terms of people who want to actually talk to her, but also no one wants to talk for that long, and also she's very clearly not interested in it either. Reminds you so much of the Monster Energy as the devil lady. Yeah. She got chased off of campuses multiple times. It was hilarious and based. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Maybe she finally became aware that going onto a college campus is just a bad look for her, you know? How else will she be able to write off her vacation as a business expense? She might genuinely live in Florida, though. Sorry, there's like a hair dangling in my eye. Campuses also have people who expect her. Well, Brutus Magnuson, campuses did have people who expected her, but she's been gone for a while. I don't think most people remember her. In fact, the fact that, like, three people in that video recognized her is kind of mind-boggling to me. She is not a prominent figure. Let's hope she only lost her steps, not her bowels. To be clear, I don't know for sure she actually pooped her pants, but it is very fun to say that she pooped her pants. My alternative fact is that she pooped her pants. She did shit herself. There's a pic. There's some conflicting things about it. Like, some people say that's not her in the pic and it's actually her friend who was also terrible. There are some people who say it is her, some others that say, like, no, I don't know, but I heard rumors about it. I don't know. I don't know for sure that she pooped her pants. But did she do a diaper thing with Charlie Kirk? Oh yeah, nope, she did participate in the diaper incident. Excellent. Good job, Turning Point USA. I think this might be her. Actually, that might not be her. Damn it. But yeah. The ill-conceived anti-safe space protest. Yeah, Turning Point USA did a brief stint at Kent State, the same university that Caitlin Bennett went to, where they showed up protesting in diapers, pretending to be babies. It was deeply weird. And in case you're like, well, I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's actually them. It is. It's Turning Point USA. Fun stuff. Good times. Back in the wild days. Toilet Paper USA? Yep. Nailed it. Charlie Kirk's org. Cat Turd has a fart scat fetish? Oh god, I don't want to know about that. What's with conservatives and diapers? Look, most of them are geriatrics. And look at that. We did a segment. We did it, everybody. We got through it. We're on the other side. Now, folks, we've been going for 6.5 hours, almost 6 hours, 40 minutes. And if you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And folks, we have officially hit 10,900 followers over on Twitch. We're getting close to that 11,000 mark. I'm itching for it. I want it. I want it. I want to see it happen. And we are 6 subscribers away from hitting 7,500 over on YouTube. We're so close. I don't think it'll happen this stream, but we're so close. And we're 8 subs away from being halfway to the goal for me to repair my brakes. I believe in us. They'll never beat the scat play allegations. Nope. Not with photos like that in the wild. Why is it all of a sudden that weird right-wingers are obsessed with diapers? You live in Texas, and during the mask mandates, there were MAGA freaks walking around wearing diapers over their pants as protest. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a readily available supply of diapers. Whew. Folks, I'm sleepy. So I think we're gonna call it a day. You know, you got almost 7 hours of content out of me. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. And I want to put on cozy pajamas and maybe like play like a few minutes of a video game before I pass out. So hope you all enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed your stay. And hit the buttons and stuff, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.